Volume 5. Chapter 401, Returning to the Ancient Monument 2. Chapter 401, Returning to the Ancient Monument 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the quiet jungle, a figure in black appeared. Looks like this is it. Merlin looked around him and could vaguely feel a sense of familiarity from his memory. This was where the ancient monument had been. However, now there was only flat ground covered all over with a thick carpet of dead leaves. How could there be an ancient monument here? Rise! Merlin furrowed his brow, following which he waved his hand. Instantly, the fallen leaves were quickly spun by a whirlwind, drifting to the sides. An empty clearing appeared on the ground. In the clearing, there was a small dirt mound. Merlin's eyes brightened, for after this mound appeared, the feeling in his heart became even stronger. The ancient monument must be here, only for some unknown reason it had sunk in, leaving only a small part above the ground. If I hadn't come here before, it wouldn't have been easy to find. Merlin mumbled to himself. He had already discerned that this small dirt mound was where the ancient monument had been, only for some reason, it had gradually sunk underground and was covered by the fallen leaves. Back then, there had been a passage in the ancient monument, but now even the passage had been buried. Nonetheless, this did not faze Merlin. "Novelful, open up!" Merlin roared out in a low voice. His figure leaped forward in an instant, becoming a black flash as the energy in his entire body exploded furiously. Rumble! The loud sound reverberated in the jungle. Merlin was currently using the pure strength of his body. He was already very strong. In one strike, the loose soil immediately collapsed inward and revealed a deep-reaching passage which headed downward. So, there's a passage. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. In the past, he had entered through the passage. Now, he had merely gauged the vicinity of the passage to directly force a way in. Damp air came from within the deep passage. Although dead leaves and loose dirt covered the passage, there was still moisture which seeped inside. Merlin entered the passage and felt a cool, gloomy force. He knew that there were patterned spiders and other guardian monsters in the ancient monument, but with his current abilities, he should be able to easily deal with even the strongest guardian monsters. Squeak squeak! Indeed, in a short moment, Merlin heard a strange noise up ahead, following which patterned spiders appeared in the passage one after another, blocking Merlin's path. These patterned spiders had incomparably vibrant colors. Each of them had a large frame. Upon seeing Merlin, a blood-red look flashed in their eyes, and they appeared overjoyed. In their eyes, Merlin was a delicious feast. HMPH! Merlin snorted coldly. A raging layer of flames immediately flared up around him. Wherever the fourth-level spell Incinerating Fire went, the patterned spiders had no way of withstanding it, each being burnt to ashes. Perhaps to the Merlin of the past, these patterned spiders were formidable, but to the current Merlin, they were barely worth a mention. Wherever he passed by, the patterned spiders were reduced to ashes. How weak! Soon enough, the patterned spiders were all burned to ashes. Merlin continued forward, and he quickly reached a flame-shaped statue. This flame-shaped statue was lifelike and detailed, especially when Merlin arrived near it. It began to twist gradually, and a beam of firelight shot out wildly from the statue. This firelight rapidly took shape, and it was the flame sprite that he had met back then in the ancient monument. The flame sprite was surrounded by a furious burning blaze. As it saw Merlin, a stunned expression crossed its face. Following that, the flame sprite carefully sized Merlin up, and asked in a bewildered and uncertain voice, "I remember you. Back then in this ancient monument, your wizard Merlin who cultivated fiery collapse. You've already become a fourth-level spellcaster?" The flame sprite found it hard to believe. How long was Merlin gone? At most, it had been a mere few years' time, and back then, Merlin was only a first-level spellcaster. Merlin shook his head lightly. "I'm still not yet a fourth-level spellcaster, only I've managed to construct a fourth-level fire-type spell." "You've constructed a fourth-level fire-type spell?" The flame sprite's eyes brightened as fluctuations emerged around it. Anyone could clearly see that it was ecstatic. "Which is to say, you've come here now to cultivate the second form of fiery collapse?" "That's right. I'm here to cultivate the second form of fiery collapse." The treasures that enable me to do so can only be found here in the ancient monument. Merlin did not deny this. Once he had cultivated the second form of fiery collapse, it would be a great blessing to the flame sprite as well. This was because once fiery collapse had reached the second form, the binding of the entire ancient monument would gradually vanish, ultimately allowing the flame sprite to achieve freedom. This was the opportunity that the flame sprite had dreamed of. Perhaps because the flame sprite was overjoyed, it flitted around constantly, and a scorching force could vaguely be felt in the air. Yes, yes, yes. The day is finally here. I've waited such a long time, and now I have a chance to escape at last. Wizard Merlin, I'll bring you to the obstacle. Only after clearing that obstacle can you obtain the various treasures within for the cultivation of the second form of fiery collapse. The flame sprite could wait no longer to bring Merlin to attempt the obstacle. Merlin nodded. Previously, when he first cultivated fiery collapse, he had to go through an obstacle as well. Naturally, this time, in order to cultivate the second form, he also had to complete an obstacle. Merlin did not know much about this ancient monument. He merely knew that it was left behind by a great spellcaster named Wizard Dowland. According to Merlin's conjecture, Wizard Dowland should also be a great wizard. Only a great wizard would have the ability to leave behind such a massive ancient monument and set up various spells, and techniques within which lasted even after 1,000 years. Most spellcasters would have no way of achieving this. The flame sprite quickly brought Merlin through many passages until they came before a stone room. Inside the stone room, there was a grey monster which resembled a hedgehog currently in a deep slumber. Snap! The hedgehog-like monster seemed to have sensed the arrival of Merlin and the flame sprite and gradually woke up. A puppet? Seeing this hedgehog-like monster, Merlin could feel its lifeless force as well as traces of severe energy. Only those puppets would emit such a force. This hedgehog monster before him was a powerful puppet. Buzz! Without warning, the eyes of the hedgehog puppet flashed with a red glow as if it had come alive. Thereafter, its cold eyes flicked open and fixed upon Merlin. Chapter 402, Pursuit. Chapter 402, Pursuit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The hedgehog was merely a puppet, but in the instant that its eyes flicked open, Merlin could clearly feel a boundless surge of fire element fluctuations. This meant that the powers of this puppet were rather terrifying. After all, during the spellcaster's most glorious era, even a puppet would be a formidable presence. There were even puppets which went against the natural order and were evenly matched with great wizards. However, those type of puppets had long vanished, and no one was able to obtain such a fearsome puppet anymore. The full abilities of the hedgehog puppet before his eyes were only equivalent to a 6th-level spellcaster. Wizard Merlin, be careful. This hedgehog puppet is powerful indeed. The flame sprite softly warned Merlin once again, for it had an unparalleled familiarity with the hedgehog puppet. The flame sprite hoped that Merlin would complete this obstacle, and obtain the treasures for the cultivation of fiery collapse so that it would be set free, but it was unable to command this puppet. Therefore, it was powerless, and could only silently pray for Merlin's success. Whoosh! After it opened its eyes, the hedgehog puppet did not seem to slow down at all, rushing toward Merlin without warning. It was so fast that even Merlin was a little taken aback. Nevertheless, no matter how fast the hedgehog puppet was, it could not compete with Merlin's flash wind. Swoosh! Merlin's figure immediately appeared behind the hedgehog puppet, after which he slammed down with one hand. Boom! Endless raging flames turned into a sea of fire which covered the hedgehog puppet. These flames contained the power of fiery collapse, and its might was extremely frightening. Furthermore, this was the 4th-level spell Incinerating Fire. Everything the spell encountered was reduced to ashes. This hedgehog puppet, even if it was transfigured from an extremely extraordinary material, had no way of withstanding the full explosive strength of Merlin's Incinerating Fire, which was merged with fiery collapse. It became ashes in the blaze. It's defeated? After the flames had gradually died out, the flame sprite's mouth was agape as if it found it hard to believe. The powerful hedgehog puppet was reduced to ashes with barely a whimper? However, after having seen Merlin's Incinerating Fire and fiery collapse which was combined into the spell, the flame sprite sensed that its own fire element seemed to be stirring. What a powerful spell! Even the hedgehog puppet could not defend against a single attack. Upon seeing that Merlin had defeated the hedgehog puppet, the flame sprite was astounded, but it still smiled and said, "Wizard Merlin, you've defeated the hedgehog puppet, so you may enter the stone room to cultivate the second form of fiery collapse." Merlin looked at the room and nodded, following which he came before the stone room. Rumble. After the hedgehog puppet had died, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a cramped room behind. Nonetheless, this small room was filled with precious treasures. They were all fire-type treasures. They were different in some aspects from when Merlin had cultivated the first form of fiery collapse back then, but mostly they just had a stronger effect. Cultivating fiery collapse using these treasures would allow one to achieve the second form of fiery collapse quickly. After looking through some of these treasures, Merlin bobbed his head. "Yes, I'll be able to cultivate the second form of fiery collapse now, but I might need some time." Merlin looked at the flame sprite as he spoke calmly. The flame sprite nodded. It knew very well about fiery collapse. Cultivation would take a long time. Even putting aside the rest of the process, the assimilation of the treasures alone would take no small amount of time. Therefore, Merlin shut the stone doors, and patiently cultivated the second form of fiery collapse by himself in the stone room. The flame sprite waited outside, and would immediately know if anything happened. In particular, the flame sprite's eyes revealed its extraordinary longing. It had been trapped in the ancient monument for far too long. Now that it finally had a rare chance to escape, naturally, it would be filled with desire. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. However, in the stone room, Merlin seemed not to have moved at all. It was extremely quiet in the room, and there was not a single sound. What happened? Has the cultivation failed? The flame sprite was getting rather anxious. It had been 5 days, but there was not the slightest movement in the stone room. The flame sprite longed to enter the stone room and take a look, but Wizard Dowland had arranged everything in its place from the start, and the flame sprite had no way of entering the stone room. Just as the flame sprite was becoming fretful and restless, the entire stone room began to tremble violently. At the same time, wisps of pale white flames emerged, burning from the cracks of the stone room. Pale white flames, this is the second form of fiery collapse. The flame sprite was overjoyed. It was familiar with fiery collapse. The first form was white flames, whereas the second form consisted of pale white flames. As for the third form of fiery collapse, it would be translucent. Therefore, seeing that pale white flames had appeared within the stone room, one could roughly determine that Merlin had succeeded in his cultivation. Rumble. Indeed, Merlin's figure appeared before the flame sprite after the stone doors were opened. Although Merlin's complexion seemed to be somewhat drained, his eyes burned fervently, and he looked ecstatic. Is it a success? As soon as the flame sprite saw Merlin, it could not wait to ask. It's a success. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth. Following that, he lightly stretched out a hand. His fingers were entwined with pale white flame. It was the second form of fiery collapse. You've succeeded indeed. Now we can head to the flame-shaped statue. Using the second form of your fiery collapse, activate the passage to leave the ancient monument. The flame sprite's voice revealed its irrepressible excitement. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly, yet he did not follow the flame sprite's orders. Instead, he asked the flame sprite, I wonder how would I cultivate the third form of fiery collapse? The third form? Wizard Dowland did not speak of this back then, but he had only mentioned that one could use the second form of fiery collapse to access a secret place within the flame-shaped statue. The third form of fiery collapse is hidden there. Upon hearing what the flame sprite had said, Merlin pondered the matter for a long moment. He had not received any clues regarding the third form of fiery collapse, and merely knew that he would still have to cultivate the third form in the ancient monument. In other words, the ancient monument might still contain treasures for the cultivation of the third form of fiery collapse. Let's go to the flame-shaped statue and we'll find out. The flame sprite could wait no longer and urged Merlin repeatedly. After a long moment of consideration, Merlin did not have a better plan. His understanding of the ancient monument could never surpass the flame sprite's. Thus, he followed behind the flame sprite as they hurriedly walked toward the flame-shaped statue. Before the flame-shaped statue, Merlin stood quietly. The flame sprite hovered beside him. Channel the full flames of the second form of fiery collapse into the flame-shaped statue to open the passage, and to obtain the third form of fiery collapse. If you don't believe me, here's a runic magic circle which was left behind by Wizard Dowland back then. The flame sprite's words caused Merlin to look at the flame-shaped statue. There were a few mysterious runes, which true enough, mentioned that the third form of fiery collapse was linked to the flame-shaped statue. Although he still harbored some suspicions, Merlin did not overthink it and began to extend his fair palm. Immediately, pale white flames surged out rapidly from his palm. The flames burned furiously, containing terrifying might in every wisp. If it was combined with incinerating fire, its power would become even more fearsome and would be comparable to the peak of the 7th level. However, even such petrifying flames could not induce any changes in the flame-shaped statue as they burned steadily. This showed that the statue was made of a substantial material. After a moment, a change finally occurred to the flame-shaped statue. Mysterious runes began to emerge quickly, corresponding with the runes on the flame sprite's body. Crack! Finally, the runes on the flame sprite's body disappeared. It began to bellow with laughter, and its voice was even shaky. Anyone could see that the flame sprite was excited. Ha ha, I finally escaped. I can leave this D*MN place. The blaze on the flame sprite's body flared up countless times over in an instant and it became a flame being which was the same size as Merlin. Its body was suspended in mid-air, which was a strange sight. Merlin had always felt that something was wrong about the flame sprite, but he did not know what it was. In the moment the flame-shaped statue shattered, a beam of light shot toward Merlin. This was a narrow beam of firelight which combined with Merlin's flames. In that instant, a message materialized in Merlin's mind. It was this message that caused Merlin's face to change greatly as he turned his gaze toward the flame sprite. You need the flame sprite to cultivate the third form of fiery collapse. This was the message left in Merlin's mind. That trace of flame was obviously left behind by Wizard Dowland, only for some unknown reason. It was contained in the flame-shaped statue. In fact, Merlin had already faintly guessed that this was all orchestrated by the flame sprite. It only wanted to leave the ancient monument, so it had been deceiving Merlin from the start. It was true that the cultivation method of the third form of fiery collapse was hidden in the flame-shaped statue. However, the flame sprite knew what it was long ago. Namely, the flame sprite itself was the price that needed to be paid for the cultivation. In order to escape its bonds, the flame sprite slipped the message regarding the third form of fiery collapse left behind by Wizard Dowland into the flame-shaped statue. The flame-shaped statue was also the place where the flame sprite was trapped. Once it was shattered, the flame sprite would be set free. This time, Merlin had been duped. In the instant that he broke open the flame-shaped statue, the flame sprite had already opened the passage and rushed outside at its greatest speed. By the time Merlin learned of the message left behind by Wizard Dowland, it was too late. The flame sprite had already escaped from the ancient monument. Trying to escape? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Merlin was in a rage. He did not expect that the flame sprite would make a fool of him. In order to cultivate the third form of fiery collapse, what he needed was the flame sprite. It was clear that the flame sprite had been captured by Wizard Dowland on purpose, and left behind for future spellcasters to cultivate the third form of fiery collapse. It was just that the flame sprite had somehow learned of Wizard Dowland's plan and made meticulous preparations. Ultimately, Merlin had fallen for its trick, unwittingly releasing the flame sprite. Swish! Merlin's figure quickly flew through the passage as he gave chase. In terms of speed, he would not lose to anyone. As long as he could still sense the flame sprite's presence, he did not need to worry about losing track of it. However, the flame sprite was also unbelievably fast. As soon as Merlin had rushed out of the ancient monument, he saw that the flame sprite had flown into the air, fleeing into the distance at top speed. Rainbow wind! Merlin narrowed his eyes as his body gradually floated into the air as well, following which he transformed into a rainbow beam, chasing after the flame sprite into the distance. One was in front, one was behind. The two figures had incredible speed. Merlin was able to lock onto the flame sprite's force. No matter where it fled, it could not escape Merlin's pursuit. Go on and run. I'll see how far you can run. Merlin was furious. The flame sprite was key to cultivating the third form of fiery collapse. Once it was gone, it would be impossible for Merlin to cultivate it. Having been fooled by the flame sprite, Merlin was incomparably sullen. He did not say a word, only chasing after the flame sprite silently. This isn't good. If we keep on flying like this, I'll be caught in the end. The flame sprite glanced behind toward Merlin, full of agitation. It had initially thought that after a hard-won escape from the binds of the ancient monument, it could live its life in leisure, resuming its free life once again. It had now successfully escaped from the binds of the ancient monument and had even left the ancient monument. Nevertheless, it could not obtain true freedom and liberty. Merlin's presence bitterly chasing from behind was enough to make the flame sprite experience a tremendous amount of pressure. However, the flame sprite could do nothing else but escape, regardless of everything. As for battling against Merlin and chasing him away, the flame sprite had not considered it at all. Although the flame sprite had great capabilities indeed, it was still lacking much in comparison to Merlin, especially since Merlin had merged fiery collapse with incinerating fire. Among fire-type spells, there were very few who had a more powerful spell than Merlin's fire-type spell. The flame sprite did not even know that there was also a flame maxim in Merlin's awareness. Overall, fire-type spells were unlikely to harm Merlin. The flame sprite no longer seemed to care in which direction it was going. It aimlessly picked a direction and escaped wildly while Merlin followed behind stubbornly. Without realizing it, the flame sprite and Merlin had lost track of where they were flying to. Suddenly, a team of spellcasters dressed in strange clothing appeared in the sky before them. Upon seeing the flame sprite, the spellcasters were slightly shocked. However, thereafter, one of them seemed to recognize that it was a flame sprite, something precious that one could only encounter by luck and not effort. Therefore, this strange group of spellcasters instantly got into a peculiar formation, spreading out toward the flame sprite. Chapter 403, Sub-Zero Snowfield. Chapter 403, Sub-Zero Snowfield. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The flame sprite's abilities were not very strong. In terms of pure strength, it was merely equivalent to a 5th-level spellcaster. Moreover, if a real battle began, it was not even at the standard of a 5th-level spellcaster. The flame sprite was able to escape for such a long time only because of its unrivaled speed. Even after Merlin cast Flash Wind in addition to the 4th-level spell Rainbow Wind, he was barely able to keep up with the flame sprite. However, this group of strangely dressed spellcasters had now formed into what looked like a formation of a runic magic circle shaped like a pocket, trapping the flame sprite within. The flame sprite began to panic and lost its wits, its body raging with flames once more. It was a sprite which had originally been born from flames, so naturally, it had perfected its control over fire. Boom! Endless flames began to rapidly cover the entire sky with shocking power. However, regardless of whether it was Merlin or that strange group of spellcasters, they were not afraid in the slightest. This was because Merlin had fiery collapse or his defensive spells, and was not fearful of the flame sprite's flame attacks at all. As for the strange group of spellcasters, they had formed a gigantic formation that seemed to somehow combine their powers. Upon seeing the sweeping flames, they immediately cast an ice-type spell. Instantly, swathes of ice crystals began to form in mid-air. Even the flame sprite's blaze was unable to escape and was frozen in place. Merlin squinted slightly. These spellcasters were completely different from the spellcasters he had met before. They were merely 4th-level spellcasters, but when grouped together, they were able to explode with the strength of a 6th-level spellcaster. Even the flame sprite was forcefully halted by them as it was suppressed in a flash. Ha, so it's a flame sprite. This is a treasure indeed. To think that we've encountered such a treasure during this trip. We should get a great reward if we bring it back, right? That's to be expected. A treasure like the flame sprite can only be found through sheer luck. It is our great fortune to be able to encounter it. However, there's still someone there. What do we do? These 4th-level spellcasters only seem to notice Merlin now. Following that, the leading spellcaster waved one hand. Kill him. It's his bad luck that he has met us. However, before they could move, Merlin had struck. He had noticed the ruthless look on their faces and knew that they must have killed a certain number of spellcasters. Their vicious nature was revealed in each of their eyes. Spellcasters like these were significantly different from the spellcasters Merlin usually met. It was as if he had arrived at an entirely new world. Darkness, illusory death. Merlin did not hold back, and a blood-red light flashed over his body. The number of people he had killed was not few either. Seeing that they were about to attack, he did not need to spare their lives. Therefore, a stretch of darkness descended. Almost every spellcaster was instantly caught in an illusion. However, since this was darkness, illusory death, it also had an enigmatic power instead of merely causing illusions. Kai. In the boundless darkness element which was initially acting normally now seemed to transform into the sharpest weapons, slashing unceasingly at every spellcaster. These spellcasters were caught in the illusion and were faced with the slashing and strangling of darkness element. They could not put up the slightest bit of resistance. This was clearly a massacre and not a fair fight. Once Merlin displayed darkness, illusory death in addition to being combined with darkness heart, it was rare for a spellcaster to be able to resist the attack. Therefore, even if there were more of these spellcasters, it was of no use as they were facing a darkness wizard. One after another, the spellcasters dropped. There were even many who were still sunken in the illusion, having no clue of what was happening as they were slashed and strangled to death by darkness element. Merlin looked at his palm. He could feel a cold, dark force coming from the dead spellcasters and worming into darkness eye in his palm. Negative energy. Merlin mumbled in a low voice. Darkness eye was able to absorb negative energy, increasing its own strength continuously. Merlin had long been warned by Wizard Leo to be careful of the negative energy of Darkness Eye, for there were also dangers along with its benefits. Its advantage was that Darkness Eye relied upon absorbing negative emotions to gradually grow stronger. There was the fourth form, the fifth form, and so on, which could be cultivated in the future. However, the risk was that the stronger Darkness Eye became, the harder it was to control, likely to ultimately lead to a backlash. The area shrouded by darkness element had now turned into a killing field. The corpses of the spellcasters fell to the ground, and the air was suffused with the acrid stench of blood. Merlin did not kill all of them, leaving behind 2 spellcaster for inquiries. Swish! Just then, the flame sprite grabbed the opportunity to escape. However, this time, Merlin would not let it escape so easily. Runic heartprint, seal. Merlin's eyes flashed coldly and the imprint of runic heartprint flickered constantly on his forehead. Following that, mysterious runes flew out abruptly, forming a runic magic circle in mid-air. This runic magic circle fell from the sky, completely binding the flame sprite. Although this was not a very powerful bind, without the power of a 7th level spellcaster, one could forget about escaping the suppression of this runic magic circle. It was more than enough to deal with the flame sprite. Having captured the flame sprite, Merlin could breathe easily now. He dispelled darkness, illusory death, and the 2 spellcasters he had intentionally spared recovered their senses. As they saw before their eyes, Merlin and the mass of dead bodies on the ground, an alarmed look flashed across their eyes, and they said shakily, "Oh, wizard, we're spellcasters of Sub-Zero Snowfield. We've offended you this time. Punish us as you will." Sub-Zero Snowfield? Merlin furrowed his brow. In the southern spellcaster world, if he had killed so many spellcasters and 4th level ones at that, he would have thought that they came from a powerful spellcasters organization. However, it turned out it was a spellcasters organization which he had not even heard of. Where's Sub-Zero Snowfield? What are you doing here? Merlin continued his inquiries. The 2 spellcasters raised their heads to look at Merlin. Although they thought it was a strange question, they did not dare to disobey, and answered quietly, "Sub-Zero Snowfield is a massive country in Thule, a country consisting purely of spellcasters." Before they had finished, Merlin's mind flashed with understanding. He instantly recalled the extremely mysterious place to the north of the Kingdom of Black Moon called the Ice Nation. Within the Ice Nation, most spellcasters constructed Ice-type spells. They researched Ice-type spells intensively throughout their lives. Pandora demon abilities and other knowledge regarding Ice-type spells were developed by them to the peak. Furthermore, they were very different from spellcasters within the Kingdom of Black Moon. You mean the Ice Nation? Merlin spoke slowly as he fixed his gaze upon the two spellcasters. The two spellcasters nodded hurriedly. It looked like this was the ice nation of the legends. Due to its unusual geographical location, most people besides spellcasters would have no way of surviving in it. In addition, the ice nation was a land of bitter cold, and the various resources needed by spellcasters were scarce indeed. Therefore, many spellcasters were unwilling to go to the ice nation. Over time, the ice nation seemed to become cut off from the rest of the world, existing only in the ancient records of a few spellcasters' organizations. I didn't think that I've reached the ice nation. Tell me about the situation here. Merlin did not have much understanding regarding this fabled country. Still, the distance between the kingdom of Black Moon and the ice nation was far too great. He did not expect that having chased the flame sprite the entire way, he had arrived in the ice nation. Nevertheless, this indirectly demonstrated that the flame sprite and Merlin could move at an incredible speed. In reality, by using Rainbow Wind to its full potential combined with Flash Wind, Merlin's speed was astounding. It was a wild chase that took such a long time. Reaching the Ice Nation was not too far-fetched. Upon hearing Merlin's question about the Ice Nation, the two spellcasters cautiously asked, "Sir Wizard, is it your first time coming to Sub-Zero Snowfield?" In this part of the world, almost no one talks about the Ice Nation as we now call it Sub-Zero Snowfield. What do you want to know about Sub-Zero Snowfield? Merlin thought for a moment, then asked softly, what powerful spellcasters' organizations are there in Sub-Zero Snowfield? Spellcasters' organizations? The two spellcasters laughed bitterly. There are no such spellcasters' organizations in Sub-Zero Snowfield. In general, it's every wizard for themselves. You might think that there are so many of us, when in fact we only banded together recently. Gradually, as the two spellcasters gave a detailed explanation, Merlin began to have a rough idea of what Sub-Zero Snowfield was like. Sub-Zero Snowfield was a peculiar place. Here, there was nothing that could be called a treasure, and the various resources needed by spellcasters were almost depleted. Therefore, ever since the spellcasters' most glorious era, almost no one was willing to come here. For the following thousands of years, a few spellcasters began to gather here for various reasons, gradually forming Sub-Zero Snowfield. Although Sub-Zero Snowfield was established and spellcasters gathered here, there was not a single spellcasters organization. An organization like this would need a heritage and inheritances. Furthermore, as a mighty force, it would need to be supported by a colossal amount of resources. Sub-Zero Snowfield did not fulfill any one of those prerequisites, so there were no spellcasters organizations in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Everyone here was a lone wolf, and would sometimes struggle ferociously over a small number of cultivation resources. This was the reason for the intense hostility that surrounded everyone as Merlin had perceived when he saw them. Seeing that Merlin was deep in thought, the two spellcasters were on tenterhooks. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, a fight could break out at any time, and even a single word of disagreement could lead to a fatal brawl. They were not like those spellcasters with profound knowledge. Conversely, they were more like the brutal elemental swordsmen. Therefore, they were paying close attention to Merlin's attitude, hoping that he would be satisfied with their answers and thus spare their lives. Chapter 404, The 1,000-Mile Snow Cave. Chapter 404, The 1,000-Mile Snow Cave. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. He was still carefully digesting the information he had just learned. After a long moment, Merlin cast a glance at the two spellcasters and slowly said, "The spellcasters of Sub-Zero Snowfield are all lone wolves and can further combine their attacks to trap the flame sprite. What did you do it for?" Merlin was interested in their technique of a combined attack. The faces of the two spellcasters shifted slightly, but they still clenched their jaws and replied, "We exchanged for our combined spell attack from other spellcasters after paying a certain price. In fact, it's an assembled casting tool. Each one of us holds a component, and we cast our spells through this casting tool. Thus, our power is magnified. As for why we did it, it was all because the second volume of the never-ending book has been discovered. Rumor has it that it was obtained by a 4th-level spellcaster Nelson through chance, and he's now in hiding within an approximate range of 1,000 miles in this location. Many spellcasters are already looking for him. Merlin's outward expression did not change at all, but he was actually surprised. Assembled casting tools were extremely rare. Nevertheless, this was not to say that they did not exist. It was just that an assembled casting tool as powerful as the bell space was far too rare. Furthermore, most assembled casting tools functioned just as how these spellcasters had used them. Through assembled casting tools, many spellcasters were able to unite their strength, fighting above their own level. Still, what Merlin was most interested in was not the casting tool of course, but the second volume of the never-ending book that the two spellcasters had mentioned. Within Merlin's ring was the first volume of the never-ending book. Merlin still remembered that there was some information regarding the second and third volume of the never-ending book in the first volume. Novel full. According to the information in the first volume of the never-ending book, the second volume should be on the shores of the Death Sea. However, Sub-Zero Snowfield was a vast distance away from the Death Sea. How could the second volume appear here? It looks like the actual hiding place of the second volume of the never-ending book is not in the Death Sea. The location given was likely a wrong one to deliberately mislead future generations. Merlin gradually discerned that not all spellcasters were so generous to pass down an inheritance to other spellcasters willingly. Some remarkable wizards even had a twisted sense of humor, intentionally marking out some spells or Pandora demon ability or something else to be in a secret place to mislead future spellcasters. It was very likely that the first volume of the never-ending book which Merlin had obtained was just like this. He was misled by the true creator of the never-ending book, and details such as the location marked within the book were all false information. By collecting all 3 volumes of the never-ending book, there's a high chance of obtaining a flame maxim. This should be a true fact, for that remarkable wizard must have left behind a maxim. However, its precise location is falsely given. Merlin was determined to obtain the second volume of the never-ending book. As long as he could gather the 3 volumes, he would be able to find some clue regarding the maxim. From Merlin's perspective, the thing which he now lacked the most was a maxim. Perhaps others would not have much use for a maxim even after obtaining it, only passively enjoying some benefits of the maxim. However, for Merlin, he was able to derive new spells. Tell me, where's Nelson? Merlin glared at the 2 spellcasters icily. He did not believe that these 2 spellcasters would know nothing about Nelson, for that would go against common sense. So many spellcasters joining forces for the time being, merely for the sake of carrying out a search. Therefore, the largest possibility was that these spellcasters had received some information about Nelson, which was why they dared to assemble so many spellcasters and headed out to look for him. Looking at Merlin's cold stare, the 2 spellcasters knew that they had no way of hiding the truth. Initially, they had decided that if Merlin released them, they might still try their luck and give it a shot. Perhaps they might really come upon Nelson within a certain region. It was only a shame that they could not deceive Merlin at all. So wizard, if only you let us go, we'll tell you everything we know about Nelson. One of the spellcasters gnashed his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Slash! As soon as that spellcaster spoke, Merlin raised one hand. A stream of darkness element turned into a sword and pierced straight into the throat of that spellcaster. Blood flowed over the ground, emitting a pungent, grisly stench. Seeing the violent death of his companion and Merlin's decisiveness, the remaining spellcaster no longer dared to bring up any conditions, and hurriedly said, Nelson is hiding in the 1,000-mile snow cave. Many spellcasters had rushed there. As we were slightly late in receiving the information, we're only going there now to try our luck. The 1,000-mile snow cave? Merlin nodded thoughtfully, following which the runic heartprint on his forehead rapidly set out a binding runic magic circle, which immediately restricted the remaining spellcaster. I'm not familiar with Sub-Zero Snowfield, so you would have to lead the way to the 1,000-mile snow cave. Even though Merlin's tone was very level, the spellcaster did not dare disobey, much less voice out any sort of opinion. He could only pray that Merlin would let him go upon reaching the 1,000-mile snow cave. Following that, Merlin directed his gaze at the flame sprite, which was suppressed by the runic magic circle. This was the flame sprite mentioned in the message left behind by Wizard Dowland, an essential part of cultivating the 3rd form of fiery collapse. Flame sprite, why did you escape? The flame sprite laughed gleefully. If I don't escape, then should I have waited for you to use me in the future for the cultivation of the 3rd form of fiery collapse? It looked like the flame sprite had known Wizard Downland's arrangement, which was why it schemed to escape. If it was not for Merlin, it would have already successfully escaped the ancient monument. Nonetheless, Merlin did not plan to refine the flame sprite immediately. He would have to wait until he became a 7th level spellcaster to do so. Only after he was able to fulfill the conditions of cultivating the 3rd form of fiery collapse would he refine the flame sprite. Confine! Merlin cried out hoarsely. Instantly, the runic magic circle rapidly shrank, transforming into a mysterious cloak which was glowing with light and runes as it fitted snugly around the flame sprite. Under the suppression of the runic magic circle, the flame sprite was stored away by Merlin. Whoosh! Merlin immediately grabbed the last remaining spellcaster. His body flickered with vigorous wind elemental fluctuations, and the air whistled as he flew forward. The spotless snow blanketed the entire canyon, but at the top of the canyon, there were many spellcasters who had gathered. These spellcasters were all looking at the towering peak opposite the canyon. On the peak, there were uncountable large and small cave entrances. In particular, the passages within the cave snaked into different directions, making it hard to find any one person. That fellow Nelson had entered the 1,000-mile snow cave for what, 5 days by now? Yet there's not been a single sign of him. The 1,000-mile snow cave lives up to its name indeed. The crisscrossed cave entrances in addition to the wandering passages, once one enters the 1,000-mile snow cave, it's equivalent to gaining countless opportunities. It was not surprising that Nelson would flee into the 1,000-mile snow cave. It's just that we don't know who would be able to smoke Nelson out. Also, as more time passes, there are more and more powerful spellcasters here. Before the 1,000-mile snow cave, there were many spellcasters who remained motionless as their gazes shone with a strange fervor, fixing onto the caves opposite them. Thud! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed heavily onto the ground, almost causing the entire surface to quake. The other spellcasters were dumbstruck. How alarming! Who is this? Countless gazes instantly gathered on the figure who had landed from the sky. The figure gradually became clear. It was a bald, middle-aged spellcaster with no eyebrows. There was also a vicious scar where his left brow would be, and he looked very fiendish. The bald spellcaster eyed the 1,000-mile snow cave, following which he smiled and nodded. Good, it looks like I'm not too late. Let me try and see if I can force Nelson to come out. With that, the bald spellcaster drew in a sudden, deep breath, following which he opened his mouth and unleashed a roar. Nelson, show yourself. Rumble. No one had predicted that the bald man's voice would be so loud. The opposite 1,000-mile snow cave, which was also a mountain, was initially piled high with a thick cover of snow. However, after the bald spellcaster had unleashed his yell, the snow on the peak gradually began to collapse, following which it tumbled with a rumble down the peak. This was an avalanche, the mention of which would turn anyone pale. Wretched fellow, who is this bald spellcaster? He actually caused an avalanche. Does he have a death wish? Once the thick layer of snow burst out into a massive avalanche, even a 7th-level spellcaster who had not made thorough preparations would be buried in the avalanche. Therefore, all the spellcasters gnashed their teeth in resentment toward the bald wizard. Nevertheless, his ferocious appearance in addition to the indistinct force of a 7th-level spellcaster that he emitted, was one of the reasons why the surrounding spellcasters did not dare to act recklessly. The bald wizard seemed oblivious that he had aroused the anger of the crowd and continued doing as he liked. He opened his mouth and intense wind elemental fluctuations appeared around his body. He wanted to try screaming his throat out again. If you dare to make a single peep, you'll die. Suddenly, a black-robed spellcaster walked out from the crowd, a wide hood hiding his face, making him appear enigmatic. The previous warning was delivered by this black-robed wizard who could not bear the unbridled roaring of the bald spellcaster any longer. Otherwise, if a giant avalanche was induced, everyone could forget about entering the 1,000-mile snow cave. Heh, many have said this to me, but I'm still here well and alive. The bald wizard merely cast a glance at the black-robed spellcaster, and paid him no mind, and roared again. Moreover, this time, his voice was even louder than before. Perhaps he might really force Nelson to come out, but an avalanche might have already buried them all even before Nelson could show his face. It's your death. The black-robed wizard's voice simmered with rage, after which his figure flashed and appeared before the bald wizard in an instant. He opened his palm and slammed it forward in one vicious stroke. One could even catch a glimpse of a strange, blood-red eye, blinking unceasingly in his palm. Chapter 405, Darkfire Incarnate Eye. Chapter 405, Darkfire Incarnate Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The bald wizard was a 7th-level spellcaster who was deemed untouchable in Sub-Zero Snowfield. When he sensed the intimidating aura coming from this black-robed wizard and saw the blood-red vertical eye in the center of his palm, the bald wizard suddenly felt a dreadful chill in his bones, like plunging into ice-cold water. This sense of imminent death had not been felt by the bald wizard for a very long time. Ever since he became a 7th-level spellcaster, he slaughtered all spellcasters who had previously offended him, and his brutal reputation was feared by many. When he heard that someone had gotten hold of the 2nd volume of the never-ending book, the bald wizard immediately rushed over. He had little to no interest in the 4th to 6th-level spells inside the 2nd volume of the never-ending book, as his true intention was to find some information about the 3rd volume. What the bald wizard was ultimately seeking was the legendary 3rd volume of the never-ending book, which supposedly contained many Pandora demon abilities. It was because if a 7th-level spellcaster did not have any Pandora demon ability, his powers would be vastly inferior to others. Unfortunately for the bald wizard, he had not even managed to obtain the never-ending book, not to mention the 2nd volume from Nelson, before he found himself in peril. Darkness Eye, disintegrate. The black-robed spellcaster uttered with a cold voice. Following that, a crimson light wrapped around the bald wizard, and he felt as if his body was being squeezed strongly all around. Splat! The bald wizard, a 7th-level spellcaster, did not even get the chance to cast his spell when his entire body exploded violently into a bloody mess. Fresh blood spurted into the air and fell to the ground like raindrops. He was dead. Just like that, with just a single blow, the bald wizard was dead. His death was a stark contrast to his previously untouchable reputation. Sure enough, don't be arrogant. The more arrogant you are, the faster you die. A few 7th-level spellcasters hid among the crowd. They, too, had initially planned to enter the 1,000-mile snow cave and force Nelson to hand over the 2nd volume of the never-ending book. However, these spellcasters were much more discreet. They did not stride in like a king but instead blended into the crowd. As a result, the arrogant bald wizard was killed by the black-robed figure. TSSS. Everyone who was present took in a sharp intake of cold air. Some also recognized the power wielded by the mysterious black-robed figure. It was the legendary special Pandora demon ability Darkness Eye. It's Darkness Eye. Even the legendary accursed power has appeared. Darkness Eye is truly powerful. To be able to kill a 7th-level spellcaster so easily without any resistance, its power is terrifying. It's best not to provoke this wizard. Since when did such a mysterious and powerful wizard appear in Sub-Zero Snowfield? Many of the spellcasters were discussing fervently among themselves, yet no one had any intention to challenge the black-robed figure's Darkness Eye. The power level displayed by the black-robed figure was fitting for Darkness Eye. True enough, Darkness Eye has stopped its backlash. Or perhaps, after I've constructed the 4th-level darkness spell, Darkness Heart had finally managed to properly achieve the 2nd stage, so the negative energy emitted by Darkness Eye are absorbed by Darkness Heart and converted into Darkness-type magic power. The black-robed figure mumbled to himself. He was none other than Merlin, who came from afar. Merlin's Darkness Heart went through another transformation after combining with the 4th-level darkness spell Darkness Illusory Death. The resulting power from the combination was particularly terrifying. Moreover, the existence of Darkness Heart made it difficult for the negative energy emitted by Darkness Eye to affect Merlin. Therefore, Merlin no longer suffered from its backlash while wielding the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, nor did he need the Flame Maxim to help suppress Darkness Eye. This is unless Merlin opened the seal placed by Wizard Leo on the 4th form of Darkness Eye, then there could be an overwhelming backlash which required the suppression of the Flame Maxim. Otherwise, in general, Darkness Heart was able to absorb some of the negative energy and convert it into magic power. Thus, in that sense, Merlin was more suited to cultivate Darkness Eye compared to Wizard Leo. After killing the bald wizard, Merlin swept his gaze over the crowd. Naturally, he was aware that there were some 7th-level spellcasters hiding among the crowd, but it appeared that none of them dared to show themselves. Merlin's viciousness earlier had made them extra cautious toward him. After all, Sub-Zero Snowfield was not like the Southern spellcaster world. Here, it was the survival of the fittest, so it was normal for a powerful spellcaster to kill a weaker spellcaster. Unless there was a major conflict of interest, no one was willing to provoke a powerful wizard like Merlin. The 1,000-mile snow cave, is it? Merlin narrowed his eyes. He could sense the deep horror within the 1,000-mile snow cave. Inside, there were a countless number of intersections and endless passages. It would be very difficult to find someone hiding inside the cave. Whoosh! Merlin rose into the air and entered the 1,000-mile snow cave. Finally, he's gone. We can also go in now, but make sure we don't run into a confrontation with such a person. Once they saw that Merlin had entered the 1,000-mile snow cave, the more powerful spellcasters began to emerge from the crowd. In order to obtain the 2nd volume of the Never-Ending Book as well as trace the location of the 3rd volume, they would attempt the mission despite the danger it posed. In the blink of an eye, numerous spellcasters had entered the 1,000-mile snow cave, each manipulating their respective abilities to search for the elusive Nelson, who was holding the 2nd volume of the Never-Ending Book. Inside the 1,000-mile snow cave, Merlin was fully engaging his mind power. Although mind power of the peak of the 5th level was not considered particularly powerful, within this crooked, crisscrossed cave, even a stronger mind power would not be of any additional help. Merlin was merely engaging his mind power to observe his surroundings. Inside the cave, it seemed that the deeper he ventured, the colder it became. In fact, the speed at which Merlin's ice-type spell model was accumulating magic power began to accelerate rapidly. I wonder where Nelson hid? Additionally, the spellcasters who came into the 1,000-mile snow cave much earlier may have found some of Nelson's tracks. If I can find their tracks, then I can find Nelson. Merlin knew that searching for someone in such a complex environment was an uphill task, hence following others was as good as any plan. Thus, Merlin began to carefully examine some of the footprints left behind in the cave. Following the muddled footprints, he gradually ventured deeper into the 1,000-mile snow cave. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire cave seemed to shake, and a burning smell filled the cave passages, accompanied by scorching heat. Fire-type spells? There was a trace of uneasiness on Merlin's face because he knew that in Sub-Zero Snowfield, ice-type spells were more commonly found. Due to environmental factors, it was extremely rare for spellcasters to construct fire-type spells. Even if there was, they usually originated from outside of Sub-Zero Snowfield. However, the fire element's fluctuations were beyond the level of an average spellcaster, and could only be cast by a 7th-level spellcaster. Maybe someone has found Nelson. Merlin did not hesitate and began to head in the direction of the fire-type spell explosion. The wind element flashed around his body and he transformed into a colorful ray of light, flying forward inside the pitch-black cave. At the same time, a countless number of spellcasters, too, like Merlin, flew toward the direction of the fire element's fluctuations. Inside the 1,000-mile snow cave, 3 spellcasters stood in a triangle, each of them watching the others warily. The situation tensed. Behind them, a spellcaster with tattered clothing was leaning against the cave wall, his body unmistakably weakened. He was panting heavily, so it was apparent that he had suffered a massive injury and could not move. Despite the supposedly massive injury suffered by this weakened spellcaster, his eyes were constantly darting around, revealing a sly intention. However, the triangular formation of the 3 spellcasters had blocked off all the exits. All 3 spellcasters looked unyielding, and powerful auras emanated from their bodies. They were all spellcasters above the 7th level, and one of them dressed in a long red robe had a layer of flames burning all over his body. Damn you, Wizard Base, are you really going to compete against the 2 of us? You know very well that you won't be able to leave with the Never-Ending Book. These 2 spellcasters had subtly teamed up, their greedy gazes fixated on the quaint book in Wizard Base hand. It was the 2nd volume of the Never-Ending Book, with sacred white rays glowing all around it. The 2nd volume of the Never-Ending Book had fallen into the hands of this red-robed Wizard Base. He was not a spellcaster from Sub-Zero Snowfield but had traveled here from afar a few years ago. He. My spell earlier had shaken the entire 1,000-mile snow cave. Anyone who's not an idiot would be able to guess that we ran into some trouble, and once they arrive, none of us would get the never-ending book. Therefore, I think we should leave immediately. Once outside the 1,000-mile snow cave, we can fight it out. Wizard Base said with a sneer. He already made up his mind that upon reaching the cave exit, he would flee from 1,000-mile snow cave at all cost. Once he escaped from Sub-Zero Snowfield, no one would be able to stop him. Otherwise, in the face of the combined effort between two 7th-level spellcasters, he would be exhausted to death inside the 1,000-mile snow cave, never to make it out. Wizard Base was betting on the chance that these two 7th-level spellcasters had absolute confidence of blocking him at the exit. Otherwise, they might rather wait until more spellcasters arrived and snatch the second volume of the never-ending book amidst the chaos. However, waiting for the chaos was a risky option as they did not know how powerful the other spellcasters inside 1,000-mile snow cave were. If an 8th or 9th level spellcaster appeared, then they definitely would not stand a chance. Let him go. The two spellcaster dared not delay any longer. By allowing Base to escape, they still had a big chance to obtain the second volume of the never-ending book. Whereas if they waited for the other spellcasters to join in the scuffle, it would be chaos, and no one could be confident of obtaining the never-ending book. Hee. Wizard Base plan was successful. His figure flashed and flew directly toward the cave exit. Fiery collapse. An icy voice sounded, and at the same time, pale white flames began to burn fiercely, turning the pitch-black passage almost as bright as day. From within the burning flames, a black-robed figure could be faintly seen standing in front of Wizard Base. Chapter 406, Darkfire Incarnate 2. Chapter 406, Darkfire Incarnate 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fire? Wizard Base was momentarily stunned. He was extremely proficient in fire-type spells and had constructed his own spells until he became a 7th-level spellcaster. Fire-type spells, in particular, was one of his strongest element. Yet, looking at the pale white flames released by the black-robed wizard, he felt a sense of acute danger. It felt as if once he came into contact with the flames, there would be catastrophic damage. It was a feeling which Wizard Base had not felt in a very long time. Retreat! Wizard Base did not hesitate and retreated backward. After all, he was a 7th-level spellcaster with lightning-fast reflexes. The moment the thought formed in his mind, a spell had been released. His figure retreated backward in a flash and away from the burning flames. 7th-level spellcasters derived spells that were best suited for them, so the level of compatibility was very high, with some even achieving 100% compatibility. Merlin, too, had been constructing 4th-level spells with 100% compatibility. There were no essential differences between self-derived 4th and 7th-level spells, but very few spellcasters could derive new spells at the 4th level. Novelful, no matter how talented an elementary school student could be, it was impossible to understand calculus without slowly accumulating the knowledge that it comprised. Similarly, with the accumulation of profound knowledge and experience in constructing spells, it was much easier to derive a spell upon reaching the 7th level. In terms of quality, however, as long as the spells were self-derived, there were no fundamental differences between them. The only difference would be their power levels. Another benefit of self-derived spells was that the reaction time to cast a spell was nearly zero. On the other hand, previous spells, due to lack of perfect compatibility, would have a slight time lag. The time lag was usually very short that it was almost indiscernible. Nevertheless, in a life-or-death moment, that tiny time lag was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. If Wizard Base had not been a 7th-level spellcaster, there was no way he could have escaped the attack of Fiery Collapse earlier. Who the heck? Wizard Base was still a little nervous as he watched the black-robed figure gradually emerge from behind the pillar of flames. Hand over the never-ending book. The mysterious black-robed wizard was still covered in a layer of menacing flames, almost like an embodiment of fire. Of course, it was Merlin, who had entered the 1,000-mile snow cave earlier. Merlin had followed the strong fire element's fluctuations and rushed here. Unexpectedly, he was the first to arrive and witnessed the exchange between Wizard Base and the two other 7th-level spellcasters. However, Merlin kept himself hidden in the dark. Since Wizard Base and the others were fully focused on guarding against one another, they did not notice that there was someone else lurking in the dark. It was up till the point that Wizard Base tried to leave that Merlin showed himself. Since the never-ending book was in Wizard Base hands, Merlin decided to act immediately. However, he did not expect that his sudden attack would be dodged by Wizard Base. On the other hand, Wizard Base just had a close brush with death and was extremely wary of the mysterious black-robed wizard. The flames earlier made him shudder in fear. It was definitely not the kind of force that he could handle by himself. Nevertheless, obtaining the never-ending book had not been easy for Wizard Base either. He had to track down Nelson for many days and nights to obtain the never-ending book, and even devised a plan to stop 2 7th-level spellcasters from attacking. Novelful, unpredictably, in the end, he was just one stroke short of success. Heh, you're not the only one who wants the never-ending book. Wizard Base was trying his best to delay time because the black-robed wizard was far too intimidating. He did not have the confidence to challenge the black-robed wizard alone, so the best he could do was to delay time and wait for the other spellcasters to arrive. He believed that the fluctuation earlier would have attracted a lot of attention from the spellcasters inside 1,000 Miles Snow Cave. At this point, Wizard Base could only hope that he would benefit from the imminent chaos. The catch, however, was that even he himself was not confident that he would be able to hold onto the never-ending book amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, it was his only hope. Unwilling, I see? A cold look flashed across Merlin's eyes. He must get the never-ending book, no matter what. Boom! It was only a single step from Merlin, yet it felt like a huge stomp directly on Wizard Base heart. With a light flick of Merlin's finger, infinite darkness enveloped Wizard Base, trapping him in complete darkness. Illusion? Wizard Base was shocked as he recognized the illusion at once. The revelation made him even more shaken because he was a 7th-level spellcaster who had achieved the mind power of the peak of the 7th level. Most illusions were unable to affect him. Yet with just a gentle flick of his finger, Merlin had cast an unknown darkness spell which managed to trap a 7th-level spellcaster like him in an illusion, although the entrapment only lasted for a second before Wizard Base managed to regain his consciousness. Nevertheless, in a battle involving 7th-level spellcasters, one moment was all it took to determine the outcome. Incinerating fire. The icy voice rang out again, and a faint gulp appeared on Wizard Base's face. He had been entrapped by the illusion for just a second, but when he regained consciousness, the opponent's fire-type spell had been activated. This time, Wizard Base was no longer able to escape. Pillars of fire had formed a circle around him and trapped him within. The scorching temperatures climbed, slowly draining his defensive-type spell. Darkness Eye, disintegrate. Merlin extended his palm again and pressed downward. A crimson ray shot out and surrounded Wizard Base. The defensive-type spell on his body shattered immediately, allowing the white flames to engulf him and turned him into ashes within seconds. Within a short time, Merlin had managed to kill a 7th-level spellcaster. It shook the other 2 7th-level wizards to the core. Even if they joined forces, the most they had hoped to achieve was overpower Wizard Base. It was downright impossible for them to kill him. Contending and killing were 2 completely different concepts. Usually, the intention to kill required a person to be much more powerful than his opponent and had an absolute advantage over him in order to succeed. Despite Merlin using only a short period of time to kill Wizard Base, he had already used Fiery Collapse, Darkness Illusory Death, and Darkness Eye. All 3 of which were his strongest abilities. It was with these 3 strongest abilities that he was able to kill Wizard Base in such a short time, as it was not easy to vanquish a 7th-level spellcaster. Once he killed Wizard Base, Merlin caught his opponent's ring in his hand and examined it with his mind power. Very quickly, he found a quaint book shrouded in a sacred aura. Lo and behold, it was the 2nd volume of the never-ending book. It was exactly the same aura that he sensed previously while obtaining the 1st volume, which proved that it was indeed the never-ending book. Merlin kept the ring securely, and turned around but narrowed his eyes again the next moment. Apparently, while he was examining the ring, the 2 remaining 7th-level spellcasters had blocked his way out. What? You want the never-ending book in my hands as well? A chilling look flashed across Merlin's face. 2 7th-level spellcasters were indeed more troublesome to handle. Even so, it was just a minor inconvenience, as he was confident that he would be able to eliminate these two 7th level spellcasters within a short period of time. It was for the sake of the never-ending book, especially combined with the 2nd and 3rd volumes, to get the maxim left behind by the mysterious wizard. That was Merlin's true purpose. Therefore, Merlin would not easily give up on the never-ending book, regardless of the obstacles. Just as Merlin's murderous intent began to build up and was about to act, jovial laughter reverberated from inside the cave. "Ha ha, I'm not too late." Swish. When the sound faded, a burly middle-aged wizard slowly emerged from the passage and gazed at Merlin and the other two 7th level spellcasters. Seeing the weakened wizard leaning on the cave wall behind Merlin, a joyful look appeared on his face. "Nelson? I see, that means one of you have gotten the never-ending book." The middle-aged wizard did not emit a particularly dangerous vibe, but the two spellcasters' expression changed rapidly upon seeing him. In a low voice, they said, "Mad Wizard Mob Undo." "Oh. There are people who still remember me." Not bad, not bad. It must be rare to find such a loyal and kind wizard who is willing to do good deeds like myself." The spellcaster known as Mad Wizard said with a twinkling smile, yet it sounded extremely sarcastic in the ears of those two spellcasters. Both their faces showed a weird expression. Mad Wizard Mob Undo was a shameless, unscrupulous wizard whom many spellcasters were unwilling to go against. This was because Mob Undo would do whatever it took in order to win. Normally, this was not frowned upon, but Mob Undo disregarded even the basic dignity of wizards. He even used various despicable tactics such as poisoning and sneak attacks. In other words, there was nothing he would not do. Once, he even dressed up as a woman. The fact that a wizard like him dared to claim to be loyal and kind, literally made the two spellcasters who knew him to feel ashamed to be called spellcasters. 3. Merlin looked at Mad Wizard Mob Undo calmly. He did not sense a particularly strong threat coming from him. However, with the appearance of Mob Undo, more spellcasters began to appear. All of them were 7th level spellcasters, and one after another, it came up to 8 7th level spellcasters. These 8 spellcasters all knew that the never-ending book was in Merlin's hands, so their gazes were locked on Merlin. Nevertheless, no one dared to act because they could feel the extreme danger emanating from Merlin. No one wanted to be the first to strike. 8. Merlin took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart was filled with adrenaline. So, what if there were 8 7th level spellcasters? He would triumph over all of them. Chapter 407, Darkfire Incarnate 3. Chapter 407, Darkfire Incarnate 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 8 pairs of eyes were locked on Merlin. The spellcasters were, to some extent, imperceptibly accumulating their powers. In order to obtain the never-ending book, these spellcasters from Sub-Zero Snowfield were ready for the worst-case scenario. Kill him! Suddenly, without warning, a 7th level spellcaster led the first attack. Wind elements started to flash on his body and subsequently converged into a strong tornado. Inside the tornado were also some ice crystals. This was a combination of a wind-type spell and an ice-type spell, and the resulting power was astounding. Even though it did not have any Pandora Demon ability, its power was no less than an average Pandora Demon ability. The truth was, once spellcasters reached the 7th level, their ability levels would begin to differ greatly from one another. One reason was that 7th level spellcasters with Pandora Demon ability would be able to cultivate their Pandora Demon ability to its 3rd form or 3rd stage, thus they would witness a massive leap in their abilities. Nevertheless, spellcasters with Pandora Demon abilities were of course very few in number. The other reason for the ability gap between other 7th level spellcasters was due to the power level of their self-derived spells. If a spellcaster was proficient at constructing spells and spent the time to slowly derive a spell, it would be extremely powerful compared to spellcasters who just rushed through the process. This spellcaster who led the first attack had derived a very powerful spell, one beyond the level of an average 7th level spellcaster. Crash crash crash! A huge tornado filled with ice crystals as sharp as jagged rocks hurtled violently onto Merlin's body. Merlin, however, was ready for the attack and already cast rippling armor. When hit, rippling armor released waves after waves of ripples that dispersed continuously, thus reducing the impact of the attack. The power of rippling armor was rock solid, but with the infusion of Pandora demon ability Fuse Earth, its defensive power was even more impenetrable. It was impossible for a 7th level spell to break the defense of rippling armor. Even the most powerful 7th level spell would only end up consuming more of Merlin's magic power. This was of course unless the spell contained a Pandora demon ability, but then again, that would no longer be considered a mere 7th level spell. The ripples on rippling armor gradually weakened and disappeared, which meant that the attack had been completely dispersed without causing any harm to Merlin. Swish! Merlin made his move at the exact moment his opponent attacked. His bodily movement was indecipherably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already right in front of the spellcaster who led the first attack. Darkness Illusory Death. Merlin was not targeting this spellcaster alone. He knew that although the remaining 7 7th level spellcasters had not launched their attack, they were simply waiting to gauge his abilities. However, if one of them was being threatened, Merlin was sure that the other spellcasters would not stand down. Therefore, he decided to keep them preoccupied with their own predicament, and in the meantime, kill as many as he could as fast as possible. Any one less would help reduce Merlin's burden later. After all, not everyone could stand up against 8 7th level spellcasters without feeling unnerved. Phoo! Darkness descended abruptly and turned the entire passageway pitch black. This pitch black darkness was woven together by thick darkness elements and was not a mere illusion. In fact, once a spellcaster's mind power had achieved the 7th level, it was very difficult to entrap them in an illusion. At best, they would only be slightly disorientated, and would recover soon enough. Merlin's purpose of casting Darkness Illusory Death was not to cause any harm to these spellcasters but only to disorient them. Once they were disoriented, even for a split second, he would have the advantage to initiate the first move. He could also focus his power and kill at least one 7th level spellcaster. *T, this is a hallucinating spell, act quickly. Some of the spellcasters immediately sensed that something was wrong. Merlin's tactic was meant to give himself an opportunity, but these 7th level spellcasters were almost as old as time, hence they would not be fooled so easily. However, despite their realization, it was not an easy task to regain consciousness. Darkness elements had enveloped the entire passage, so everyone who was inside the passage would be affected by Darkness Illusory Death. Just darkness elements alone would not cause them any harm, but instead, the time spent being disoriented would pose the greatest danger. Incinerating Fire. With a slight narrowing of Merlin's eyes, he transformed into an embodiment of raging fire with flames covering his entire body. Then, he pointed a finger toward the spellcaster who had made the first attack. Boom! Endless surging flames began to burn rapidly on this spellcaster, frantically attacking his defensive spell. Soon enough, the defensive spell collapsed, and a sliver of fear appeared on the face of that 7th level spellcaster. He did not expect that despite the threat posed by 8 7th level spellcasters, he would be killed so quickly. No. With one final wail, the spellcaster was swallowed by the column of pale white flames. Damn it! When the other spellcasters recovered from the illusion, it was already too late. Merlin had already killed a 7th level spellcaster at top speed. Some of their faces appeared gloomy because the killing of a 7th level spellcaster had caused some apprehension and anxiety among them. This was because at some point, they might also be killed by Merlin's lightning speed. Everyone, let's not hesitate anymore. This person is very powerful and can kill any of us in a moment's notice. If we don't join forces now, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble today. The remaining 7 spellcasters quickly formed an alliance. Merlin's tactic had shocked and repulsed them. At the same time, it also made them feel extremely threatened, so it was easier for them to join forces. Darkness Illusory Death. Merlin did not hesitate and cast Darkness Illusory Death again. For a moment, darkness elements filled the entire cave, but this time, these 7th spellcasters were prepared for it. They released their mind power at full blast, their concentration locked on Merlin. Their strong mind power managed to pierce through Darkness Illusory Death, and the darkness elements gradually collapsed and disappeared. Merlin's attack did not work. On the contrary, these 7 7th level spellcasters released a party platter of attacks as spells filled the air and began to rain heavily on Merlin. Merlin's rippling armor emitted a huge glow, and at the same time, Merlin gently extended his palm. This time, everyone could clearly see the oddity in his palm. A blood-red vertical eye seemed to be embedded in Merlin's palm. The eye was blinking continuously, and whoever crossed gaze with this blood-red eye felt a heart-faltering sense of fear in their hearts that could not be dismissed. Is that the legendary Darkness Eye from the great Legend of Darkness? Even though the spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield were isolated from the rest of the world, there were occasional spellcasters who came to them from the outside, so naturally, they knew of the legendary infamous Darkness Eye. It was an accursed power, and any spellcaster who cultivated the Darkness Eye would not have a pleasant outcome awaiting them. Yet, every spellcaster who cultivated Darkness Eye had been incomparably fearsome. Darkness Eye represented something far more terrifying. Wherever Darkness Eye appeared, darkness and murder would follow. Darkness Eye, dispel. Faced with the endless spell attacks, Merlin dared not act carelessly. He did not want rippling armor to withstand so many 7th level spells. Even though rippling armor was powerful enough to withstand the attacks of 7th level spells, there were too many spells, so he was afraid that his replenishment of magic power might not be able to keep up with its consumption. In that situation, it would be dangerous for him. If rippling armor disappeared, no matter how strong he was, Merlin would be decimated into fine powder by that barrage of spells. Therefore, Merlin wielded the third form of Darkness Eye so that it could at least reduce, if not completely dispel, the attacks from the 7 opponents. A crimson ray flew forward and transformed into a large net, aggressively tackling the barrage of incoming spells. Hum hum hum. The crimson ray glowed bright red as the attacking spells began to weaken, with some even fizzling completely. Facing Darkness Eye, many spells could not contend against its strength. Even the strongest spells would only cause Darkness Eye to consume some additional magic power at most. With Darkness Eye blocking the barrage of spells head-on, Merlin began to feel a great amount of pressure. At the same time, the blood-red eye in his palm seemed to be emitting a mournful wail. Although the third form of Darkness Eye was capable of withstanding 7th level spells with ease, it could only hold up for a short while in face of such a constant siege. Crack! Finally, the crimson light ray split apart. The blood-red eye in Merlin's palm appeared to be gravely injured and became lethargic. Even the crimson ray faded slightly. Darkness Eye was indeed gravely injured as its third form was incapable of withstanding so many 7th level spell attacks. However, Merlin could also distinctly feel that there was a stronger force within Darkness Eye which was trying to break free of its bindings. This force, once released, would not allow any of these 7th level spellcasters to escape unscathed. In fact, even an 8th level spellcaster was not a noteworthy opponent. In his heart, Merlin knew very succinctly that the vicious force inside Darkness Eye should not be released. It was the 4th form of Darkness Eye which had been sealed by Wizard Leo. Once the seal was broken, an unparalleled force would burst forth from within. Back then, Wizard Leo had used the 4th form of Darkness Eye to kill a powerful 8th level spellcaster. However, despite having obtained unparalleled power, Wizard Leo paid a heavy price for it. Not only had his body become skin and bones, but he was also killed by the backlash from Darkness Eye when he wielded the 4th form for the second time. Unless it was the last resort, Merlin would not break open the 4th form of Darkness Eye. It was his final trump card, one that he would not use and lessen until he was faced with a life-or-death situation and had no other way out. Right now, the spell attacks had been greatly weakened and his ripping armor had not shown any indication of failure. The spells were still landing relentless on the armor, but all they did was stir up waves of ripples on the armor. It's my turn. Merlin withstood the first wave of attacks from the 7 spellcasters, and now the runic heartprint began to appear subtly in between his eyebrows. Chapter 408, Darkfire Incarnate 4. Chapter 408, Darkfire Incarnate 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fire. With Merlin's low growl, raging flames began to pour out and melded into a pack of huge flaming dragons. These dragons then flew toward the 7 spellcasters. Merlin's incinerating fire was on par with the peak power of a 7th level spell, so these spellcasters did not dare to overlook it and began to cast their individual spells to resist its attack. However, casting incinerating fire was merely a distraction to buy time for Merlin to set up a runic magic circle. The runic heartprint gradually glowed brighter and became more visible. Binding circle, seal. Merlin's runic heartprint contained an array of runic magic circles such as attacking circles, defensive circles, suppressing circles, and so on. However, most of them required a long time to set up. After all, the runic heartprint was not a runic magic disc, so it was not a pre-prepared arrangement. The runic heartprint was created by the great wizard Fidel's profound understanding of runes. It was capable of storing countless numbers of runic magic circles, and these could be set up by a completely rune-illiterate spellcaster. Nevertheless, truly strong runic magic circles still required a long time to be laid out, thus Merlin could only search for a relatively suitable runic magic circle that only required a short time to be set up. Novelful, of course, the binding circle was still strong enough to bind a 7th level spellcaster. Hum hum hum. Flecks of mysterious runes emerged from the runic heartprint and rapidly coalesced into a mysterious runic magic circle. Following a point from Merlin's finger, the runic magic circle flew toward one of the 7th level spellcasters. *T, it's a runic magic circle. This bastard can also cast runic magic circles? These 7th level spellcasters became even more flabbergasted. The techniques wielded by Merlin far exceeded the limits of an average spellcaster. Moreover, the power of his Pandora demon abilities, spells, and now runic magic circle, were all extremely powerful, making it seem like Merlin would not be defeated despite the odds of 7 to 1. In addition, these spellcasters did not seem to have noticed that Merlin was not actually a 7th level spellcaster or even a 4th level spellcaster. If they knew the truth, he would have been just another worthless low-level spellcaster in their eyes. Boom! The runic magic circle slammed down mercilessly and transformed into an invisible cage, confining one of the spellcasters within. Breaking a runic magic circle too, required a long amount of time. Therefore, when Merlin saw the effectiveness of the first runic magic circle, he began to repeat his steps. Relying on the power of the runic heartprint, he set up another binding circle and imprisoned another spellcaster. Damn it, since when did such a powerful spellcaster emerge in Sub-Zero Snowfield? Not only does he have powerful spells, but he also has mysterious Pandora demon abilities, and can set up powerful runic magic circles in a short time. Who could defeat him? The remaining spellcasters appeared in despair and lost their will to fight. In the first place, their temporary alliance was a fragile one which was formed for a common goal only. Once they saw that it was hopeless to defeat Merlin, the thought of retreating immediately formed in their minds. The mad wizard Mobundu, especially, was incontestably the most thick-skinned as he was the first to run away. Go, go, go. The never-ending book might be invaluable, but we won't be able to get our hands on it this time. This person is as formidable as those 8th level monsters. Novelful, the fact that the 7th level spellcasters wanted to leave made things much simpler for Merlin. Although he was powerful, he could not stop any of the spellcasters who were bent on leaving, besides the ones he had already imprisoned. Moments later, the 7 spellcasters had disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 spellcasters who had been imprisoned by Merlin's runic magic circle. Swish! Merlin's gaze landed on these 2 remaining spellcasters. Their hearts ran cold and one of the older, a white-haired spellcaster hurriedly said, "Great wizard, we're willing to sign a contract with you and follow after your lead." Sign a contract? Merlin paused in thought. A 7th level spellcaster would make a great assistant. No matter the situation, a 7th level spellcaster would not be taken lightly. If he had 2 7th level spellcasters as assistants in this unfamiliar Sub-Zero Snowfield, it would save him a lot of trouble. With this line of thought, Merlin replied, "Sign a slave contract and I'll spare your lives." A slave contract? Upon hearing Merlin's demand, the 2 spellcasters' faces paled. In order to survive in a harsh region like Sub-Zero Snowfield, they had used all sorts of underhanded methods including murder and deception, and slowly grown step by step. The journey to become a 7th level spellcaster was truly not easy. Therefore, compared to spellcasters from other regions, spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield were more willing to surrender themselves to more powerful spellcasters. Thus, signing a contract was very common. However, the restrictions of a slave contract were much greater because their lives and deaths would be held in the hands of their master. This was the reason why both spellcasters hesitated. Merlin narrowed his eyes and extended a pale hand. A white flame flickered to life and started to burn. If they turned down his demand, he would kill them immediately with incinerating fire. Seeing the white flame in Merlin's hands, the two spellcasters paled further. Gnashing their teeth, they gritted and said, "We can sign the slave contract, but there must be an expiry date. 100 years. After 100 years, you must let us go free." Finally, the two spellcasters agreed to sign the slave contract with Merlin. Again, compared to spellcasters from other regions, due to long periods of surviving in a harsh environment, concepts like self-dignity had long since been abandoned. Their foremost priority was to preserve their own lives, so even the most severe slave contract was acceptable to them. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. He was starting to like Sub-Zero Snowfield. If he was in the southern spellcaster world, no matter how dire the situation, it would be totally impossible for a 7th-level spellcaster to agree to a slave contract. In contrast, this demand did not appear too difficult to fulfill in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Following that, Merlin extracted 2 contracts from his ring, which swiftly flew in front of the 2 spellcasters. They could only clench their teeth together as they carved down their mind imprints on the contract. Merlin held the 2 contracts in his hand but did not stow them away immediately. Instead, he imprinted the power of the Flame Maxim onto both contracts. With the binding power of the Flame Maxim, even if the 2 spellcasters became Great Legend spellcasters later, they would not be able to break the binding power of the contract. Merlin was being too cautious. Even during the spellcasters' most glorious era, Great Legend spellcasters were few and far in between. Every Great Legend wizard had been a powerful existence who was able to fight against the gods. Today, whether or not the Great Legend wizard still existed was a mystery. Therefore, even without the imprint of the Flame Maxim, Merlin did not have to worry about any unexpected occurrences. With the contract in hand, Merlin no longer had to worry about the threat from these 2 spellcasters. The runic heartprint between his eyebrows flashed faintly and the runic magic circle disappeared in an instant. The 2 spellcasters exchanged a convoluted glance, their expressions troubled. Right now, they had become Merlin's slaves and would be controlled by Merlin for 100 years. Master! Nevertheless, these 2 spellcasters had succeeded in growing themselves despite the harsh conditions of Sub-Zero Snowfield. Naturally, they were not wizards who were easily defeated. They quickly adjusted their outlook and greeted Merlin respectfully. Merlin nodded, assessing both spellcasters from top to toe with his gaze. He was not unfamiliar with handling slaves. For example, he had placed his slave wizard Banmu with the Wilson family. Between the 2 spellcasters, one was slightly older, and the other had triangular eyes and looked somewhat fierce. At this moment, however, their faces were filled with congratulatory expressions. The transition from a respected 7th-level spellcaster to a lowly slave could be described as a plummet from their previous positions, which would be hard to accept for most people. Yet, these 2 controlled their emotions well. "What are you called?" Merlin asked casually. The older spellcaster hurriedly replied, "Master, my name is Ernie." The fierce-looking spellcaster also spoke respectfully, "Master, my name is Watson." "Ernie, Watson, you 2 lead the way. We can leave the 1,000-mile snow cave now," Merlin said in a deep voice. He had obtained the 2nd volume of the never-ending book, so it was not necessary to remain inside the 1,000-mile snow cave any longer. Otherwise, if some 8th-level or 9th-level spellcasters came along, then Merlin would be in danger. Leaving the 1,000-mile snow cave right now would be dangerous as well, but he had his newly minted slaves, Ernie and Watson, to walk in front of him and fend off some of the unexpected attacks. Ernie and Watson exchanged a helpless glance but had no choice. They, too, knew that it was extremely dangerous to walk in front of Merlin right now. Perhaps another powerful spellcaster was just lurking around the next corner in the dark, waiting for Merlin to appear and launch a violent attack on him. Since the 2 of them were walking in front, they would have to block any surprise attacks for Merlin. In the dark silent cave, Merlin followed behind Ernie and Watson and carefully sensed for movement in his surroundings. At the same time, Ernie and Watson also dared not lower their guards because if there was an attack, they would be the first to be sacrificed. Ernie and Watson were well familiar with the underhanded tactics of spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield, so they were extremely cautious. Their mind power was constantly engaged to watch out for any movement around them, and they had cast defensive spells around themselves. They would rather expend their magic powers than to save it without the spell. Although they were extremely watchful and cautious, they did not encounter any attacks all the way until they saw the light at the cave exit. The closer they inched to the exit, Ernie and Watson heightened their guard. Suddenly, both Ernie and Watson stopped in their tracks. Ernie grounded his teeth a few times and said in an almost begging voice, "Master, there'll definitely be many wizards waiting to ambush us at the cave exit right now. It's very dangerous for us to leave. You two go ahead." Merlin sighed deeply and then commanded in a steel voice. Obviously, he was sending Ernie and Watson to test the waters and bear the first wave of attacks. Ernie and Watson did not have a choice since they had signed the slave contract and their lives rested in Merlin's hands. Naturally, they did not dare disobey his orders. "Damn it, let's just sprint out as fast as we can." They exchanged a look of resigned determination at one another. Merlin was rendered speechless watching their behavior. All they were going to do was to leave the cave. Was there really a need to look as if they were walking to the gallows? Following that, strong elemental fluctuations flashed on their bodies. Like a spark of electricity, they zoomed out of the cave. Chapter 409, Darkfire Incarnate V. Chapter 409, Darkfire Incarnate V. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rumble rumble. Before wizards Ernie and Watson could even exit the cave, the entire cave was shaken by a huge bombardment, like the entire structure was quaking. Flames, ice crystals, tornadoes. Almost every spell conceivable had been concentrated to full power and aimed straight at the mouth of the cave. The power levels of the spells were also vastly different. There were 5th, 6th, and even 7th level spells. Under the siege of so many spells, the previously determined looks on wizards Ernie and Watson changed rapidly into despair. With speeds faster than before, they flew back into the cave. "Master, there's really no way to go out." Wizards Ernie and Watson hung their heads bitterly. They really dared not dash out again. If the horrible wave of attack resumed and landed on their bodies, no matter how many layers of defensive spells they wore, the impenetrable barrage of spells would kill both of them in an instant. The mere recall of the horrible attack still left some residual fear in them. This was the reality of Sub-Zero Snowfield. As long as there was a common enemy, regardless of whoever it was, these spellcaster would join forces. Ernie and Watson could just imagine that hundreds of spellcasters joining forces outside, waiting for Merlin to appear and launch a vicious attack on him. The scale of attack earlier had shocked even Merlin as he was not sure if he would be able to withstand it. "What do we do now? We can't just hide in here." Merlin's face sunk and his eyes landed on Ernie and Watson in contemplation. He was thinking if he should use the two of them as cannon fodders to divert the attention of the spellcasters outside, so he would dash out behind them. As long as he could exit the cave, he could rely on Flash Wind to further increase the speed of Rainbow Wind, and no one would be able to catch up to him. Seeing Merlin sizing them up with his gaze, Ernie and Watson's expression waned slightly. They were wizards who had survived as 7th-level spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield, so they were, of course, aware of Merlin's line of thought to use them as cannon fodders. If they previously held a tiny trace of hope to survive the dash outside, after the horrible siege of spells, they no longer held any hope. If they really continued to dash outside the cave, they would be killed by the endless barrage of spells in an instant. The fact that these two were willing to sign such a severe slave contract with Merlin in the first place proved that they were less than eager to die. Therefore, before Merlin could speak, Wizard Ernie said, "Master, we can't just dash out like that. We might be killed by those hiding at the mouth of the cave itself. Since some of the 7th-level spellcasters managed to escape earlier, they must have spread the word that the never-ending book was with Merlin. That was why so many people had joined forces to kill Merlin, as it was their only hope to obtain the never-ending book. What ideas do you have?" Merlin asked slowly. Unless he had no other choice, he, too, did not want to sacrifice these two 7th-level spellcasters as cannon fodders. However, if there was no other way, then they would have to do it. Wizards Ernie and Watson obviously knew their lives were hanging on the line, so they cracked their brains to think of a solution. After a moment, they came up with a plan. "Master, we can help test the waters and take the risk dashing outside, but we'll have to make some preparations, and we need your help." Wizard Ernie paused, then bit his lip and continued. please also lay out some runic magic circles on our bodies, especially those with powerful defensive powers. Oh. Runic magic circles? That's quite easy. With the runic heartprint, runic magic circles were a relatively simple solution for Merlin. He activated the runic heartprint that was looming between his eyebrows. The runic heartprint contained an array of runic magic circles, including some powerful defensive runic magic circles, but they required a long time to be set up. Fortunately, they were not pressed for time right now because none of the wizards outside dared to step inside the 1,000-mile snow cave. Therefore, Merlin had plenty of time to slowly arrange the runic magic circles on wizards Ernie and Watson. Soon, with the help of the runic heartprint, Merlin had arranged 2 runic magic circles that covered wizards Ernie and Watson from head to toe. The mysterious runes glowed brightly, giving Ernie and Watson a little peace of mind. With the protection of the runic magic circles as well as their own powerful defensive spells as 7th-level spellcasters, their confidence increased a notch to dash out of the cave. Nevertheless, before exiting, there was one last critical step. Puppet, come out! Wizard Ernie used his large hand to grab 2 golden puppets from his ring. These puppets were commonly used in alchemy products. Of course, an intelligent puppet would require advanced knowledge of alchemy to produce, but an ordinary inanimate puppet like this was relatively simple to make. All it needed was a large number of alchemy ingredients. Once these 2 puppets were affixed with elemental crystal stones, they began to move slowly. Their abilities were not very strong, only about equivalent to a 6th-level spellcaster, but the purpose of Ernie and Watson summoning the puppets was to use them as cannon fodders. They would at least divert the first wave of attack, which would hopefully enable Ernie and Watson to dash out the cave after them. Although it was still highly dangerous, the 1,000-mile snow cave had only one exit. Moreover, since they had become Merlin's slaves, they had no choice but to dash out. It was their only hope of survival. Otherwise, with just a single intention from Merlin, he could sentence them to death. Go! Wizards Ernie and Watson were now Merlin's cannon fodders, but even then, they did not want to just wait helplessly to be claimed by death. On the contrary, they would do all they could in exchange for a hope of survival. In fact, the 2 of them had a good grasp of the psychology of the spellcasters waiting outside. If they were one of the spellcasters outside, they, too, would be aiming straight at the exit. No matter whoever appeared from the cave, they would do whatever it took to kill the person, all for a chance at obtaining the never-ending book. Following the low growl from Wizard Ernie, the 2 puppets were the first to dash out of the cave. Despite their huge physiques, upon emerging outside the cave, a barrage of spells already blasted them into fine ashes. The 2 powerful puppets dashed out of the cave and just like that, they were blasted into ashes. This made Wizards Ernie and Watson feel very uneasy. Nevertheless, they followed after the puppets and dashed out, seizing the tiny gap after the first wave of attack to exit the cave. Bang bang bang. However, despite having managed to dash out of the cave, they were still faced with a series of terrifying attacks. Numerous spellcasters wielded their strongest powers, hell-bent on killing anyone who exited the cave. Unfortunately for Wizards Ernie and Watson, who were cannon fodders, they attracted the attention of all the spellcasters, and a barrage of spells rained down upon the 2 of them. Crack! The incomparably powerful defensive runic magic circle only managed to withstand the attacks for a small amount of time, and suddenly broke apart. Even the defensive spells on their bodies flashed continuously as if they were going to collapse at any time. Master, save us! Wizards Ernie and Watson did not care anymore. At the brink of life and death, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Whoosh! When their voices fell, a spellcaster had appeared outside the cave, unbeknownst to everyone. It was Merlin. While Ernie and Watson were occupying all the spellcasters' attention, nobody noticed that there was still one more spellcaster left inside the cave. It was their real target, Merlin, who also held the never-ending book. After Merlin exited the cave, he saw a dense group of spellcasters gathered below, driving Ernie and Watson into a dangerous situation. Humph! Merlin's eyes glimpsed as he had not performed a massacre for a long time. After all, killing was almost part and parcel of darkness-type spells. Additionally, spellcasters who cultivated darkness-type spells for an extended period tended to be more or less affected. Darkness illusory death. By nature, darkness-type spells were never limited to a certain number. No matter how many people were present, it did not affect the effectiveness of the spell. Thus, with just one darkness-type spell, most of the spellcasters were trapped in an illusion. With a wave of Merlin's finger, the bright clear sky suddenly dimmed and darkened into a night sky. Large slabs of darkness elements began to shroud the entire sky. The sky was completely pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Even their mind power did not seem to have any effect, and most spellcasters were still trapped inside the infinite illusion. Darkness illusory death could not only entrap but also kill a spellcaster. In this case, the darkness element morphed into a razor-sharp blade and slashed the spellcasters who were still trapped in the illusion. Although the attacking power from the darkness element was quite weak, for spellcasters who were trapped in the illusion, even the weakest attack could not be resisted. Therefore, from the moment Merlin wielded darkness illusory death, numerous spellcasters were slaughtered. The stench of blood and death rose into the air and lingered. Merlin activated Darkness Eye. He could clearly feel the negative emotions grow as the number of deaths increased, which were subsequently absorbed greedily by Darkness Eye. Negative emotions were the source of power for Darkness Eye. As long as it continued to absorb negative energy, Darkness Eye would become more and more powerful and could be cultivated to its 5th or even 6th form. It's not surprising that spellcasters who cultivated Darkness Eye are often accompanied by killing and fear. It's the favorite source of power for Darkness Eye. Merlin muttered under his breath. Naturally, the negative energy did not affect him, but it gave him a deeper understanding of Darkness Eye. Our master's darkness-type spell is truly formidable. Seeing that Merlin was able to effortlessly kill numerous spellcasters, especially those who were completely immersed in the illusion, they could be killed with any spell. Wizards Ernie and Watson felt a slight chill in their bones. Compared to Merlin, the so-called massacre in Sub-Zero Snowfield was nothing but a child's play. This was a true massacre. Wherever darkness shrouded, the stench of blood appeared. Chapter 410, Darkfire Incarnate 6. Chapter 410, Darkfire Incarnate 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wisps of negative energy wormed into Darkness Eye. Merlin could even sense the glee of Darkness Eye in his palm. Before Wizard Leo died, he had told Merlin that Darkness Eye was sentient. Merlin now felt even more keenly that Darkness Eye was sentient indeed. Darkness Eye only required a continuous supply of negative energy to grow. The Master of Darkness Eye would finally be unable to suppress it and suffer from a backlash. In its lengthy history, most spellcasters who cultivated Darkness Eye had, in fact, died due to the backlash from Darkness Eye. It was not surprising that Darkness Eye was called a cursed power. Want to come out? Without my permission, you have no way of doing so. Merlin seemed to be speaking to himself. In his eyes, he glimpsed an enormous ghostly face which snarled as it battered against the unyielding cage. Once it broke through, the ghostly face would surge out and swallow Merlin. This was the 4th form of Darkness Eye which had been sealed by Wizard Leo using the last of his strength. Now that it was stimulated by the negative energy, it was futilely trying to break the seal. Darkness Eye has always been a concealed danger. Although Merlin knew that Darkness Eye could not become much of a threat within a short period, if there ever came a day when he unleashed the 4th form of Darkness Eye and resulted in its backlash, he could still use the flame maxim to quell it by force. He would not end up like Wizard Leo who died due to the backlash. However, even the 4th form of Darkness Eye would result in such a terrifying backlash. In the future, there would be the 5th, the 6th, even the 7th form. How dreadful would those be? Anyone who cultivated Darkness Eye would have no way of getting rid of it unless they acted like Leo, who paid with his life to seal Darkness Eye. Only then could he extract Darkness Eye. Nonetheless, in that particular case, Wizard Leo had died all the same. Merlin could not bear the burden of such a cost. Thus, in the long term, Darkness Eye was really an unstable, dormant danger. No one knew when it would suddenly flare up. These thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind all at once because Merlin's recent massacre had generated great amounts of negative energy. This was absorbed by Darkness Eye, which tried in vain to tempt Merlin to unleash its 4th form. Thus, all of these considerations crossed his mind. Nevertheless, The priority now was to suppress the spellcasters below because numerous beams of colossal mind power had soared into the sky, threatening to dispel Darkness Illusory Death. Darkness Illusory Death was not of much use against spellcasters above the 7th level. Therefore, Merlin pointed to the space between his eyebrows with both hands. The runic heartprint instantly emerged once more. Seal! Mysterious runes rapidly flew out from the runic heartprint, glowing brightly in the sky. Following that, they were directed by Merlin's mind power and rushed down immediately toward a few spellcasters with formidable mind power. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. This time, Merlin freely displayed the amazing capabilities of the runic heartprint. Blocks of mysterious runes quickly filled the sky, and powerful runic magic circles were consolidated one after another. Then, they all flew downward. All those who were bound by the runic magic circles, even if just for a while, was enough to please Merlin because he had employed the runic magic circles only to restrict their movements. Fiery collapse. Pale white flames burst out in an instant, and like the spark that started a prairie fire, quickly extended in all directions. The area which was engulfed in darkness was turned into a sea of fire. If runic magic circles and Darkness Illusory Death were unable to cause those 7th level spellcasters any real damage, then the current fiery collapse caused them no end of dread. This was because the 7th level defensive spells they had cast were unable to withstand even the slightest contact with fiery collapse. By relying on the second form of fiery collapse, Merlin had eliminated a few 7th level spellcasters before, so those 7th level spellcasters could not afford to underestimate this attack. Let's go quickly. Darkfire Incarnate is far too fearsome. We have no way of contending against him. Darkfire Incarnate, from now on, there's one more terror in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Without realizing it, Merlin had acquired the nickname of Darkfire Incarnate. Of course, Merlin obtained this through his killings and his force. It was merely a nickname, yet it encapsulated Merlin's most frightening techniques. However, 7th level spellcasters were formidable, after all. The runic magic circles which Merlin had constructed in a hurry could not hold on for long, so a few spellcasters broke out of the binding of the runic magic circle. Thereafter, they quickly escaped from the burning sea of fire, terror-stricken. Following their departure, the name of Darkfire Incarnate would also reverberate across Sub-Zero Snowfield. Darkfire Incarnate? An eerie smirk appeared on Merlin's lips. He had not expected that he would have such a nickname, one that was unmatched in its tyranny. In the Southern Spellcaster world, not even those 9th level spellcasters would dare to go by such an imperious title. However, this was not the Southern Spellcaster world but the incomparably chaotic Sub-Zero Snowfield. Here, there was a simple method to obtain a nickname, which was to slaughter. It was just like in the case of that mad wizard Mob Undo, who was malevolent and unscrupulous but with powerful abilities. Once he began killing, he had no mercy, so he achieved the label of Mad Wizard, making spellcasters clench their jaws when they mentioned him. Master! Just then, Ernie and Watson hurried to Merlin's side. Their current appearance was rather pitiful. They had fled from the caves previously. Although they used 2 puppets to withstand the first wave of attack, they were still in a dangerous situation as they were bombarded by countless spells. If Merlin had not appeared in time and cast Darkness Illusory Death inundating all the spellcasters here, Ernie and Watson would have been in a less favorable situation. Buoyed by the elated adrenaline of having narrowly escaped death, their minds could think of nothing else when they saw Merlin's godlike display of might. Master, we spotted Mad Wizard Mob Undo escaping earlier. Only Mad Wizard Mob Undo could instigate so many spellcasters to attack. Upon mentioning Mad Wizard Mob Undo, an expression of rage flashed across Wizard Ernie's face. It looked like Mad Wizard had made him suffer in the past. Master, do you want us to hunt down Mad Wizard Mob Undo? Wizard Ernie currently appeared to be incomparably disconcerted, yet he wanted to chase after Mad Wizard Mob Undo. It must be a matter of pride. Merlin could tell that although Mad Wizard Mob Undo's powers were not that great, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, he was treacherous and cunning, being able to stay on in Sub-Zero Snowfield without trouble despite offending so many. Naturally, there must be something special about him, and he would not be that easy to kill. There's no need to create further trouble. Come on, we can't stay here any longer. Merlin looked at the utter state of disorder that stretched across the front of the 1,000-mile snow cave. The stench of blood pervaded the air. He knew that they must not linger on here. If they did so and attracted 8th level spellcasters, they would be in danger. Thus, Merlin, Wizard Ernie, and Wizard Watson quickly left the 1,000-mile snow cave. The icy wind wailed in the white, blinding expanse of the snowstorm. 3 figures sped along in the air. "Master, the snowstorm is far too violent. Should we find a place to rest first?" These 3 individuals were Merlin and his 2 7th-level slaves. They were flying aimlessly, only wanting to leave the 1,000-mile snow cave as far behind as possible. They did not expect to encounter such a huge snowstorm in their journey. The forces of nature were still beyond spellcasters. Even a great wizard would become helpless when faced with certain powers of nature. Only the great legendary wizards had the ability to shift even the weather and the landscape. Merlin nodded in assent. There was really no point in continuing their flight with such a powerful snowstorm, so they found a cave which was relatively dry as a temporary shelter from the snowstorm. The climate of Sub-Zero Snowfield was so unpleasant that even spellcasters found it hard to take. It was thanks to this that no normies lived in Sub-Zero Snowfield despite the provision of ample land. Only spellcasters were able to survive in Sub-Zero Snowfield. In the cave, Wizard Ernie started a bonfire. The red flames were reflected upon the faces of Merlin and the rest, shifting incessantly along with the cold wind that blew in from time to time. Merlin thought back to the battle today. His darkness-type spell in addition to Darkness Heart was now so formidable, and it was unaffected by the number of spellcasters. Perhaps other spellcasters would be afraid of the joined forces of countless spellcasters. In such a case, even 7th-level spellcasters could be overwhelmed and killed. However, with Merlin's darkness-type spell, he could place everyone into an illusion no matter how many of them. Besides the darkness-type spell, the might of Fiery Collapse had also increased. The second form had improved its powers greatly, reaching the peak of a 7th-level spell, which was also its limit. Any spell that was not on the 8th level would be unable to block the scorching of Fiery Collapse. It was because of Merlin's powerful darkness-type and fire-type spells that he was named Dark Fire Incarnate by the many spellcasters of Sub-Zero Snowfield. Still, other than these spells, what pleased Merlin was the use of the runic heartprint. The runic magic circles created by the runic heartprint had miraculous strength. He was able to contend against 8 7th-level wizards, defeat them, and even turn 2 7th-level spellcasters, Ernie and Watson, into his slaves. He could not have done all this without the runic heartprint. The functions of runes did not merely include attacking, defending, and binding, which were not that different from most spells. They could further be used to create runic magic circles to be used to teleport over long distances. Nonetheless, this would require runic magic circles that were set up in advance. The one-way teleportation could only be carried out after the 2 magic circles were mutually activated. Otherwise, if one traversed through space aimlessly by carelessly using a runic magic circle, one was very likely to become trapped in a spatial gap, which was akin to seeking one's own death. The only exception was spatial-type spells. Only then would one be able to freely traverse space. Nevertheless, even then, one would need to use up an inconceivable amount of magic power, which most spatial wizards could not endure. Novel full. Ever since Merlin had arrived at Sub-Zero Snowfield, he discovered that the runic magic circles he created here were unable to react with the runic magic circles surrounding the dark magic region. In other words, he had no way of teleporting there directly. He would still have to rely on flight to return to the vicinity of the dark magic region in order to locate the runic magic circles, to enter the dark magic region. Sub-Zero Snowfield is a good place indeed. At the moment, the southern spellcasters must have descended into chaos. It looks like I should stay in Sub-Zero Snowfield for a period of time and set up some runic magic circles for emergency use. All these thoughts crossed Merlin's mind. Although Sub-Zero Snowfield was disorderly, this could not be more suitable for Merlin. Moreover, he was able to avoid getting involved with the conflict between the southern spellcaster world and Osmu. Thus, he should leave behind a few concealed runic magic circles in Sub-Zero Snowfield. In the future, if he encountered danger, he would have the chance to escape in this direction through the runic magic circles set up by the runic heartprint. If Merlin had set up a few hidden runic magic circles in Sub-Zero Snowfield beforehand, he would not have to force his way out of the 1,000-mile snow cave, and could instead bring Ernie and Watson directly to the runic magic circle, teleporting their way out. Novel full. This was a frightening characteristic of a runologist, who was unmatched in their ability to escape. According to Merlin's understanding, that mad wizard Mobundu, who had offended many spellcasters, including a great number of powerful ones, was himself a runologist who was highly accomplished in runology. It was by relying on runic magic circles that Mobundu had escaped from being killed repeatedly, surviving up until now. At last, Merlin set out a runic magic circle in the cave. He did not keep this a secret from Ernie and Watson. They were Merlin's slaves, so Merlin controlled their every gesture and every word. Even if they knew that Merlin had arranged a runic magic circle here, they would not dare to mess it up, to say nothing of telling others. Therefore, the other two might as well pretend that they knew nothing, and closed their eyes to restore the magic power they had used up to date. Chapter 411, True and False Clues. Chapter 411, True and False Clues. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh. He had not only set up a runic magic circle in this cave, but also left the cave, braved the snowstorm, and created runic magic circles at a few other hidden locations. In this manner, Merlin had placed runic magic circles in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Based on the great power of the runic heartprint, Merlin was able to perceive any runic magic circle he had set as long as it was in Sub-Zero Snowfield. In the future, even if he encountered any danger, he could instantly create a runic magic circle and teleport here. This was an effective method of survival. After he had set up the runic magic circles, Merlin found that the snowstorm had not ended. Thus, he could only stay in the cave, using this opportunity to review the second volume of the never-ending book which he had just acquired. Opening the never-ending book, he was greeted with 4th level to 6th level spells. It was a dazzling array of spells which was far more comprehensive than the first volume of the never-ending book that Merlin had obtained back then. Not bad. The 4th to 6th level spells within this second volume of the never-ending book could be used to populate the database of the Matrix. With that, Merlin activated the Matrix and began scanning and recording the 4th to 6th level spells of the never-ending book into the Matrix. Merlin was very strict about the spells he placed into the database of the Matrix. He would not populate the database with spells which were too simple or even full of flaws. Only when the various spells used were of a certain quality would the derived spells be more refined and have greater power. Therefore, ensuring the quality of spells within the database was crucial. Nevertheless, Merlin knew that the true form of the never-ending book was not like this. Previously, the first volume of the never-ending book which he obtained had only revealed its true form after the Black Cat Didymos had deciphered the runes. Only then did Merlin learn the secret of the never-ending book. Thus, in order to learn the secret of the third volume of the never-ending book, he would have to decipher the runes hidden in the never-ending book. In the past, Merlin would be helpless when faced with this, having to rely on the Black Cat Didymos to decipher the runes in the never-ending book. However, now that Merlin had the runic heartprint, the mystical heartprint created by the great wizard Fidel with his blood and sweat, he was able to decipher even the most complicated, obscure runes. Following that, Merlin's left hand tapped his forehead, and the runic heartprint surfaced indistinctly. As expected, after the runic heartprint appeared, Merlin could view the hidden, dense runes in the second volume of the never-ending book. So, there's a runic magic circle after all. Runic heartprint, decipher. Immediately, mysterious runes flew out from the runic heartprint and burrowed into the never-ending book. The runes which were firmly adhered to the never-ending book flashed slightly, following which they gradually faded under the effect of the runic heartprint. The never-ending book glowed with a soft light once more, after which its appearance changed greatly. It took on a form that was similar to the first volume of the never-ending book. The only difference was that this was the second volume, and it held many 4th level to 6th level spells. It's been deciphered as I thought. This is the true form of the second volume of the never-ending book. Merlin felt a rush of glee and hurriedly focused his gaze on the cover of the never-ending book. He carefully looked for information regarding the third volume. Back then, the first volume of the never-ending book had mentioned that the second volume was at the Death Sea, whereas the third volume was in the Rock Cavern. However, the second volume of the never-ending book had now appeared in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Merlin could not help but doubt the veracity of the information regarding the other volumes that was presented in the first volume. On the cover of the second volume of the Never-Ending Book, there was also information about the third volume. The third volume of the Never-Ending Book is located in the mysterious Black Desert. Any spellcaster who possesses the second volume of the Never-Ending Book will be able to detect the third volume in the Black Desert. Once all 3 volumes of the Never-Ending Book have been compiled, one will have the chance of retrieving a maxim I had left behind. The cover of the second volume of the Never-Ending Book contained the words left by the great wizard who had created the Never-Ending Book. However, this time, Merlin did not believe these words. Conversely, an odd expression had crossed his face. The first volume of the Never-Ending Book mentioned that the third volume was in the rock cavern, but now the second volume claimed that it was in fact in the mysterious Black Desert. Merlin had heard of neither the rock cavern nor the Black Desert. Still, based on their names alone, he knew that both places would not be a walk in the park. Between them, one of them was surely false, or maybe both were. If Merlin had not obtained the second volume of the Never-Ending Book, he might have truly believed that the third volume was in the rock cavern. If someone had received only the second volume, they might have gone to the Black Desert in search of the third volume. Nonetheless, the more Merlin thought about it, the more he felt that the Never-Ending Book was hidden in neither of these places. These 2 locations were likely false information that the Great Wizard had intentionally left behind back then. As for the Great Wizard's purpose in doing so, he could not guess at the moment. It might merely be a cruel prank played by that wizard or a spontaneous scheme. Still, no matter what the goal was, Merlin would no longer believe that it was in these 2 places. Regardless of whether it was the rock cavern or the Black Desert, Merlin would not go. It's a shame that there are only false clues in the Never-Ending Book. Merlin shook his head helplessly. He took out the first volume of the Never-Ending Book, comparing both volumes. Other than the spells, there was nothing different between them. Swoosh! Suddenly, just as Merlin placed the 2 volumes of the Never-Ending Book together, they began to emit a gentle glow which quickly shrouded both volumes. Merlin's mind power could distinctly feel that the 2 volumes of the Never-Ending Book were slowly merging together. This mystical transformation somewhat stupefied Merlin. The 3 volumes of the Never-Ending Book must surely hold some secrets. Merlin thought that the 3 volumes of the Never-Ending Book were far too enigmatic. Moreover, the wizard must have been a great legendary wizard to be able to leave behind a maxim. It was not surprising that the Never-Ending Book left behind by a great legendary wizard would have strange features. The merging process took only a short time. Soon enough, the light of the Never-Ending Book gradually dissipated, and what was before Merlin's eyes was a volume that appeared more mysterious, filled with an alarming, terrifying force. This force was very likely left behind by that great legend who created the Never-Ending Book. Since they've merged into one volume, what changes are there? With a reach of his hand, Merlin held the transformed Never-Ending Book in his palm. This volume was made by an unknown material which twinkled with a faint golden light. Even the words seemed to contain fantastic magic, making the words unforgettable in just a glance. This new volume of the Never-Ending Book is rather unusual and mysterious. There are 1st to 6th level spells inside, and the spell models are imprinted into one's memory in just a glance. How wondrous! Merlin carefully flipped through the new Never-Ending Book. The contents within had not changed much and were still 1st to 6th level spells. It was appropriate for the merging of the 1st and 2nd volumes. However, there was a great transformation on the cover. As Merlin directed his gaze on the cover of the Never-Ending Book, the words on the cover flew out and formed into words in mid-air. Oh fortunate one, you haven't been to the Death Sea or the Rock Cavern, and likely have not gone to the Black Desert. These places are death traps. Once you step into them, not even a great wizard would be able to help you. Only by possessing the 1st and 2nd volume of the Never-Ending Book can one receive the true message. I have placed the 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book on the top of Sky-Piercing Peak. Only when you've obtained the 3rd volume and merge it forming the Never-Ending Key, will you be able to access the maxim I've left on Sky-Piercing Peak. These words appeared on the cover of the new Never-Ending Book and were deeply imprinted into Merlin's mind. Following that, the words disappeared, and there was not a word left on the cover, only a blank space as if everything had been a dream. However, Merlin knew that it was not a dream. The spellcaster who had left this message behind was a great legendary wizard named Saitu. No matter if it was the never-ending book or the maxim, it was left behind by the great legendary wizard Saitu. Moreover, the initial places of the Death Sea, the Rock Cavern, and the Black Desert were all dangerous locations. Once one entered these places, one would be in a disastrous situation, unable to escape. This was a trap set by Wizard Saitu. He did not know what Wizard Saitu's intention was in devising such a dangerous trap. If Merlin had not obtained the second volume of the never-ending book, he might have actually gone to the Death Sea in search of the second volume. At that point, he would be in grave danger. So, it's at Sky-Piercing Peak? A strange glint emerged in Merlin's eyes. He believed that no wizard in the southern spellcaster world would be unfamiliar with Sky-Piercing Peak, because it was located within the territory of the southern spellcaster world. Moreover, it was very well known, being the highest peak in the south. In addition, a rather famous spellcaster clan had grown in the area surrounding Sky-Piercing Peak, and it was occupied by this clan. Since there's much trouble in the south, I won't go to Sky-Piercing Peak for now. Merlin believed that the third volume of the never-ending book was 90% likely to be at Sky-Piercing Peak. Otherwise, Wizard Saitu would not have gone to such lengths, requiring 2 volumes of the never-ending book to be merged before a new clue was provided. If it was still a false clue, Merlin would admit defeat. A trip to Sky-Piercing Peak was necessary for the sake of a maxim even if turned out to be fake. It was just that he would not go now. The entire southern spellcaster world was in chaos right now. Merlin had escaped all of that, waiting for time to pass before returning. Moreover, Sky-Piercing Peak was occupied by a spellcaster clan. The capabilities of this clan were not weak, and there were a good few 7th-level spellcasters. Even if Merlin reached Sky-Piercing Peak, he would not be able to acquire the third volume of the never-ending book so easily. Therefore, with various reasons considered together, Merlin still decided to stay in Sub-Zero Snowfield for some time. Chapter 412, The Mysterious Frozen Lake. Chapter 412, The Mysterious Frozen Lake. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The snowstorm persisted for a few days before it gradually stopped. The sky outside was finally bathed in a warm stream of sunlight. However, the sun was not fierce in the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield, and even the frost would not melt. Under the illumination of the sunshine, one could clearly see that Sub-Zero Snowfield was piled in a thick blanket of snow. It's time to leave. Merlin cast a glance at Wizards Ernie and Watson in the cave. Now that they had recovered most of their strength, they could hurry on their way. It was just that Merlin did not know where to go. He had only been in Sub-Zero Snowfield for not too long and was not even familiar with the place. Before this, when they had left the 1,000-mile snow cave, he had merely flown off without a direction in mind and did not know where he should head toward. Ernie, where should we go now? Novel full. Merlin directed this question at Wizard Ernie. Wizard Ernie, despite appearing relatively old, had a lively mind. He was fond of trying to figure out Merlin's thoughts and was rather similar to Wizard Bamu in terms of personality. Master, if you don't mind, let's go to where I stay first. Ernie spoke carefully. Naturally, he understood what Merlin meant. After the past few days of observation and learning, Ernie and Watson now knew that Merlin was an outsider who came to Sub-Zero Snowfield, and was not familiar with the situation in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Merlin pondered for a moment. All right, just as you suggested then. We'll head to your place first. Therefore, this band of 3 took flight once more, heading toward Wizard Ernie's residence. In the sky, the view below was an expanse of whiteness as the ground was completely covered in snow. It was extremely astounding. Merlin had never experienced such a spectacular view. Who? Suddenly, a colossal gust of snowstorm appeared in mid-air, rolling toward Merlin and the other 2. Most snowstorms would not be much of a threat to them, but this current one appeared extremely fearsome. Even Merlin was stunned to his core. Keep away from it, move! The runic heartprint between Merlin's brows abruptly flickered once more. Merlin quickly set up a simple runic magic circle to block the snowstorm in front. Crack! It was as if the runic magic circle served no purpose as it was completely crushed and swept away by the snowstorm, turning quickly into fragments. Fortunately, Merlin and the rest had evaded in time. What a formidable snowstorm! Merlin and the rest looked at the snowstorm with lingering trepidation. However, the weather was calm now, so how could there suddenly be this peculiar snowstorm? Moreover, even though this snowstorm was powerful, its range did not cover a large area. Conversely, it only covered a very small region. That's not right. It's not a snowstorm. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. He sharply perceived that this snowstorm contained an extremely veiled trace of elemental fluctuations. Such fluctuations would only appear when someone had cast a spell. Who? Before Merlin could find out the source, another wild gust of snowstorm rolled in from the distance. Wizards Ernie and Watson's expressions shifted greatly. D*MN, what's really happening here? Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson could not help but begin cursing. They felt as if after meeting Merlin in the 1,000-mile snow cave, they had nothing but bad luck, and now they had encountered such an odd snowstorm. These snowstorms contained terrifying strength. Even as 7th-level spellcasters, they dared not resist it by force. There was a possibility that the snowstorm would tear their defensive spells apart, crushing them into pieces. Come on, let's go over for a look. There's something wrong about these snowstorms. After the gusts of the snowstorms had disappeared, Merlin immediately flew into the air, his mind power unreservedly sweeping in all directions. With this, not even the most concealed things could escape its detection. What intense ice element! Those seem to be frozen spellcasters? Merlin's mind power suddenly came across a queer area. It was a lake of unparalleled size. However, the lake could no longer be seen, for it was frozen under a thick layer of ice crystals. On the frozen lake, there were many frozen spellcasters in all sorts of positions and appearances. Their postures were exceedingly amusing as well. Nonetheless, upon closer look, one could see that their current postures were, in fact, a reproduction of how they normally moved. Still, on this frozen lake, these spellcasters were frozen in place, dead forever. The ice sculptures left behind merely preserved the postures of their final moments. There were even shards of ice crystals which had shattered upon falling to the ground. It must be those who tried flying across the lake, not expecting to be frozen, and ended up falling. There's something weird about this lake. Merlin's expression turned solemn. Thereafter, he lightly waved one huge hand, and a flash of thunderbolt appeared on the lake. Crack! He was not surprised in the slightest that even the thunderbolt was frozen immediately, shattering on the ice as it fell. Merlin drew in a deep breath, becoming even more apprehensive of this lake. It should be known that although his Thunder-type spell was not merged with Pandora Demon ability, and he had not constructed a 4th level one, its might should not be underestimated. Now, it was frozen in place instantly. As he considered this, Merlin wanted to investigate the true nature of this lake even more. Thus, his gaze landed on Wizards Ernie and Watson. Novel full. Ernie and Watson, upon seeing that Merlin was staring at them, immediately erupted into grievances deep in their hearts. This frozen lake was so terrifying. Who knew whether they could withstand its effects and avoid being turned into an ice sculpture? However, they could only carry out this perilous task. Why did they have to be Merlin's slaves? A slave's duty was to fulfill their master's every wish, including acting as cannon fodder. Nevertheless, Wizards Ernie and Watson had agreed to become Merlin's slaves because they were hoping to survive. Now that they were facing such a dangerous lake, they were very unwilling to take the risk. Therefore, Wizard Ernie cautiously suggested, "Master, it seems like there's nothing interesting to investigate about this lake. It's far too dangerous. We'd better leave quickly." Leave? Merlin's icy glare swept across Ernie and Watson, following which his tone became even more chilly, causing both of their hearts to tense up. A slave possessed a slave's intuition. Wizards Ernie and Wizard Watson, upon receiving Merlin's frosty glare, dared not linger any longer. They hurriedly began to cast their defensive spells, gnashed their teeth furiously, and flew toward the lake. Nevertheless, as they reached the lakeside, they did not have the courage to fly in directly. Instead, they summoned a few alchemy puppets from their rings. These alchemy puppets did not possess the slightest life force, and were only half complete, and could not even be activated. However, they shared a common point, which was being made of extraordinary material. As a result, they were extremely durable and difficult to destroy, and their sturdiness was capable of withstanding the peak of a 6th-level spell without being damaged. With that, Ernie and Watson got ready to let the alchemy puppets to give it a try so that they could be better prepared. Go forth. They flung the alchemy puppets with all their strength. In an instant, as soon as the alchemy puppets approached the overhead vicinity of the lake, they were immediately frozen and dropped from the sky. Crack crack. The 2 alchemy puppets made of incomparably durable material was unable to defend against the freezing of the lake. They dropped from the air and instantly shattered into fragments. Seeing that even the sturdy alchemy puppets could not withstand the power of this strange lake, Wizards Ernie and Watson turned green in the face. They looked toward Merlin. However, Merlin still wore the same, cold expression, causing them to fall into supreme despair. Why am I, Ernie, so unlucky? Never mind that I've met a wizard who was so strong, but he caused us such a mess. Although it's a lowly state to be a slave, there's still a day where I'll finally win back my freedom. Why did we have to encounter such a peculiar and dangerous place on our journey? Ernie was foul-mouthed and appeared very unwilling. Still, since they were already Merlin's slaves, they dared not disobey Merlin's commands, and could only put on a bold front as they slowly walked toward the lake. Whoosh! By the time they had rushed to the center of the frozen lake, they had each cast their defensive spells. The frigid cold conditions immediately assailed the surface of their bodies, freezing their defensive spells in an instant. Although their spells were not shattered for now, as the ice crystals thickened, they felt an increasing pressure as if their spells would fracture at any second. Once their defensive spells were shattered or they had exhausted their magic power, they would be not far from death, likely to end up like those ice sculptures on the frozen lake. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was sensing the extreme chill of the lake, which only seemed to have absolute dominance over spells below the 7th level, freezing them instantly. However, once it was a 7th level spell, the frigid cold conditions of the lake could not do much besides releasing a terrifying chill. This would freeze Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson to death, and it was completely depleting their magic power. Under the assault of the frigid chill, Wizards Ernie's and Watson's magic power was placed under a great strain. In a short moment, they would no longer be able to hold on, and the chill would invade their bodies, turning them into ice sculptures. The 7th level is the limit. The frigid chill of this frozen lake must be at its limit. 7th level spells can defeat it. Merlin glanced at Wizard Ernie and Watson, who were casting spells in desperation, no longer calculating how much energy was being consumed. There were plenty of benefits in taking both on as slaves. At the very least, when they encountered future dangers, he could send them ahead to bear the brunt. If they were in a perilous area, he could let them forge ahead. Merlin was able to save himself much trouble by having 2 slaves with such powerful abilities, and he did not have to take a risk. Even if they were cannon fodders, Wizards Ernie and Watson were high-grade cannon fodders. They would not die so easily and could likewise bring Merlin plenty of benefits. It was just like how they came across this mysterious lake this time around. Merlin did not need to risk himself to try it out, for Ernie and Watson had already tested out the limit of the frigid chill of the frozen lake. Fiery collapse. Since Merlin now knew the limit of the frigid chill of the frozen lake, he no longer hesitated. He raised a hand and pointed abruptly at the frozen lake. Instantly, in the air above the lake, which was as spotlessly white as a mirror, dense pale white flames appeared and burned furiously. Boom! After Merlin had unleashed the flames, the entire frozen lake began to tremble violently, as if a fearsome power had been residing in the frozen lake and was now gradually reviving. Chapter 413, The Ice Goddess. Chapter 413, The Ice Goddess. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The frozen lake was melting quickly, and a burst of cracking sounds rang out. Merlin immediately withdrew fiery collapse. Ernie and Watson retreated rapidly until they were far away from the frozen lake. Rumble. The frozen lake was still swaying. The surface of the lake, which was initially as glossy as a mirror, began to split open as deep fissures appeared. A ferocious gust of chilly wind suddenly whistled from within, sweeping out from the cracks and gradually fading after it came out. There are stairs? Wizard Ernie suddenly pointed at the crack in the middle on the frozen lake. Indeed, a faintly discernible flight of jade stairs could be seen in the crack. Master, there's something strange about this frozen lake. I've never heard of this in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Who knows, it might have been left behind from a distant past. Since there are stairs, there must have been someone living there. Perhaps it was left behind by a powerful spellcaster. As he spoke, Wizard Watson's eyes twinkled with enthusiasm. If it was left behind by some great spellcasters, then it was an ancient monument. Although Sub-Zero Snowfield was extremely barren, ancient monuments would occasionally appear. From these ancient monuments, they could obtain alchemy, spells, or even precious Pandora demon abilities of the legends, greatly boosting the abilities of spellcasters. This would happen from time to time. Now that they were looking at such a peculiar frozen lake, with its flight of stairs, naturally, one could not help but think of an ancient monument. Both of you, walk ahead. Go in for a look first. Merlin seemed to have come to a decision and spoke to Wizards Watson and Ernie. Wizards Ernie and Watson exchanged a glance in a powerless manner. They were being dispatched as cannon fodders once again, walking into the dangerous unknown of these stairs. No one knew what hazards they would encounter inside. However, they were now Merlin's slaves. This was what they were supposed to do, and they were aware of this. Therefore, they began to heed Merlin's orders and slowly went down the stairs within the crack. Merlin followed behind them both, gradually advancing toward the stairs. This flight of stairs was made of jade which looked magnificent, causing them to gasp in amazement. Jade was enjoyed as an abundant output all over the world. Nonetheless, in terms of time period, there was no doubt that the era that cherished jade the most was the Malta Empire from 3,600 years ago. During the era of the Malta Empire, regardless of whether it was the common folk, the aristocrats or great spell-casters, they all had a great fondness of jade. Therefore, there were traces of jade everywhere. However, to be as extravagant as to use jade to build stairs was rarely seen. Most spell-casters would not have been able to accomplish this. If this ancient monument was truly left behind from the era of the Malta Empire, it must have been an extremely powerful spellcaster, a great wizard at least, who was able to be extravagant enough to use jade to build stairs. Merlin counted, this flight of stairs consisted of around 365 blocks of jade. It was a rough allusion to the number of days in a year. This was definitely not a coincidence. After descending the stairs, they found an extended passage. What astonished them was that in the passage, regardless of whether it was the floor tiles or the two walls and ceilings of the passage, everything was paved with jade. This was basically a world of jade. It was enough to show that the previous master of this place was very fond of jade. Master, the end is just up ahead, and there's only a jade door. Wizard Ernie had stopped in his steps. During this period, they had vigilantly observed all their surroundings. No one knew what sort of dangers lay hidden in the ancient monument. Nonetheless, it looked like they still had not met any dangers, only a jade door. This door was blocking their path, and they could only move ahead by opening the door. Break down the jade door by force. Merlin instructed Wizards Ernie and Watson. This jade door did not appear very strong, and brute force should be enough to break it open. Wizard Ernie drew in a deep breath, and intense elemental fluctuations appeared around his body. Whiz! An ice spear consolidated from ice crystals appeared in an instant, after which it whistled through the air, flying viciously toward the jade door. Rumble! There was a deafening crash. Ernie's 7th level ice-type spell had countless permutations and could be unleashed in various forms, but with more or less the same power. Still, it was unable to shift the door. Master, this jade door is far too solid and durable. I can't get it open. Wizard Ernie was somewhat flustered. He was a majestic 7th level spellcaster, yet now he was incapable of opening a jade door. Merlin had been observing the changes in the door. From the moment Wizard Ernie had cast his spells, mysterious runes had, in fact, emerged on the surface of the jade door. However, these runes were very obscured, and their color was not that different from jade, which was concealed on its surface. If Merlin had not scrutinized it, not even his mind power would detect anything out of the ordinary. It must mean something. So, it's runes? In the past, Merlin did not understand runes, and would not have been able to decipher even a crude runic magic circle. Nevertheless, with the runic heartprint now, no runes could mystify him. Swoosh! The runic heartprint between Merlin's brow flickered faintly, and streams of light engulfed Merlin's eyes. This was the power of the runic heartprint. As long as it was runes, it could not escape the screening of the runic heartprint. As expected, following Merlin's use of the runic heartprint, the runic magic circle on the jade door was discerned clearly by Merlin. This was an extremely mighty and complicated runic magic circle. If one was using brute force, never mind 7th level spells, not even 8th level spells could break it open. The only exception was a special Pandora demon ability such as Merlin's Darkness Eye and Cly's Spatial Blade. The 4th form would need to be unleashed, or it needed a 9th level spell caster to forcibly break the door down. Nonetheless, it was naturally not that troublesome for Merlin. He did not need to force it open because it was a runic magic circle on the jade door. Merlin could use a corresponding runic magic circle to break it open in a precise manner. Whoosh! A beam of light flew from Merlin's forehead. Merlin pressed down firmly with his left hand between his brows. The runic heartprint was throbbing faintly, and mysterious runes accompanied the light. These mysterious runes rapidly flew to the surface of the door. Following that, the jade door quaked slightly. Merlin, using the runic heartprint, could clearly perceive that the runes concealed within the door were gradually dismantled. As soon as the strength of the runic magic circle had vanished completely, the jade door began to slowly swing open. The jade door gradually opened to reveal a hall which seemed to come from a dream world. This great hall was extremely spacious, and the floor was paved with the most exquisite emerald jade. There were also a few massive pillars that were likewise carved from jade. These were made entirely from jade and were not merely inlaid with jade on the surface. This was a genuine world of jade. It was the first time Merlin had witnessed such an opulent place. TSS. As soon as they entered the great hall where everyone was stunned to their core, they could not hold back a cold shiver. This was uncommon indeed. It should be known that they had cast their defensive spells. What sort of extreme chill was able to make them incomparably cold in these circumstances? Their gazes roved around in all directions. In the front of the hall, they saw a wide jade bed, and on this bed lay a bare, naked woman. This woman who was completely bare and naked was at the peak of beauty. Her face was serene, and her eyes were shut, just like a sleeping beauty. It was the first time Merlin had seen such delicate features. Regardless of whether it was Avril or Cherise, there were more or less a few flaws, spoiling their aesthetic looks. Still, this was what they possessed as real humans, and was extremely normal. However, the naked woman lying on the bed before his eyes was perfect from head to toe, without the slightest flaw. It was impossible for a person who was so flawless to exist. Moreover, although the woman's body was completely bare, it aroused neither lust nor longing. Conversely, there was a sense of holy purity as if one should prostrate oneself in worship. The Ice Goddess. Suddenly, a fine light shone in Wizard Ernie's eyes, and he seemed to tremble all over. Wizard Ernie, do you recognize this woman? Merlin looked at Wizard Ernie in suspicion. This aged wizard's personality was similar to Bamu's, but Wizard Ernie was bolder. In order to survive, he had now thoroughly cast aside the pride of being a 7th level spell caster, obeying Merlin's every word. Obviously moved, Wizard Ernie replied, "Exactly, Master, I know this woman. In other words, I've seen her statue before." Master must know that before the era of the Malta Empire, besides spellcasters, there were also powerful gods. These gods were the sole, true rulers of heaven and earth. Normies and spellcasters shared a similar position, being controlled by the gods. However, following the subsequent founding of the Malta Empire, great wizards showed up one after another among spellcasters. Spellcasters entered their most glorious age, and there were even legendary wizards who were able to kill gods. Especially those honored legends, they were even more powerful and scary, leading great wizards to wipe out and suppress countless gods, then banishing many of them. In the end, they've won the glory of spellcasters. As for the appearance of this woman, it's the same as one of the many gods I've seen before in an ancient book. She's called the Ice Goddess, who controls ice and frost, and she's in Thule. We're in Sub-Zero Snowfield, is that not in Thule? Wizard Ernie seemed rather worked up. He had never thought that he would be able to see one of the gods who had been killed, suppressed, or sent into exile by great wizards in the legends. Gods and spellcasters were completely different. If a god was said to be innately powerful, possessing great strength from birth, then their chances of growing stronger in the future were far too slim. The only way for these countless gods to advance was to absorb the faith of living creatures. From there, they received and relied upon the power of faith. These gods were truly immortal, and could gradually increase their strength over 1,000 years, 10,000 or even longer. However, spellcasters were different. A genius spellcaster could become a great wizard in over a decade, and there were even those who could form a maxim and become a great legend in a mere 20 years. Gods and legends were more or less the same. The gods' greatest ability was their absolute control over elements. This was an innate gift, so when faced with spellcasters below the level of legend, the gods had an overwhelming advantage. However, once a spellcaster had become a legend and consolidated their own maxim, they gained the ability to contend against a god. A maxim controlled the elements as well, and its command of elements was equally matched to a god's. The most formidable legendary wizard's mastery over a particular element was even more terrifying than these natural gods, and they were able to easily kill most gods. Legendary wizards like these were named honored legends. Back when Merlin had been in the ship of Nicola and obtained the flame maxim, only then did he gain a simple understanding of the relationship between gods and spellcasters. However, even then, he had not seen a god with his own eyes. Now, the legendary god, the ice goddess, was silently lying on the jade bed in a serene and tranquil manner. Chapter 4:14, The Legend of Ice. Chapter 4:14, The Legend of Ice. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The ice goddess laid so quietly on the jade bed as if she was in a peaceful sleep. Wizard Ernie, Wizard Watson, and Merlin were even holding their breaths, but none of them dared to take a step forward. Besides this mysterious ice goddess, there was an unseen pressure stemming from the mass of light as pure white as ice crystals, above the ice goddess. The light emitted an intangible force as well as an incomparable chill. Boundless ice element seemed to be suppressed under this ball of light. The pressure coming from the ball of light filled the entire sumptuous hall to the point where even the ice goddess's bare and naked body seemed to pale in comparison before this ball of light. What is this really? Wizard Ernie did not know what this ball of light was, but since it appeared before the ice goddess, it was obviously closely linked to the ice goddess. It was just that Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson did not know what that connection really was. Conversely, it was Merlin whose eyes suddenly sharpened as a realization swelled up and stormed his thoughts. Maxim, it was a maxim. Only legendary wizards could create a maxim. As Merlin possessed a flame maxim in his awareness, he could be said to be familiar with maxims. The ball of light before their eyes was giving off a force that was even more fearsome than the flame maxim had been. It must be a very powerful maxim. Furthermore, its purpose was clear too, which was to suppress this bare and naked ice goddess. In the area where the ice goddess dwelled, a part of the strength of the maxim had in fact completely isolated her from the external world, preventing contact from anyone. That mysterious ball of maxim had confined the ice goddess here. A legend who could suppress a god must be very formidable. The legend Nicola could only compare to the gods. It was difficult for natural gods to increase their strength, and they were often incapable of progressing one step even in 1,000,000,000 years. However, if they enjoyed the faith of many living beings and gathered the power of faith, their divinity was consolidated. The stronger their divinity, the more they were immortal. A god with divinity would never die. This was the true reason they were so difficult to deal with. Therefore, when the spellcasters seized the chance to rise, they had merely banished most of the gods instead of killing them thoroughly. This was because natural gods, especially those who possessed divinity, was near impossible to kill. The ice goddess before them must also be a god with divinity. Otherwise, that great legendary wizard would not have confined her here. Naturally, Merlin was not looking at the ice goddess but the mysterious maxim. He did not think that he would stumble across a maxim by chance, and one which was far stronger than the maxim the legend Nicola had left behind. Merlin had an intense desire for maxims now. With a maxim, even if he was not able to control it, it would still supply the matrix with energy, following which Merlin could derive new 4th level and even 5th level spells. However, as he looked at the white expanse of the maxim and the ice goddess suppressed beneath it, his face shifted uncertainly, for he felt a vague sense of danger in his gut. Watson! Merlin flashed his gaze at Wizard Watson. Wizard Watson slightly turned blank, following which his face took on a pained expression. Merlin had asked for him, surely for something unpleasant. Nevertheless, he was now Merlin's slave and was completely powerless. He could only respectfully arrive at Merlin's side. "Master, what are your orders?" "Go and take a look in front of the Ice Goddess, and see what danger is there." Merlin bluntly ordered Wizard Watson to test out for any danger. However, this blatant use of Wizard Watson as a cannon fodder resulted in the change on Wizard Watson's expression where it darkened slightly. Wizard Ernie was somewhat rejoicing. It was a good thing he was usually more quick-witted and had always carried out Merlin's orders in a thorough manner. Thus, now that they had encountered such danger, he dodged a bullet at last, and it was Wizard Watson who was sent ahead to scout. Although Wizard Watson was reluctant, he could do nothing else. He could not disobey Merlin's order, for Merlin, who had the slave contract in his grasp, was in control of his everything. Whoosh! Watson clenched his jaw and directly transformed into a light wind. Instantly, he dashed toward the Ice Goddess. The wind whistled and blustered, appearing rather mighty. If there were any runic magic circles or anything of that sort, it would have been triggered. However, even after this enormous gale, there did not seem to be any runic magic circle. Wizard Watson felt a rush of gleeful relief. It looked like there was no danger, so he heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to stop. Just then, a figure gradually projected from the white ball of light hovering over the Ice Goddess. This figure was dressed in a long white wizard robe, and he looked to be full of a noble presence. The instant he appeared, the entire hall seemed to dim in comparison. Wizard Watson was slightly shocked and hurriedly retreated, staring at the projection in alarm. At this point, the projection began to speak slowly. "I wonder which wizard had stumbled across the sealed site. This is the forbidden area where I had spent immense effort, through great difficulty, to suppress the Ice Goddess. The Ice Goddess has plenty of believers in Thule, and through the constant accumulation of hundreds and thousands of years, her divinity was unparalleled in strength. There was no way to kill her completely. Thus, I could only create a maxim and confine her here forever. In the future, when no one believes in her anymore, her divinity will fade day by day before finally vanishing completely, and she would die naturally. The Ice Goddess is extremely powerful, so leave quickly." As soon as the projection finished speaking, it quickly dissipated as if it had never emerged. Only Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson were left, staring dumbly at the ball of light in mid-air. They knew nothing about legendary wizards, and were not even clear about what a maxim was. After all, after spellcasters had enjoyed their most glorious era, they had quickly deteriorated, and many inheritances were buried in the long river of time. Leave? A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth. He had come across a maxim after much difficulty. How could he possibly let it go so easily? As for the powerful Ice Goddess, she would be terrifying if she awakened. However, it had been a few thousand years, and even Thule had been turned into the current sub-zero snowfield. There were no Normies at all, so how could there be people who believed in the Ice Goddess? After such a long period without followers, the Ice Goddess divinity had vanished long ago. The current Ice Goddess did not have a single ounce of life force in her. Evidently, this was simply a corpse, and the god, who had once caused endless headaches to a great legend, was long dead. Therefore, even if Merlin seized the maxim, the Ice Goddess would not revive. When Merlin had obtained the legend Nicola's maxim, he had received some memories as well. Therefore, he had a basic understanding of natural gods and legendary wizards. Although Merlin was not worried about the revival of the Ice Goddess, taking the maxim was another problem. Back then, the flame maxim had been purposefully left behind by the legend Nicola to be given to the spellcaster who could clear the obstacles. Thus, Merlin was able to smoothly absorb the flame maxim. It was not because Merlin was that special, just that the legend Nicola had considered the matter when he left the maxim. However, this maxim was different. It was used purely to suppress the Ice Goddess and was full of a frantic, powerful force. It would be exceedingly difficult for Merlin to absorb this. Moreover, this maxim was many times stronger than the flame maxim left behind by the legend Nicola. Merlin had no absolute assurance of the outcome. Nevertheless, no matter what, Merlin must give it a shot. After all, he had a daring vision. If he wanted to continue deriving new 4th level, 5th level, and even 6th level spells, he could not do without powerful maxims to supply the matrix with energy. However, maxims were incomparably precious. Now that he had come so far, it was hard to say if he would find another maxim in the future. "Both of you, stand guard outside the door, and don't let anyone in," Merlin said to Ernie and Watson in an icy tone. Ernie and Watson exchanged a doubtful glance, but they did not dare disobey an order from Merlin. Even though they were now curious about the ice goddess and the maxim, they had to leave the hall and retreat to the doorway, helping Merlin to guard the door. "Maxim." Merlin drew in a deep breath and fixed his determined eyes upon the mysterious maxim hovering above the ice goddess. Following which, in one big stride, he came before the maxim. By this point, he was able to clearly see the features of the ice goddess. She was perfect indeed, without any flaw. It was just that ordinary humans could never be perfect, and even the powerful legendary wizards were not perfect. Only natural gods could look so perfect because they were the darlings of heaven and earth. Therefore, they could become gods, and were perfect from birth, far above the rest. Still, it was not necessarily a good thing. For one, it was far too challenging for them to level up to the extent that they were finally surpassed by spellcasters on all fronts. Merlin did not pay any more attention to the ice goddess suppressed on the jade bed, but reached out a big hand, and immediately grasped that enigmatic maxim. Crack! As he was holding the maxim, Merlin learned that this was an ice maxim. Not all legendary wizards would have been able to use an ice maxim to suppress the ice goddess, who had complete control over ice element. To be able to completely transcend a natural god in terms of controlling an element, only great honored legends could do so. The ice maxim before him could be used to suppress the ice goddess, which meant that the master of the maxim was the great legend of ice. So, it's a maxim left behind by the great legend of ice. Merlin was blown away. Honored legends were extremely powerful. If most legends were able to contend against gods, then honored legends were totally able to vanquish and suppress natural gods. In the spellcaster's most glorious era, the legend of darkness, the legend of fire, the legend of ice, and so on, were among the greatest spellcasters, leading countless formidable wizards to banish numerous gods. In this manner, the spellcaster's most glorious era was achieved. However, Merlin did not think too much of it in the present. The moment he grabbed the ice maxim, his entire body seemed to become frozen. It was a feeling that was countless times more terrifying than any attacks from ice-type spells he had experienced in the past. Merlin could even sense that his thoughts were freezing up in that instant. Chapter 4:15, Seizing the Maxim. Chapter 4:15, Seizing the Maxim. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The power of the ice maxim exceeded Merlin's expectations. The very moment his hand wrapped around the ice maxim, everything seemed to come to a complete stop. If he was an ordinary person, it would be futile to even attempt to seize the maxim, as it would be a suicide mission. Even without anyone's control, the maxim contained insurmountable power. The fact that this maxim was strong enough to suppress the ice goddess for thousands of years by itself, was a testament to its power. Moreover, an honored legend's maxim was not the same as ordinary maxims. In order for a spellcaster to be known as an honored legend, he must first be able to produce an ultimate maxim, namely the strongest maxim of one of the elements. Only after producing an ultimate maxim, the spellcaster was worthy to become an honored legend. This also meant that their ability to control the particular element had surpassed the gods. This ice maxim was one of those ultimate maxims. When Merlin took the risk to seize the maxim, he was immediately attacked by it. His entire body became frozen, and all the power of the maxim shifted to suppress Merlin. The ice goddess body, on the other hand, without the suppression of the ice maxim, swiftly decomposed and eventually turned into dust scattered across the jade bed. Just as Merlin had predicted, the ice goddess had long since lost her divinity, and was nothing but an ice-cold corpse that had died a long time ago. Once the ice maxim ceased its suppression, the corpse began to decompose and turned into dust. Merlin did not pay any attention to the disappearance of the ice goddess, as he was in a rough spot himself. He had fallen into a grave situation. The power of the ice maxim was too overwhelming, so all his strength and abilities were rendered useless in an instant. Hum hum. Finally, the flame maxim inside Merlin's body flickered to life. Sensing the suppression of the ice maxim, the flame maxim leapt up with urgency. A blazing heat spread rapidly all over Merlin's body. two auras, one hot and one cold, he began to struggle for dominance inside his body. Merlin regained his consciousness, but his heart was filled with fear. Losing his consciousness for a split second earlier was like a nightmare. He knew that if the flame maxim had not been there, he would have been suppressed by the ice maxim forever. This time, it had been too risky for him to rush into seizing the ice maxim. It was a completely different experience from receiving the flame maxim. Although the fire maxim was also uncontrollable by Merlin, it was intended by the legend Nicola as a reward for any spellcaster who had successfully defeated the challenge. Therefore, despite Merlin being unable to control the flame maxim, it still would not cause him any harm. On the contrary, the ice maxim was originally intended to suppress the ice goddess, hence, its strongest power was suppression. Regardless of what it encountered, it would suppress it to the best of its ability. Right now, the ice maxim was doing exactly that, which was using all its power to suppress the flame maxim. Once the flame maxim was completely suppressed, Merlin would be suppressed as well. An honored legend's ultimate maxim naturally had extraordinary powers that far outstripped the flame maxims. Even right now, Merlin could feel that the ice maxim had occupied most of his body in addition to penetrating his awareness and suppressing the flame maxim. The flame maxim too was in an unstable state, as if it would disappear any time soon. Once Merlin regained consciousness, he realized the danger he was in. Despite the fear in his heart, he held no regrets. He already had a plan in his mind, so he grunted. Matrix, derive 4th level thunder-type spells. This was Merlin's plan all along. As long as he could introduce the ice maxim into his awareness, he could activate the matrix. After some strange transformation, the matrix appeared to be able to absorb the power of maxims to derive new spells. Merlin's intention of seizing the ice maxim was not to control it. A powerful maxim like this, if it was not specifically produced with the intention to be absorbed by another, even a great wizard would not be able to control it. Thus, Merlin did not even consider controlling the ice maxim. All he wanted was to provide raw power for the matrix to derive spells. The flame maxim had almost been exhausted and Merlin did not want to consume it anymore, so when he encountered the ice maxim, it was an opportunity he simply could not miss. Nevertheless, whether or not this plan of Merlin's would be successful was contingent on the ability of the matrix to absorb the power of the ice maxim to derive new spells. Beep. Derivation successful. A total of 286 4th-level Thunder-type spells have been derived. Upon hearing the beep from the Matrix, Merlin was ecstatic. This meant that his plan had worked, and the Matrix was able to absorb the power of the Ice Maxim to derive new spells. Merlin carefully inspected the Ice Maxim and sure enough, it had diminished slightly, though the difference was not very noticeable. After all, the Ice Maxim was far more powerful than the Flame Maxim. However, this was just the beginning. The Ice Maxim was still very powerful, so Merlin would need to consume larger amounts of its power. Matrix, derive new 4th-level Ice-type spells. This was already the last of Merlin's 4th-level spells. Once he had derived all the spells, then he only had to wait until his mind power achieved the 6th level, construct the last 2 4th-level spells, and voila, he would become a 4th-level wizard. The Ice Maxim diminished a little more, but still, it was not noticeable. Merlin took a deep breath. He had to quickly exhaust the Ice Maxim in one swoop. Otherwise, it would remain in his awareness and could not be controlled. It was a huge ticking time bomb. Matrix, derive 5th-level Darkness-type spells. Matrix, derive 5th-level Fire-type spells. Merlin activated the Matrix and began to derive 5th-level spells one after another. The power required to derive 5th-level spells, of course, exceeded the power required to derive 4th-level spells. Therefore, with every successful derivation of 5th-level spells, the size of the Ice Maxim diminished at a speed visible even to a naked eye. Thud. Finally, after deriving 4 types of 5th-level spells, namely Darkness-type, Fire-type, Earth-type, and Wind-type spells, Merlin stopped the Matrix. The Ice Maxim had diminished from the size of a fist to the size of a fingernail. At this stage, the Flame Maxim was also barely able to balance out the power of the Ice Maxim. Additionally, with the intervention of Merlin's mind power, the Flame Maxim also managed to suppress the now diminished Ice Maxim. Merlin did not fully exhaust the Ice Maxim. After all, it was still a Maxim. Moreover, It a maxim which belonged to the great legend of ice. Merlin was sure that it possessed some unique characteristics, and would be of great help for his ice-type spells. Of course, the most important reason was because Merlin wanted to obtain the memory fragments from the ice maxim. Every maxim carried some memory fragments from its spell caster. The flame maxim from the legend Nicola also carried some memories with it. The greater the size of the maxims, the more complete the memory would be. Otherwise, they would just be disjointed memory fragments. However, in Merlin's case, he merely wanted to understand some of these memories, so even the memory fragments were sufficient. Thus, Merlin quickly extended his mind power into the ice maxim. Boom! There was tremendous aura that gave people a shudder. In the memory, Merlin saw an almost perfect woman standing in the midst of a snowstorm, like the holiest of all goddesses. It was none other than the ice goddess. Around the ice goddess, there seemed to be many other gods surrounding her. They protected the ice goddess in the middle as she was the most powerful god in Thule and also kept a large group of gods under her command, whereas in front of the ice goddess stood a tight pack of ordinary-looking spell casters. These were great wizards, and they stood so tightly packed that even at a single glance, there were more than 100 of them gathered together. Merlin felt extremely shaken to the core. If the number of great wizards alone were already more than 100, he could not imagine how impressive the spellcasters were during the golden age of spellcasters. This was just the tip of the iceberg. It was not surprising that the spellcasters managed to exile even the most powerful gods. This scene was obviously from the fateful day 3,600 years ago when the spellcasters and the gods went to war with each other. Under the leadership of the great legendary wizard, the spellcasters had fought against countless gods. In the end, they managed to kill, suppress, and exile most of the gods, subsequently securing the respectable leadership position for the spellcasters. The ice goddess, too, must have been suppressed by the legend of ice for this reason until thousands of years had passed and her divinity diminished away. Then the ice goddess was truly dead. The scene changed, and a gigantic palm appeared in the sky. This gigantic palm descended from the sky like a country. Inside, infinite ice elements transformed into several huge dragons and swallowed all the gods. Even the ice goddess was unable to control the ice elements from this country, because the ultimate maxim was controlled by the legend of ice. Although the ice goddess was powerful, her control over the ice elements was far from the legend of ice, who possessed the power of its ultimate maxim. Therefore, once the legend of ice attacked, she could not resist and was subsequently suppressed. However, due to the continuous worship from her numerous believers in Thule over thousands of years, the level of divinity attained by the ice goddess was so incomparably powerful, that it was impossible for the great legend of ice to kill her. All he could do was produce an ultimate maxim to suppress her for an indefinitely long period of time to rid her of the divinity. These memory fragments were from the ice maxim the size of a fingernail, so the memories were extremely scattered and disjointed. It was Merlin who organized them and arrived at the conclusion. Nevertheless, Merlin's focus was not on the war between the spellcasters and the gods, because it was already a common mention in most ancient books where they contained information of great legendary wizards who led the spellcasters to exile the gods. Merlin was more interested about the tiny memory fragment in the ice maxim that described the powerful tactics used by the legend of ice to suppress the ice goddess. Other than the power of the ultimate maxim, there was a glacier country that descended from the sky and enveloped all the gods. Glacier country, a special Pandora demon ability. Merlin mumbled softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Glacier country was like darkness eye, where both of them were special Pandora demon abilities. Since glacial country was invented by the legend of ice, its memory was deeply weaved into every strand of his maxim. Therefore, even a single strand of the ice maxim contained a complete memory of glacial country. Merlin had braved a huge risk to seize the ice maxim, but now he was about to reap its benefits. He quickly immersed himself into the memory of glacier country, and investigated the cultivation methods of this special Pandora demon ability. Chapter 4:16, The Frost Lord I. Chapter 4:16, The Frost Lord I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 7 forms. Merlin swiftly immersed himself in the cultivation methods of glacier country. The first message he deciphered was that glacier country had a total of 7 forms. This was considered very powerful among special Pandora demon abilities. Similar to Cly's Spatial Blade and Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, these were all special Pandora demon abilities with 7 forms, so they were considered highly powerful. Naturally, the special Pandora demon ability Glacial Country invented by the Great Legend of Ice also had 7 forms, and was just as powerful as Darkness Eye and Spatial Blade. Nevertheless, in order to complement its powerful abilities, the cultivation method of Glacier Country was also extraordinarily challenging. Furthermore, Merlin had never cultivated any special Pandora demon abilities. Even Darkness Eye was passed down to him by Wizard Leo, so he had no inkling of how challenging it would be to cultivate a special Pandora demon ability. First and foremost, Glacier Country required Ice-type spells, that much was certain. Whether it was Darkness Eye or Spatial Blade, even if they did not require specific spells, the ability to construct spells was a must. Novel full, as a 6-elemental spell caster, Merlin of course also constructed ice-level spells, but this was merely the most basic prerequisite for cultivating Glacier Country. There was an even more onerous requirement, which was a physical transformation. This was the most important requirement of all because once Glacier Country descended, it would be nothing short of a freezing Arctic, and the conditions would be frigid. If a spellcaster's body was unable to withstand such frigid conditions, it would be impossible to wield Glacier Country. Physical transformation was the most arduous challenge for spellcasters because their bodies were usually their weakest trait. Seeing that cultivating Glacier Country required physical transformation, Merlin thought about Wizard Leo. He wondered back when Wizard Leo cultivated Darkness Eye, was it the need for physical transformation that made him dig out his eyes? What about Cly's? Did he also undergo some special physical transformation in order to cultivate Spatial Blade? Otherwise, the act of slipping through space and slashing space with his bare hands were definitely not feats achievable by the weak physiques of spellcasters. The more Merlin dwelled on the question, the more he became certain of his inference. Every spellcaster who cultivated a special Pandora demon ability had to undergo a physical transformation, or else it was impossible to cultivate a special Pandora demon ability. Novel full, neither constructing spells nor cultivating ordinary fusion Pandora demon abilities imposed any physical requirement on the body. On the other hand, cultivating a special Pandora demon ability demanded great physical requirements from the body. The only reason Merlin managed to wield Darkness Eye so easily was owed to the fact that Wizard Leo had passed it to him directly. If that was not the case, it was difficult to determine whether Merlin might have been able to cultivate Darkness Eye. The foremost requirement of Glacier Country was a physical transformation, which involved immersing the body in frigid cold conditions so that it would be able to withstand the invasion of ice elements. Moreover, the colder the environment that was being immersed, the more effective it would be toward cultivating Glacier Country. Merlin's ring did, in fact, contain the 1,000 years ice bone marrow which he kept for the purpose of cultivating the second form of Glacial Finger. Since he already gave up on Glacial Finger, he no longer had any use for this 1,000 years ice bone marrow. However, the amount of this 1,000 years ice bone marrow was simply too little, so it would not suffice for Merlin to undergo a physical transformation. In fact, cultivating a special Pandora demon ability was incredibly difficult, and the success rate was only 1 out of 10 attempts. The first challenge, namely the physical transformation, was enough to fail countless spellcasters. This was because only a very small handful of spellcasters would be able to persevere through the physical transformation. Darkness Eye, for example, perhaps did not require such drastic physical transformation, but once cultivated, the spellcaster would need to be constantly vigilant for its backlash. On the other hand, Glacier Country did not contain a large amount of backlash but imposed stringent physical requirements. Only after the physical transformation was successfully completed, the danger of cultivating Glacier Country would be reduced. However, the transformation process would be akin to hanging a millstone against one's neck. Due to the inherently weak bodies of average spellcasters, without the protection of spells, even the slightest chill might not be bearable for their bodies. However, Merlin was not just an ordinary spellcaster. He had practiced the mysterious postures of the relief structures, so his physical condition was very strong. Hence, he was relatively confident about attempting the physical transformation. Thinking along these lines, Merlin withdrew himself from the memory fragments of the ice maxim and looked around. He was still in the magnificent great hall built from jade. The only difference was that the naked body of the ice goddess on the huge jade bed had disappeared. This was because when Merlin seized the ice maxim, her corpse had decomposed and turned into dust, and was scattered by the wind. On the jade bed, Merlin only saw an exquisite white gold pendant which was previously worn by the ice goddess on her chest. Initially, he thought that it was just an ordinary ornament, but the ice goddess body as well as all the other items had turned into dust, and disappeared except for this pendant, which was still intact without blemish. This proved that the white gold pendant was extraordinary. Merlin stretched out his hand and grabbed the white gold pendant. The moment the pendant touched his hand, Merlin felt a cold aura gradually permeate into his body, and concentrated ice elements immediately gathered around the pendant. Besides speeding up the formation of ice elements, it also gradually improves the body's condition to allow it to bond better with ice elements. Merlin's heart was filled with delight. This pendant was perfect for his current situation. In order to cultivate glacier country, he first had to undergo a physical transformation so that his body could endure frigid cold conditions. Right now, this white gold pendant would help him slowly improve his physical form as well as increase his affinity to ice elements. While these features might not have any immediate benefits, over a long period of time, they would be extremely helpful for him to train his body to withstand frigid conditions in the future. This pendant was called the Goddess Blessing, and was originally made by the ice goddess to be given to her believers. After she was suppressed by the legend of ice, this pendant was all that was left. Merlin hung the Goddess Blessing on his neck and took a deep breath, then exited the magnificent Great Hall. Outside the Great Hall, Wizards Ernie and Watson were waiting anxiously, eager to see what was happening inside. Neither the ice goddess nor the mysterious ball of light was a sight that they had ever witnessed with their eyes. Nevertheless, they were Merlin's slaves, so they did not dare disobey his orders. They could only hold back their curiosity and stand guard outside the Great Hall. "Master!" Upon seeing Merlin, their spirits rose. "Let's go, this place is going to collapse soon." Merlin did not even turn back as he headed straight for the exit, leaving a stunned Watson and Ernie staring at his back. Going to collapse? They did not believe that this mysterious place was about to collapse, but just as Merlin's words fell, the entire passage began to shake violently. The magnificent Great Hall rapidly collapsed, and large chunks of rocks were about to fall on them. Wizards Ernie and Watson were astounded. It looked like Merlin's words were not to be taken lightly. This place was indeed about to collapse soon, so they hurriedly followed him. Rumble, rumble. When Merlin, Ernie, and Watson walked out of the mysterious underground passage and returned to the frozen lake, the entire lake began to thaw. Thick layers of ice began to rapidly break apart and melted into a large river. Previously, the river water had been frozen solid and, thus, was not flowing. At this moment, following the massive cracks in the ice layers, the frost began to melt and rapidly converged into a strong gush of water, running downstream, forming a real, flowing river. Merlin had already anticipated this transformation. When the legend of ice used the ice maxim to suppress the ice goddess at the bottom of the lake, her natural affinity toward the ice elements as well as the powerful ice maxim attracted ice elements to the lake. Gradually, the lake surface froze and turned into the mysterious frozen lake. Moreover, following the passage of time, the ice maxim at the bottom of the lake might have leaked some of its powers, therefore causing all kinds of strange and bizarre occurrences around the lake. Now that Merlin had seized the ice maxim, and the ice goddess was irrevocably dead, the mysterious frozen lake would naturally cease to exist. Instead, in its place, was just a plain, ordinary river. Seeing the transformation of the mysterious frozen lake take place in the blink of an eye, Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson exchanged a look. They knew that Merlin must have done something inside the Great Hall to trigger this transformation. Nonetheless, despite their envy, they did not dare to conceive any ill intention toward Merlin. As his slaves, their lives were completely in Merlin's grasp. "Master, are we going to continue the journey?" Ernie asked cautiously. Previously, they were heading toward Ernie's residence but had come across this mysterious frozen lake on the way there. As a result, Merlin obtained an unexpected find. Merlin did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked Ernie and Watson, in Sub-Zero Snowfield, "Is there some item or place that can improve a spellcaster's physique in order to be able to withstand the invasion of frigid blasts?" Improve physique? Withstand the cold invasion? Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson bobbed their head in unison. "There's only one place with that effect. It's the Frost Pond belonging to the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord? Merlin's eyes frowned slightly. This moniker was quite unique, and it was the first time he heard of it. The moniker also did not sound like it belonged to a spellcaster. Who's the Frost Lord? What's the Frost Pond? Following Merlin's inquiries, Watson and Ernie explained in detail. The Frost Lord was indeed not a spellcaster but had evolved from a snow sprite with thousands of years of experience. Its abilities were unfathomable. Some said it was on par with a 7th level spellcaster, while others said it was comparable to an 8th or 9th level spellcaster. Regardless, the Frost Lord was extremely mysterious and powerful. Although most spellcasters knew that the Frost Lord was only a snow sprite, none of them dared to offend the Frost Lord. Therefore, the Frost Lord designated an area where various types of snow sprites could inhabit freely. Some spellcasters who were favored by the Frost Lord were also able to enter this strange area. As for the Frost Pond, it was built by the Frost Lord over a long period of time. According to rumors, the Frost Pond could be used to nurture some of the snow sprites. Additionally, spellcasters who were favored upon by the Frost Lord could also enter the Frost Pond. Once baptized, it would instantly improve one's physique, and increase one's affinity with ice elements to beyond imaginable levels. As a result, the power level of ice-type spells would increase many folds. The Frost Pond actually has such a unique effect. Very well, I'm going to visit the Frost Lord. Once Merlin learned the information about the Frost Lord, he could not wait to get going. If the Frost Pond truly had that rumored effect, then he had a very high chance of cultivating glacier country. Naturally, Merlin did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, leading two thoroughly confused slaves Ernie and Watson, he flew swiftly toward the Frost Lord's designated area. Chapter 417, The Frost Lord 2. Chapter 417, The Frost Lord 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A heavy snowfall had just lifted and the sky turned azure blue. From the clear skies, warm sunlight shone on the entire sub-zero snowfield. Nestled in the icy depths of the snow-capped mountains, stood a majestic palace complex. At this moment, several snow sprites were flying toward one of the palaces. From a distance, a few spellcasters gazed wistfully at the scene. There are so many snow sprites. TSK. Besides here, where else can you see such a spectacular view? Yeah. If these snow sprites were encountered elsewhere, they would be in great danger. In this place, however, the Frost Lord reigns supreme. Especially here, the rank of snow sprites is second to none. Who would dare challenge them? Today is probably the day the Lord Master opens the Frost Pond, so these snow sprites are rushing to accept the Frost Lord's test to get an opportunity to be baptized in the Frost Pond. There was a fervent discussion among the crowd. These people consisted of spellcasters who were allowed to enter the Frost Lord's area and were given a relatively safe degree of guarantee. However, in this area, the highest status still belonged to these snow sprites. Like sprites from the other elements, snow sprites inherently possessed a weaker status, so if they were encountered elsewhere, they would be caught by spellcasters. In this place, however, the Frost Lord reigned supreme, so no one would even dream of harming the snow sprites. The Frost Lord too had started as a weak little snow sprite, and slowly grew into a remarkable overlord in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Nevertheless, the Frost Lord was very low-key and basically only focused on nurturing the snow sprites. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, there were many snow sprites born here, so most of them would come to the Frost Lord's area for protection as well as to enjoy the various facilities prepared for them by the Frost Lord. This was the ultimate paradise for snow sprites. Whoosh! Suddenly, three silhouettes flew swiftly toward the huge palace with mighty winds swirling around their bodies. From afar, they looked considerably impressive. Who's that? Is someone trying to provoke the Frost Lord? Many of the spellcasters were astonished. After all, the Frost Lord had lived in Sub-Zero Snowfield for many years and was yet to be provoked by anyone. According to rumors, there had been spellcasters who attempted to catch some of the snow sprites, but ultimately their fates were unbeknownst to anyone. In short, the Frost Lord was extremely low-key, to the extent that no one knew its true abilities. However, that also did not mean that it was not powerful. However, it was still unheard of for someone to provoke the Frost Lord so brazenly. The three silhouettes in the sky landed in front of the palace with a mighty swoop. Ernie, Watson, you two go ahead and negotiate with the Frost Lord on what are the conditions that will allow me to be baptized in the Frost Lake. These three people were of course Merlin accompanied by wizards Ernie and Watson. They arrived directly in front of the Frost Lord's palace. Merlin must first use the Frost Lord's frost pond to improve his body and his physique in order to cultivate glacier country. Us again. Wizards Ernie's and Watson's expression paled. Initially, they thought that after signing a slave contract with Merlin, they would just find a peaceful place to construct their own spells where 100 years would pass by quickly enough. However, beyond their wildest expectations, in just a short period of time, they had already faced one dangerous situation after another. Moreover, in every single instance, Merlin had sent them to carry out the most dangerous missions. The Frost Lord was definitely not someone to be provoked. Although both Ernie and Watson were 7th level spellcasters, they knew that they amounted to nothing in the eyes of the Frost Lord. In this case, the Frost Pond was the most precious treasure which belonged to the Frost Lord and was only ever allowed to be used by the Snow Sprites. Never before in history had the Frost Pond been opened to be used by a spellcaster. Thus, they were quite certain that this impending negotiation with the Frost Lord would not allow them to escape unscathed. However, since it was Merlin's orders, they had no choice but to obey. They flew directly into the palace. The moment they crossed the palace doors, a few snow sprites flew out. Upon spotting Ernie and Watson, they shrieked loudly. "Stop, who are you? How dare you enter the forbidden area? The great Lord Master will surely punish you severely for this. Leave now." The snow sprites were fearless in this place. Wizards Ernie and Watson looked at each other, and decided to release their formidable elemental fluctuations as 7th level spellcasters. For a split second, these intimidating 7th level spellcaster auras stunned the snow sprites into silence. 7th level spellcasters. These are 7th level spellcasters. I've seen these two before. Are they not Wizard Watson and Wizard Ernie? Turns out it's those two cunning spellcasters. HMPH, they were never good news in Sub-Zero Snowfield to begin with. Nothing but a bunch of wicked, abominable spellcasters. Let's quickly report to the Lord Master. Once they recovered from the shock, the snow sprite swiftly flew back inside the palace and reported to the Frost Lord. Ernie and Watson stepped backward and spoke with a trace of embarrassment. "Master, let's just wait here. I'm sure the Frost Lord will be coming out soon." Merlin looked at Wizards Ernie and Watson coldly. As for the thoughts that were running through their heads, Merlin knew it as clear as day. While the two of them dared not defy his orders, they also would not execute his orders uncompromisingly. Unlike Wizard Bamu, Wizards Ernie and Watson were unwilling to put themselves in unnecessary danger. Waiting outside was obviously much safer compared to entering the palace because no one knew what the Frost Lord had prepared inside the palace. They did not dare enter the palace but also dared not defy Merlin's orders. Thus, they came up with such a ruse to attract the Frost Lord outside. Creak! Soon enough, the main door of the palace slowly creaked open and a flock of snow sprites flew out. The surrounding temperature dropped radically, causing everyone to shudder. Right in the center of these snow sprites, like the moon cradled by the stars, was a lady covered in a long, snowy white robe, similar to a wizard's robes. This delicate-looking yet stone-faced lady was the Frost Lord. Merlin was not that much surprised because snow sprites had no gender to begin with. Even if they became as powerful as the Frost Lord, this fact would still be unchanged. All the Frost Lord did was transform itself according to its own preferences. Therefore, even if it turned into a man right this instant, Merlin would not be surprised. "Wizard Ernie, Wizard Watson, why have you trespassed into my forbidden expanse?" The Frost Lord's gaze was locked on Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson. After all, they were not unknown entities but 7th level spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Despite being far from comparable to the Frost Lord's abilities, it would not regard them lightly. "Hee, Frost Lord, this time it's not us who are looking for you but our master, Wizard Merlin." There was a smile on Wizard Ernie's face. At this juncture, he no longer had anything to worry about. Since it was an unchangeable fact that he had become Merlin's slave, and the news would soon spread throughout Sub-Zero Snowfield in a matter of time anyway, he might as well acknowledge it now. Perhaps it would even help him gain some favor with Merlin. Your master? The Frost Lord paused slightly but seemed to recall something in its head and glanced at Merlin with a half-smile. There were rumors that Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson signed a slave contract with a mysterious spellcaster to be his slaves. Seems that the rumors were true. The looks on Wizards Ernie and Watson's faces turned sour. Although it was a fact that they had become Merlin's slaves, the Frost Lord's words uttered before them were laced with ridicule. HMPH, Frost Lord, the reason our master came today is to ask for your permission to use the Frost Pond. Tell us, what are the conditions that you may grant our master to use the Frost Pond? Wizard Ernie asked quietly. Just as he ended the question, and the Frost Lord was yet to answer, a few snow sprites began to shriek in a shrill voice. No, no, you wicked, abominable spellcaster, how dare you try to suggest to the Frost Lord to use the Frost Pond? That's solely for the use of the snow sprites. We'll never allow despicable spellcasters like you to use it. Get out from the Lord Master's land. Wizard Ernie's face glowered. I'm talking to the Frost Lord. Woe are you to speak up, you little cretin? Following that, Wizard Ernie's gestured with his hand, and a large icy palm appeared to grab the snow sprite. Although Wizard Ernie was not particularly powerful, he was still a 7th level spellcaster. So, even a simple gesture from his hand was not a blow that could be endured by an average spellcaster, not to mention a snow sprite. Furthermore, despite the Frost Lord's nurturing of the many snow sprites, none of the snow sprite besides itself had been able to achieve the level of a 7th level spellcaster. There were, however, a number of them that were comparable with a 6th level spellcaster. Between 6th and 7th level laid a huge hurdle, not only for snow sprites but also spellcasters. Merlin had once found a flame sprite whom he had trailed after in the ancient monuments. It had lived in the ancient moment for countless years and yet remained at the level of a 6th level spellcaster, unable to move forward. This was enough to show the massive gap to achieve the 7th level. Especially for these elemental sprites, it was even more arduous to achieve. Crack! The large icy palm cast by Wizard Ernie was shattered into smithereens with just gentle touch from the Frost Lord. In terms of control over the ice elements, a 7th level spellcaster like Wizard Ernie was still far beneath the Frost Lord. After all, the Frost Lord was inherently a snow sprite. Once a sprite was able to break through its shackles, its control over its own element would increase many folds, and the power of its spells would become incredible beyond imagination. This was also the reason why the extent of the Frost Lord's abilities was so unfathomable. After shattering Wizard Ernie's spell, the Frost Lord's tone was frosty. Wizard Ernie, Wizard Watson, and this Wizard Merlin, the Frost Pond belongs to the snow sprites. It's impossible to allow you to use it. Please leave. The Frost Lord immediately rejected Merlin's request as it was impossible for him to use the Frost Pond. Swoosh! Merlin lifted his gaze and stared directly at the Frost Lord. Chapter 418, The Frost Lord 3. Chapter 418, The Frost Lord 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With a wave of Merlin's hand, Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson understood immediately and retreated behind Merlin. All of you step back. Let me find out just how formidable is this dark fire incarnate who recently appeared in Sub-Zero Snowfield. The Frost Lord also gestured the snow sprites to retreat to safety. At this moment, its voice changed faintly and became more androgynous sounding. Boom! Merlin slowly rose into the air, and blazing flames began to rage all over his body. Then, a huge fire burst forth and transformed into a pack of flaming dragons, making it appear as if the entire sky was lit with fire. Under the scorching hot temperatures, the palace complex, which was situated on a snow-capped mountain, began to quiver dangerously. Large quantities of snow and ice melted into streams of water that gushed down the mountains. Merlin's flame was fiery collapse, which was already inherently powerful, but here, it was the natural opposing force to the snow sprites. Therefore, once his flames were released, the countless number of snow sprites were unable to withstand and scattered into the palace. Inside the vicinity of the palace, there seemed to be specific runic magic circles that protected them. Therefore, once the snow sprites were inside the palace, the flames were no longer a threat to them. Merlin was now standing in the midst of the flames like a holy statue of fire, regarding the Frost Lord with an unnerving stare. The Frost Lord took a deep breath, and the originally slender body began to transform rapidly. Its body expanded swiftly like a balloon that was being inflated. Thud. The Frost Lord's expanded body was about 4 to 5 meters high, almost the size of a small giant. 2 pairs of wings sprouted on its back, and well-toned muscles covered its entire body. Even its face was frightful, a far cry from the delicate beauty it displayed earlier. This is Frost Lord's true form. Merlin's eyes narrowed into slits as he flicked a finger. Flick! An animated fire tongue spewed out in an instant and split into thousands of tiny little fire tongues that soared through the air toward the Frost Lord. These flames did not contain a single trace of black smoke, so it looked unusually clean. However, the power they contained would make any person shudder in fear. Every tiny little fire tongue was capable of exploding with unparalleled force, sufficient to severely injure a 7th-level spellcaster. Once Merlin's fiery collapse had been fully merged with his incinerating fire, a derived spell plus a Pandora demon ability, its resulting power was almost equivalent to the ultimate limit of a 7th-level spell. Ice freeze! A low growl sounded. In an instant, the Frost Lord's voice became a very powerful and intimidating male-sounding voice. Compared to the matchless beauty it had displayed earlier, even Merlin could not help the slight upturn in his lips. It seemed that the genderless Frost Lord did not comprehend that such a drastic change in demeanor would be stomach-churning for most people. The Frost Lord's current form was that of a giant with wings. With a slight motion of its finger, the surrounding air temperature began to plunge immediately. At the same time, a watery mist began to appear and turned into ice crystals, subsequently multiplying in the direction of the thousands of tiny little fire tongues. Crackle crackle! The sound of fire and ice crackled against one another as their forces continued to intertwine with one another. Merlin's fiery collapse and the Frost Lord's icy chill turned out to be surprisingly equally matched, and neither one was able to subdue the other. This was far beyond Merlin's expectations as well as the expectations of the Frost Lords. Originally, the power of Merlin's flames had already achieved the ultimate limit of a 7th-level spell. Anyone below the level of an 8th-level spellcaster was no longer an opponent to him. However, right now, the Frost Lord was able to compete with him as an equal. Once a snow sprite broke through its 7th-level shackles, its abilities would be greatly improved. Furthermore, its control over ice elements would be frightening, so it would simply be a walk in the park to achieve the ultimate limit of the 7th level. Similarly, if the fire sprite managed to break through to the 7th level, its control over fire elements would also be fearsome. This was the advantage held by the sprites. At this moment, the two competing forces were wrangling over one another, and the fire-type spell model in Merlin's body was providing massive amounts of magic power to sustain fiery collapse. Colossal columns of fire blazed powerfully, tinting the entire sky a fiery hue of orange and red. The small giant which had been transformed from the Frost Lord flapped its wings almost imperceptibly, and many long icicles began to form in mid-air. Following that, the Frost Lord lifted a gigantic icicle in his hands and slammed it violently in Merlin's direction. Whoosh! Merlin transformed into a light breeze and instantly retreated to safety. With flash wind under his belt, his speed was impressive enough that very few were able to keep up with him. Nevertheless, looking at the Frost Lord before him, Merlin felt a slight pang of worry in his chest. His face, too, revealed a peculiar expression. He had not expected that the Frost Lord's transformation would end up in this manner. The current Frost Lord was quite violent and barbaric, and his abilities were not the least bit dismissible. All the surrounding ice elements seemed to be under his control, and Merlin struggled to even cast ice-type spells. It was as if he was being suppressed. He. Darkfire Incarnate, is this all you can do? You're supposedly the Darkfire Incarnate, but you've yet to wield any darkness-type spells. Come on, give me your best shot. The Frost Lord rumbled in a thunderous voice. The 2 pairs of wings supported the Frost Lord as it rose slowly into the air. Around him, ice-cold air swirled continuously, and numerous ice crystals formed in the air. Merlin narrowed his eyes. The Frost Lord was truly difficult to defeat. This opponent was probably on par with him at the ultimate limit of the 7th level or perhaps even slightly more powerful than him. Since they were in Sub-Zero Snowfield, and ice elements were aplenty, if it was a real battle, the Frost Lord would have the upper hand. However, Merlin was bent on entering the frost pond. He took a deep breath and began to activate the spell model of darkness illusory death. Suddenly, the entire sky dimmed as darkness shrouded the entire palace. Pitch-black darkness descended except for the top of the palace where mysterious runes began to glow brightly, apparently resisting the darkness. As Merlin released his darkness illusory death, his indifferent eyes stared right ahead at the Frost Lord. As long as his opponent was distracted for a split second, it would immediately face Merlin's thunder-like attack. In the dark, the Frost Lord howled loudly. Around him, layers upon layers of ice had formed a thick wall, yet it failed to stop the darkness from descending. The Frost Lord had had a very long lifespan. From the day of its birth until it achieved its current powerful Frost Lord form, more than 1,000 years had passed. Elemental sprites had a very long lifespan, so although their innate mind powers were not strong, over a long period of time, they would eventually strengthen to an impressive level. Therefore, Merlin's darkness illusory death did not pose any threat to the Frost Lord. Instead, it utterly infuriated him because the snow sprites, which did not manage to go inside the palace, were killed by darkness illusory death without any resistance. In Frost Lord's eyes, these snow sprites were like its own children. "You've killed my children, so you must die." The Frost Lord's deadly growl was even more terrifying than before, accompanied by its thickening chilling aura as if it was preparing to launch an earth-shattering blow. The entire mountaintop seemed to be vibrating, and even the fluffy clouds in the air seemed to be frozen solid, forming a huge cage that surrounded Merlin and the others. Wizards Ernie and Watson's faces paled greatly. Although they knew that the Frost Lord was powerful, they did not expect it to be so strong to the extent that they were completely helpless to resist. Merlin knew that the Frost Lord was livid, so he had to fight for his life. The fact was, this entire area had been occupied by the Frost Lord for thousands of years, so it had long since been prepared as its personal battlefield. In this place, the Frost Lord's powers could be increased several folds. Once the power of the entire area was activated, the Frost Lord's power would undoubtedly surpass the 7th level and reach the 8th level as well as the peak power of the 8th level. Frost Lord, you might want to reconsider. If we truly start engaging in a big battle, will the snow sprites in the palace be able to survive? If push comes to shove, I'll just break open the seal on the 4th form of Darkness Eye. For an accursed power like this, I'm sure you're well aware of the strength of its 4th form. Merlin saw that the Frost Lord was beginning to prepare for a large battle with an unpleasant expression on his face. He did not expect that his opponent would be so terrifying when it went berserk, so Merlin had to take a step backward and revealed Darkness Eye in his palm. The blood-red, demonic-looking eye was constantly glowing crimson as if there was a strange power lurking within it. Darkness Eye. Although the Frost Lord only snarled softly, due to its gigantic size, its snarl was like a peal of thunder reverberating across the sky. As for Darkness Eye, there were a few higher-order spellcasters who did not know about it. Even in the remote Sub-Zero snowfield, many of the spellcasters have heard of the legend of Darkness Eye. It was an accursed power that contained unparalleled power as well as the embodiment of darkness. The blood-red eye in Merlin's palm appeared to be very spirited. Even Merlin himself could sense the excited mood of Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye was longing for a battle, longing for a bloodbath, and longing for the flood of negative emotions. Only negative emotions would be able to help it to grow stronger. More than anything, it longed for Merlin to uncover its seal and release the 4th form of Darkness Eye once again. However, as long as it was not the last resort, Merlin would not do it. Crackle crackle. A sinister-sounding laugh became faintly audible, and behind Merlin, a huge fuzzy ghostly face filled the sky, staring coldly at the Frost Lord. Darkness Eye seemed to have arrived at its Armageddon's call. If the Frost Lord activated the power of the entire area, Merlin would have no choice but to break open the seal of the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Following the loosening of the seal on Darkness Eye, the huge ghostly face behind Merlin began to become clearer. The ghostly faces continued to distort and change, and the darkness aura thickened discernibly. The real battle was a mere hair's breadth away. Chapter 419, The Frost Lord 4. Chapter 419, The Frost Lord 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin regarded the Frost Lord coldly. Unless he had no other choice, he would not break the seal on the 4th form of Darkness Eye. he knew that once the seal was opened, he would have to use the power of the Maxims to constantly suppress the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Once the power of the Maxims was exhausted, Merlin would no longer be able to suppress Darkness Eye. Nevertheless, improving his body was also an important quest, because if he succeeded in cultivating Glacier Country, Merlin would possess two types of special Pandora demon abilities. By then, even if Merlin was only able to wield its third form, Glacier Country would suppress everything in its surrounding when it descended. Should the opponent be too strong to be suppressed, his abilities would still be considerably weakened. Thereafter, Merlin would wield Darkness Eye. With this combination, even Clyde who possessed Spatial Blade would no longer be his opponent. Therefore, the Frost Lord's Frost Pond was quintessential to him. There was no price that Merlin was unwilling to pay in order to enter the Frost Pond and improve his physique. Who? The giant ghostly face belonging to Darkness Eye seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. The Frost Lord's face fell slightly. It could vaguely sense a vicious power lurking, as if once the ghostly face fully appeared, the Frost Lord would be in grave danger. The fourth form of Darkness Eye. After a long, tense silence, the Frost Lord exhaled heavily, and its humongous body began to gradually change back into the delicate-looking beautiful lady it displayed earlier. However, after witnessing the Frost Lord's terrifying true form, Merlin could no longer gaze fondly at the current form. Well, if your desire is to enter the Frost Pond, it's not completely impossible. The Frost Lord said pointedly, finally relaxing its tone. It appeared that the Frost Lord too did not want to engage Merlin, the Dark Fire Incarnate, in a life-and-death battle. What are your conditions? Merlin's eyes narrowed in concentration as he curled his fists into a tight grip, and the huge ghostly face behind him disappeared without a trace. Darkness Eye seemed to resent Merlin for reining it in, so waves of angry emotions were ebbing out. However, they did not affect Merlin, as he was still able to easily suppress Darkness Eye. Why don't you come in with me first? The Frost Lord regarded Merlin with indifference and turned to fly back into the palace. Merlin did not hesitate and led both wizards Ernie and Watson to follow behind the Frost Lord, and they flew into the mysterious palace. This palace was only accessible to the snow sprites since it was specifically built for them by the Frost Lord. In other words, it was built for the sole purpose of training the snow sprites in the Frost Pond. Upon entering the palace, Merlin felt even colder than before. Even with his physical fitness, he felt quite chilly and had no choice but to cast a spell. Whereas wizards Ernie and Watson, upon entering the palace, immediately cast spells on themselves in order to walk around freely. Crack! Around Merlin and the others, occasional ice crystals would appear and freeze rapidly, as well as a thin layer of ice which slowly spread on the ground toward Merlin. Merlin stepped on it gently, and the ice layer instantly shattered into pieces in all directions. Interesting. The corners of Merlin's mouth curved into a smile. It was not an attack but a snow sprite which was practicing its innate abilities. These snow sprites were mostly equivalent to a 4th-level spellcaster. It was unknown how many snow sprites the Frost Lord had gathered in the palace. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, the Frost Lord was like a banner that attracted a countless number of snow sprites. We're here. Quickly, the Frost Lord came to a stop. Merlin and the others looked ahead and saw a huge pond with a few snow sprites inside, appearing to be enduring great suffering. These snow sprites were either completely unaware that strangers had arrived by the pond or were aware, but too preoccupied in their own predicaments to care. The surface of the frost pond looked extremely calm, but the icy aura emitting from it caused Merlin to feel a sense of astonishment. It was a level of extreme chill that he had never encountered before, almost like there was a special kind of power hidden in the frost pool. Gulp gulp. The snow sprites in the frost pool suddenly started to struggle frantically, and their auras became more and more chaotic as they struggled for help. However, the Frost Lord who stood beside the frost pool stayed very still and did not show any intention of extending a helping hand. Soon enough, the snow sprites were completely submerged by the cerulean blue pond and lost their life forces. Just like that, 2 snow sprites were swallowed by the frost pond. It seemed like the frost pond was not as simple as it was rumored to be. Frost Lord, are those snow sprites not under your protection? Merlin pointed at the frost pond, but his meaning was clear. Why did the Frost Lord not react when the 2 snow sprites fell into danger? Throughout Sub-Zero Snowfield, it was a well-known fact that the Frost Lord protected all the snow sprites. As long as they made it into the Frost Lord's territory, they would be safe from harm. Now, on the other hand, those two snow sprites could have been easily rescued by the Frost Lord, yet the Frost Lord had chosen to stay aloof to their cry for help. This appeared to be completely different from the rumors. This is their destiny. I can protect them for a moment, but I cannot protect them forever. If they want to be strong, then they have to pay the price of becoming stronger. At this moment, the Frost Lord seemed to be particularly cruel. The Frost Lord looked at Merlin and said, "The Frost Pond is here, but it was built with my own blood, sweat, and tears for the sake of the snow sprites. If you want to enter the Frost Pond, you must agree to one condition." "Tell me, what is it?" Merlin was already prepared to pay a steep price. If the Frost Pond was truly as magical as its legend, and could improve Merlin's physique to the point that he would be able to cultivate glacier country, then no price was too high to pay. It's very simple. I need you, after the baptism in the Frost Pond, to help me defeat another snow sprite. The Frost Lord's words surprised Merlin. Was there another snow sprite in Sub-Zero Snowfield that could attract Frost Lord's wrath? The Frost Lord's infallible reputation was known throughout Sub-Zero Snowfield, yet he had never heard of a snow sprite that could compete against the Frost Lord. In fact, there was not even a snow sprite that could compare to a 7th level spellcaster. What's the real problem? Naturally, Merlin had to ask. Although he was eager to enter the Frost Pool as soon as possible, these details had to be discussed properly first. Wizard Merlin, that snow sprite is probably about as strong or perhaps just slightly stronger than me. It's not that much stronger compared to me. This is a matter between the other snow sprite and I. If Wizard Merlin agrees to defeat the snow sprite with me, then you can use the Frost Pond whenever you want. The Frost Lord did not elaborate further, but even from the simple explanation, Merlin could surmise that the snow sprite being targeted by the Frost Lord would not be easily defeated. In fact, it was even stronger than the Frost Lord, albeit not by much. Nevertheless, it was still an extremely tricky mission. The Frost Lord was already stronger than him, so to defeat a snow sprite slightly stronger than the Frost Lord was definitely going to be a tough row to hoe. Seeing that Merlin was hesitant, the Frost Lord continued. "Wizard Merlin, it won't be just you and I. I've also invited some powerful great wizards among the 7th level spellcasters. Surely, to be labeled powerful by the Frost Lord was no average Joe. He did not expect the Frost Lord's plan to be so comprehensive and well prepared, and even invited along some powerful spellcasters. Merlin deliberated internally for a moment and finally nodded his head. As long as he was able to cultivate glacier country, no price was too great to pay. Moreover, it was only to defeat a snow sprite that was comparable to the Frost Lord. Very well, let's sign a contract. The Frost Lord was very thorough as it took out a contract which flew toward Merlin. Merlin quickly glanced through the contents of the contract. It was according to what the Frost Lord had said earlier and did not contain any traps. So, it was safe for him to sign it. Hum. Merlin imprinted his mind power onto the contract, and the Frost Lord kept it. Satisfied, the Frost Lord nodded at Merlin. Wizard Merlin, please go ahead. The Frost Pond is now open for you to use. Though I must remind you, the Frost Pond is very dangerous, and its frigid blast is unparalleled. Although it can help improve a spellcaster's physique, the effects are not as good as the spellcaster's original bodies are too weak to begin with. Merlin clearly understood the Frost Lord's heavily laden words. Entering the Frost Pond came with a certain degree of risk. Even the snow sprites were completely submerged by the Frost Pond and would remain in the Frost Pond forever. What more the spellcaster's weak bodies? Merlin stripped off his black wizard robes, revealing a very well-proportioned figure. From the outside, Merlin did not look strong at all. In fact, he looked even a little on the thinner side. After taking off his clothes, however, the curves on Merlin's body would be envied even by powerful elemental swordsmen. Within those taut rippling muscles, packed a formidable mass of power waiting to explode. Frost Lord, please be rest assured. Since I'm the one who came to you, I'm prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, how would a mere Frost Pond be my downfall? Merlin took a deep breath and jumped into the chilly Frost Pond. Crack! The moment Merlin jumped into the frost pond, the entire surface of the frost pond froze instantly. Especially the spot where Merlin had jumped in, it was condensed into a thick layer of ice, effectively trapping the tip of Merlin's forehead, which was just emerging onto the surface. Chapter 420, Level Up, 4th Level Spell Caster. Chapter 420, Level Up, 4th Level Spell Caster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The frost pond was frozen in an instant, and Merlin's movements also seemed to stop momentarily. Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson gazed at the frost pond unblinkingly. As Merlin's slaves who had signed a slave contract with him, their instincts were most finely attuned to him. Based on their instincts, Merlin's mind imprint had not disappeared from their slave contracts, which meant that he was not dead. Crack! Suddenly, the ice crystals on the frost pond shattered into pieces, and Merlin's figure reappeared in the frost pond. His body was enveloped with a layer of icy aura, which continuously pervaded into his body. A look of agony appeared on his face. Of course, it was impossible for the frost pond to freeze Merlin inside, but once his body entered the pond, endless icy aura began to help Merlin transform his body. With the icy aura pervading the body, an average spellcaster would not have been able to withstand the extreme cold and would die. Merlin, however, had practiced the postures of the mysterious relief sculptures, so his body was extremely durable. Therefore, despite the invasion of the icy aura destroying his body beyond recognition, the regenerating ability of Merlin's body kicked in and mended the destruction. Every time the icy aura destroyed a part, his body would quickly regenerate and subsequently be destroyed by the icy aura once again. It was in this endless cycle of repeated destruction and regeneration that, without realizing it, Merlin's physical transformation had been more than halfway completed. His body was now able to withstand the invasion of frigid blasts, and his affinity with ice elements achieved a formidable level only second to the snow sprites. Snow sprites were, in essence, snow spirits. Where there was an extremely high concentration of ice elements that produced a spark of awareness, a sprite was formed. Naturally, they had unimaginable levels of affinity with the ice elements, whereas Merlin was merely a spell caster. At this moment, nonetheless, he possessed a level of affinity to ice elements that was only second to these snow sprites. This also implied that Merlin's immersion in the frost pond to undergo a physical transformation was a huge success. However, it was also a very painful process. The continuous cycle of destruction and regeneration was beyond anything that anyone could imagine. It was only through sheer determination that Merlin had managed to endure it. Splash! Merlin abruptly opened his eyes and stood in the middle of the frost pond. His body was still swirling with dense icy aura, but there was no trace of discomfort. Instead, there was a sense of fondness in him. The transformation is a success. A thought struck in Merlin's heart, and he extended a finger to cast an ice-type spell. Despite it being only a third-level spell, the entire frost pond was frozen solid in an instant. The power level was terrifying, clearly exceeding the level of an average third-level spell. For the first time, Merlin could also distinctly feel his level of affinity toward the ice elements. It was truly incredible, only second to the snow sprites. Whoosh! Merlin rose from the frost pond and stood before the Frost Lord. Smiling, he said, "Thank you so much, Frost Lord. This frost pond is no longer of use to me. You can allow the other snow sprites to use it now." "Oh. Wizard Merlin, you're apparently able to withstand the icy aura of the frost pond, and managed to undergo the physical transformation so quickly. The speed you took was even faster than the snow sprites." Deep inside, the Frost Lord was very astonished. The frost pond was created by its own two hands, so no one knew the frost pond better than the Frost Lord. Even some of the snow sprites could not withstand the process and had to stay in the frost pond forever, becoming a part of the frost pond. However, Merlin as a weak-bodied spellcaster was surprisingly able to undergo a physical transformation in the frost pond. It was truly incredible. Additionally, the Frost Lord could clearly sense that Merlin did not cast a single protective spell in the frost pond. He had endured the entire physical transformation with his own flesh and blood. The Frost Lord was puzzled and full of unanswered questions because it would not have known that Merlin possessed the mysterious relief sculpture, and thus was able to possess extraordinary regenerative powers even as a mere spell caster. It was for that reason that the transformation had gone so smoothly, and within such a short period, he managed to undergo a physical transformation with the help of the Frost Pond. "Frost Lord, please arrange a quiet place for me." Since Merlin had succeeded in his physical transformation, he could finally attempt to cultivate glacier country, hence he needed a quiet environment where he would not be disturbed by anyone. Obviously, the Frost Lord's territory was not the best choice, but since Merlin had signed a contract with the Frost Lord to defeat the other Snow Sprite, it was understood that he could not leave. The Frost Lord nodded. "Of course, no problem. I'll personally show you the way." Thus, the Frost Lord led Merlin to an isolated courtyard where he would not be disturbed, which perfectly fitted Merlin's request. "Wizard Merlin, you may meditate here. When the time comes, I'll come and look for you." Merlin knew that the Frost Lord was talking about the matter of the contract. It appeared that the Frost Lord still needed to make some preparations. Therefore, he nodded. "Just inform me when the time comes." Merlin waited until the Frost Lord left before using his mind power to carefully examine his vicinity. After he had made sure there was no particular discovery, he said to Ernie and Watson, "You stand guard outside the door. Don't allow anyone to disturb me." Sensing the seriousness in Merlin's tone, Wizards Ernie and Watson both nodded. As Merlin's slaves, they could only obey his orders. With 2 7th-level spellcasters standing guard, Merlin felt a little relieved as he stepped into the house. The furnishing in the house was very simple, but it exuded a feeling of serenity. Merlin did not care one way or the other, and began to closely examine the condition of his body. After the transformation in the Frost Pond, his body's regenerative ability was still as resilient as before. This was the benefit he derived from the mysterious relief sculpture. Although the posture did not provide much help to Merlin in terms of battle strength, it benefited him greatly in many other aspects. The physical transformation this time, for one, would not have been successful without those strong regenerative powers. Merlin's body right now had indeed vastly improved its affinity to ice elements, that even the ice-type spells he released were more powerful than before. All the requirements to begin cultivating glacier country had been fulfilled. However, Merlin did not immediately start cultivating glacier country. A special Pandora demon ability like this would consume an incredible amount of magic power, and the magic power contained in the few spell models in his awareness was definitely not enough to support more than a few tries of glacier country. Therefore, he had to first construct 4th-level spells. At present, Merlin was yet to construct Ice-type and Thunder-type 4th-level spells. Once these 2 4th-level spells were successfully constructed, Merlin would become a 4th-level spellcaster. The Ice-type and Thunder-type 4th-level spells had already been derived by Merlin using the Matrix back when he forcibly seized the Ice Maxim. In order to diminish the power of the Ice Maxim, he used the Matrix to derive many new spells. He even derived 4 types of 5th-level spells, so Merlin was in no shortage of spells. What he lacked right now was mind power, because although he had reached the mind power of the peak of the 5th level, it was still insufficient. Fortunately, Merlin still had the ingredients for Mokra Potion, so he could brew a large amount of Mokra Potion here. Although the Frost Lord's area was not completely secure, Merlin was more reassured by the protection of Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson. Therefore, in the subsequent period, Merlin began to frantically prepare the Mokra Potion. During the process of brewing, he also took occasional doses of Mokra Potion. Even though the effect of the Mokra Potion had weakened significantly as a result of Merlin's long-term use, it was ultimately unable to beat the large amount of Mokra Potions brewed by Merlin. Back in the Imperial City, the 8th Prince had given Merlin 1,000 servings of potion ingredients, so even with a 1/3 success rate, he was able to brew more than 300 servings of Mokra Potion. This was a huge number. Naturally, with such a huge number of Mokra Potions, Merlin's mind power grew rapidly. Nevertheless, to advance from the 5th to the 6th level, he still needed to accumulate the requisite mind power. Therefore, despite consuming countless servings of Mokra Potion and rapidly growing his mind power, there were no signs of breaking through. Boom! Finally, after 3 months of consuming unknown portions of Mokra Potions, Merlin's mind power had broken through. Like boiling water, his mind power began to surge wildly. 6th level mind power. Merlin slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Since he held more spells than an average spell caster, and the level of complexity of his spells exceeded that of an average spell caster, the amount of mind power required was also beyond imaginable levels. Until now, the only obstacle keeping Merlin from becoming more powerful was his mind power. It was fortunate that Merlin's mind power had finally broken through to the 6th level, so now he was able to easily construct 4th level Ice-type and Thunder-type spells. The 4th level Ice-type spell, Arctic Realm, was also a new spell derived by the Matrix. It was still a binding spell, but it became a territorial binding and its binding powers were greatly enhanced. The derivation of Ice-type spells continued in the same vein, in which all of them constituted binding spells, so along the way, their binding powers would become stronger. With Arctic Realm, Merlin became more confident to cultivate Glacier Country. Furthermore, the spell model of Arctic Realm was very stable and had accumulated a large amount of magic power, enough to power Glacier Country many times over. Therefore, it would be completely sufficient to be used in a battle. Besides Arctic Realm, Merlin's 4th level Thunder-type spell, Thunder Realm, was also successfully constructed. This was a large area offensive spell. When a spell reached 4th level spell, its range of attack was key. Even Incinerating Fire was a large area offensive spell as a result of the gradual evolution of spells. Spells that attacked a single target was becoming rarer and rarer. During the spellcaster's most glorious era, a single gesture from the great spellcasters was enough to destroy countless mountains and valleys. This was made possible because all the spells they constructed were large area spells. Boom! When the final 2 4th level spells were successfully constructed, all the spell models in Merlin's awareness vibrated gently, followed by a subtle feeling flooding in his awareness. All the spell models began to rotate frenziedly, and countless elements gathered chaotically on Merlin's body as if a black hole was engulfing all the elements. From this moment on, Merlin had finally leveled up to a 4th level spellcaster. Chapter 421, Glacier Country. Chapter 421, Glacier Country. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Becoming a 4th level spellcaster was a significant point of divergence. If he was in the dark magic region, he would have been able to build his own wizard tower and teach his own students. On the career path of spellcasters, he would have become a highly qualified wizard. However, for Merlin, the benefits he sensed from becoming a 4th level spellcaster was much more than these. The moment the last 2 4th level spells were successfully constructed, a shockwave rippled through his entire awareness. The spell models, which had been tilted dangerously, were restored to perfect balance and became as still as a pond. All the spell models in his awareness came together as a whole, which released an impressive level of mind power. With the current level of mind power, Merlin could even try to construct a 5th level spell. Furthermore, Merlin discovered that the spells he cast now seemed to have a holistic feeling to them. All 6 elements, fire, wind, ice, earth, thunder, and darkness were wildly pervading his body, whereas Merlin's body was like a black hole that engulfed these elements hungrily. Upon leveling up to 4th level, all the spell models within his awareness underwent a subtle change. It seemed like the limits of the spell models had been expanded and thus, they were able to accommodate more magic power. This transformation was experienced by all 4th level spellcasters, and not only to Merlin. It was no wonder, then, that 4th level spellcasters were fundamentally different from those below 4th level. Upon leveling up to 4th level, their abilities were increased many folds, and in all aspects, their powers exceeded spellcasters below 4th level. After Merlin became a 4th level spellcaster, he did not immediately construct 5th level spells. Although the balance in his spell models finally allowed large amounts of mind power to be released, and he could actually construct 5th level spells, he knew that if he constructed the 5th level spells, the spell models in his awareness would lose its balance once again. Then, he would have to consume large amounts of mind power to stabilize the spell models. In that situation, it would have been hard to determine whether there would be enough mind power left to activate spells in a fight. Although it was not usually a noteworthy point of consideration, mind power was actually a crucial component. Without mind power, a spellcaster would face problems to even cast a spell. This was because in order to cast a spell, mind power is involved to activate the spell model, and from there, the spell is released. After leveling up to a 4th level spellcaster, Merlin began to cultivate the special demon ability, Glacier Country. Since he had already constructed his 4th level ice-type spell, Arctic Realm, he was able to cultivate Glacier Country. The biggest hurdle in cultivating glacier country was the physical transformation. It was the tipping point for most, as it was very difficult to achieve. Most of the spellcasters were unable to successfully transform their bodies. Those who wanted to cultivate special demon abilities had to undergo the challenge of physical transformation. Once the transformation was successful, they would possess a powerful ability. On the other hand, if the physical transformation was unsuccessful, they would only face certain death. Merlin had relied on the impressive regenerating powers of the mysterious relief sculptures to succeed in his physical transformation. Thus, it was no longer difficult for him to cultivate the glacier country. On Merlin's body, a mysterious symbol appeared. This mysterious symbol glowed with an ice-cold aura, drawing a chilling shudder. Endless ice elements began to accumulate around Merlin's body. The first step of cultivating the glacier country was to successfully carve out the mysterious symbol. Following that, he had to use his mind power to stimulate the symbol and follow the instructions of the glacier country to make it descend. Boom! Merlin's mind power was already sufficiently strong. Coupled with his success in carving the symbol and stimulation of his mind power, the ice-cold sensation reappeared. Then, an invisible freezing space suddenly descended. Crack crack! Since Merlin was in the center, he could feel the invasion of the frigid blasts, but his body was now able to withstand the invasion and, as a matter of fact, even felt a sense of familiarity. An invisible ice-cold power enveloped the entire area. Merlin knew that this was the glacier country. If anyone was trapped within it, a mere thought from Merlin would be able to freeze the person or stir up a snowstorm, allowing infinite ice elements to rage throughout. This was the horror of the glacier country. Once the glacier country descended, any spellcaster who was trapped in it would be suppressed. In some instances, the spellcaster would not even be able to wield half of his power. The most important function of the glacier country was to suppress, limit and bind. However, this was only the first form of the glacier country. Its binding ability was not too strong, and its effect on an average 7th-level spellcaster was also mediocre. The glacier country also had 7 forms. As the demon ability belonged to the Legend of Ice, its power was naturally formidable. Nevertheless, it would not be easy to cultivate its 2nd, 3rd, or more powerful forms. Merlin's Darkness Eye was already cultivated by Wizard Leo to its 4th form, except that Wizard Leo had sealed the 3rd and 4th forms. 1. Later on, Wizard Leo passed it down to Merlin, hence Merlin being able to wield the 3rd form of the Darkness Eye. In fact, if Merlin resisted the backlash of the Darkness Eye in the future, he would immediately be able to wield the 4th form of the Darkness Eye. The glacier country, on the other hand, was different. Merlin had to cultivate it step by step, from its 1st form onwards. The cultivation of glacier country was similar to other special demon abilities, which required an understanding of ice. Merlin's understanding of fire was truly comprehensive. Since he had a fire-type maxim, he always had a profound understanding of fire. In contrast, Merlin's understanding of ice-type spells was no different from a beginner. If he had to understand the essence of ice in order to improve the glacier country to its 2nd and 3rd forms, it would take an indefinite period of time. It could possibly take years, or maybe even decades. After such a long time, Merlin was not sure if the glacier country would still be useful to him. Thinking along those lines, Merlin became frustrated. However, when he sensed the ice maxim that was being fully suppressed by both the flame maxim and his mind power, he had a stroke of genius. If it was an understanding of ice that he needed, there was no one who was more profound than the ice maxim itself. After all, it was the ultimate maxim that belonged to the Legend of Ice and was the strongest maxim of its element. Thus, Merlin wielded the glacier country again, and the invisible glacier country descended. This was just its 1st form, so it was invisible and had a very small range. Naturally, its power was not very strong. Once the glacier country descended, Merlin used all his strength to push the ice maxim, which had been driven away by the flame maxim until only a small smidgen was left, directly into the glacier country. Boom! The ice maxim gradually seeped into the glacier country, and it changed in its entirety rapidly. Since ice maxim had been the strongest technique of the Legend of Ice, its understanding of ice was almost at its peak. As a result, the glacier country was changing rapidly. The originally invisible glacier country began to turn slightly transparent, enough to be faintly visible to the naked eye. This was the second form of the glacier country. Merlin could also clearly sense that its binding power had increased in strength. Nevertheless, the glacier country was still evolving. Soon, it became translucent, and the landscape of the glacier country became apparent to the naked eye. It was like a realm of ice and snow, with drafts of frigid blasts whirling in the air. Its binding power was strong enough to suppress any spell caster. Even the powers of special demon abilities would be weakened inside the glacier country. This was the third form of the glacier country. Merlin could clearly sense that the ice maxim was being consumed rapidly, as if it would be completely exhausted quickly enough. This was Merlin's limit, the third form of the glacier country. Retract! Merlin immediately activated the flame maxim to drive the ice maxim out of the glacier country. Without the ice maxim, the glacier country stopped changing its form. The third form. Finally, Merlin's glacier country stopped changing. He was now able to maintain the third form of the glacier country for about an hour. It was considered a long time, enough to kill any enemy that could cross his path. Of course, this was also Merlin's limit. If it was the fourth form, Merlin might not even be able to support it, or perhaps his magic power would be depleted in the first instance and his spell models would collapse. The evolution of every form of special demon abilities was onerous and worsened substantially with each subsequent evolution. The evolution from its first form to its third form took only a very short period of time, but it was not due to Merlin's cultivation. Instead, it had occurred by deception, because Merlin used the ice maxim to deceive the glacier country into unlocking its third form. Nevertheless, this deception would only be made possible if a spellcaster had, like Merlin, accidentally obtained the ice maxim, as well as was been eligible to cultivate the glacier country. If any of the two requirements had not been fulfilled, then it would not have come to fruition. In reality, Merlin was the only person who relied on the ice maxim to deceive the glacier country and cultivate its third form. I see. The ice maxim has such properties. In that case, I better save it. Merlin did not expect that the ice maxim, which was being forcefully suppressed by the flame maxim to prevent it from creating chaos in his awareness, had such properties. It was actually able to help cultivate the glacier country quickly too. Therefore, he should preserve the ice maxim and not exhaust it, so that he could use it again when he was ready to cultivate the fourth form of the glacier country. The translucent state of the glacier country was big enough to cover an area of a few hundred meters. Moreover, Merlin could also condense it further and reduce its coverage area, but it would consume significant amounts of mind power. If the coverage area of the glacier country was reduced, its power would be increased. After successfully cultivating the glacier country, Merlin opened his eyes. He had been in the Frost Lord's area for 3 months now. It was time to take a break. Thus, Merlin stood up, opened the door, and calmly walked outside. Chapter 422, Sorrow. Chapter 422, Sorrow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the other side of the door, Wizards Ernie and Watson were still standing respectfully as they remained vigilant to their surroundings. As Merlin's slaves, they did not dare defy any of his orders. Since Merlin requested them to stand guard, it must have been important. However, in contrast to Wizard Ernie's careful diligence, Wizard Watson's attitude appeared to be more slipshod. From inside the house, Merlin was able to observe all the happenings outside. Within this period, he also developed a certain understanding of both Ernie and Watson. Although Wizard Ernie was quite old, his personality was cautious and adaptable. Upon becoming Merlin's slave, he fully discarded all his pride as a 7th-level spellcaster. People like Ernie might not become high achievers, but in Merlin's eyes, these were the type of people he needed. Watson, on the other hand, though he could not disobey Merlin, he was ultimately unable to discard his pride as a 7th-level spellcaster. Wizard Watson's attitude could be considered to be normal. After all, he was a high-level spellcaster and held a certain level of dignity associated with being a 7th-level spellcaster. Therefore, despite becoming a slave, he upheld his dignity. In Merlin's eyes, Watson's usefulness was limited because he was quite normal. If they were ever faced with a highly dangerous situation, Merlin would choose to sacrifice Watson instead of Ernie. Wizard Ernie was similar to Wizard Banmu in the sense that Merlin could use them as an extension of himself, and thus, they were able to help him solve a lot of problems. Master. When Merlin walked out of the house, Wizard Ernie immediately noticed and acknowledged him respectfully. Wizard Watson hesitated slightly but came to Merlin's side. Merlin nodded slightly. Throughout this time, did the Frost Lord come? Master, the Frost Lord never came, Wizard Ernie replied after pondering for a while. Merlin was slightly surprised to hear that the Frost Lord did not come at all in the last 3 months. After all, before Merlin entered the Frost Pond, he signed a contract with the Frost Lord to defeat another snow sprite. Now 3 months had passed, yet the Frost Lord had not initiated any action. It was very strange indeed. Come, let's go out and see. With both Ernie and Watson by his side, Merlin exited the isolated courtyard and headed towards the outside world. The palace of the Frost Lord was extremely luxurious. The main color scheme was white, yet it seemed perfectly spotless, so it was obvious that the snow sprites cleaned the palace quite often. Moreover, Merlin could also see a large number of snow sprites scurrying in and out of the palace complex. Ordinarily, there were very few of them outside. They were similar to flame sprites, who were also extremely rare. Merlin had only ever encountered one flame sprite, and it was inside the ancient monuments. Even then, the flame sprite had been captured by the great wizard Dowland, the owner of the ancient monuments, who then imprisoned it for thousands of years. Flame sprites and snow sprites were both elemental sprites, but inside the Frost Lord's palace complex, the number of snow sprites was unexpectedly bountiful. Their population was so dense that they seemed to be everywhere. Wizard Ernie stole a look at Merlin and seemed to notice the look of disbelief on his face, so he carefully explained. Master, one of the reasons there are so many snow sprites here is because they don't have a limited lifespan, so they could live for more than tens of thousands of years. Therefore, as time passes, it is not impossible for the number of snow sprites to slowly accumulate to its current population size in the Frost Lord's palace. Additionally, Sub-Zero Snowfield is covered in thick snow all year long, so it's like a wonderland for ice-type spellcasters. With the high concentration of ice elements, more snow sprites are born here compared to anywhere else. However, the real reason behind the incredible population of snow sprites is the Frost Lord's influence. With the Frost Lord's protection, these snow sprites would not be captured by other spellcasters and can live peacefully. Otherwise, no matter how many snow sprites there were, the spellcasters would not cease their actions. Listening to Wizard Ernie's explanation, Merlin nodded darkly. It was true that no matter how many snow sprites there were, their population would not be enough to cater to the level of demand from spellcasters. The power of the Frost Lord protected a large population of snow sprites and provided a stable environment for them to grow. The snow sprites in this palace all possessed the skills of a 4th-level spellcaster and above. However, as opposed to spellcasters, the differences in the snow sprites' level of abilities were determined based on their control over the ice elements. Newborn snow sprites, on average, were already powerful enough that their control over the ice elements were comparable to a 1st-level spellcaster. They were born naturally powerful and could progress up to 4th level rapidly with no problem. Nevertheless, since God granted them such an advantage in the early stages, their progress would not be as smooth sailing in the later stages. At 4th level, they would encounter a difficult hurdle, where many of the snow sprites would be required to undergo their first transformation. If their transformation was successful, their control over the ice elements would be a cut above the rest. The ice-type spells that they wielded would be much more powerful than spellcasters of the same level. This was an attribute derived from their natural predispositions. However, should the transformation be unsuccessful, these snow sprites would disappear completely and return to the air and the earth. Moreover, this was far from over. From 4th to 6th level, snow sprites did not face any difficulties and were able to progress smoothly, but 7th level posed an even bigger hurdle. Among all the snow sprites inside the palace complex, only the Frost Lord alone had succeeded in the transformation to achieve 7th level. Similarly, if this transformation was successful, then the snow sprite's abilities would be on par with 7th level spellcasters with fusion demon ability. However, the specifics of how the snow sprites could undergo their transformation were not known by Ernie, Watson, or even Merlin. It appeared to be a closely guarded secret. All the snow sprites in this palace were 4th level and above, which also meant that they were the ones who had undergone a successful transformation. The snow sprites below 4th level, who were yet to experience their first transformation, were not eligible to enter this palace. Bang! A massive crashing sound rang out, and Merlin stopped in his tracks. He raised his head to look around. In the open space ahead of them, 2 powerful snow sprites appeared to be fighting. Judging from the elemental fluctuations emitted from their bodies, their controls over ice elements were extremely strong. These were 6th level snow sprites. These 2 powerful 6th level snow sprites must have been fighting for a long time, and it was not a training spar, but a life or death battle. Merlin frowned slightly and began to quietly observe the scene. A few other snow sprites also gathered around these 2 snow sprites, but they did not seem to care about the public scrutiny and focused only on the intense battle between them. They controlled the ice elements and released a litany of powerful spells, wildly attacking each other. Time and time again, both snow sprites injured themselves, causing their body to turn slightly translucent. Once they turned completely transparent, they would collapse into nothing. The collapse of a snow sprite was equivalent to its death. The fight was a battle of death, but the other snow sprites surrounding them seemed like they were witnessing a common routine. They did not act other than simply observing the vicious battle between these 2 snow sprites. Gulp! Finally, one of the snow sprites seized the opportunity while its opponent's attention was diverted. It cast an ice freeze to freeze its opponent, and then with a wide-open mouth, it violently devoured its opponent. Yes, devoured, as in a snow sprite just swallowed another snow sprite whole. This was Merlin's first time witnessing this scene, so his jaw fell open with an expression of disbelief. Like Merlin, Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson, too, were astonished. 6th level snow sprites were considered powerful even in the outside world, and there were not that many of them in the palace to begin with. The fact that the Frost Lord allowed the snow sprites to engage in a life-or-death battle was already hard to believe, but now they even devoured one another. It was incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the other snow sprites did not seem at all surprised at the ending. Their expressions were resigned, as they had already expected for it to happen. In addition, their focuses were transfixed on the snow sprite that had just devoured its companion. Standing in a distance, Merlin's eyes were still shining with disbelief. However, a flicker of understanding had begun to dawn on him when he sensed a change in the elemental fluctuations emitted by that snow sprite. The elemental fluctuations on the snow sprite intensified, like a pot of boiling water that reached its boiling point. Boom! The snow sprite exploded in an instant, blowing away the snow sprites around it. With that, the snow sprite that had earlier devoured its companion collapsed. Another failure. A gentle sigh resonated behind him, and Merlin promptly turned around. Apparently unbeknownst since when, the Frost Lord had appeared behind him. The Frost Lord's gaze was locked on the snow sprites in a distance, its face riddled with a complicated expression. Merlin contemplated for a while and slowly spoke up. Is this the real reason you're protecting the snow sprites? Just so that they can devour one another to boost their abilities? From Merlin's short observation, he understood that the 2 snow sprites were actually trying to devour one another. In order to boost their abilities, they would have to defeat their opponent to be able to swallow them. The fact that they were able to devour their own companions in public, without any fear of repercussion, meant that the practice was endorsed by the Frost Lord. In the outside world, the Frost Lord had a praiseworthy reputation, but it seemed like there was a cruel side that was hidden from the public eye. You realized it? The Frost Lord's expression did not waver. With a single glance at Merlin, the Frost Lord casually replied, correct. The population of snow sprites used to be extremely few in numbers, and our abilities were pathetically weak. We used to be captured by spellcasters to boost their own powers, and there was nothing we could do. However, later on, I was fortunate enough to undergo the transformation. Through lots of experience, I found out that there was only one way for snow sprites to transform to 7th level, which is to devour a snow sprite of the same level. It's so cruel to devour your own companions to transform. Regardless, it is our only option. Right now, the snow sprites only have me to fend off the spellcasters, but if I'm no longer around, the remaining snow sprites would revert into vulnerable prey for the spellcasters once again. Therefore, more snow sprites must achieve 7th level, and for that purpose, they must transform. Thus, I built the Frost Kingdom, so that the snow sprites will be protected in this place. Large numbers of snow sprites throng this place upon hearing the news because they would enjoy some peace for a while. However, if they want to transform and become stronger, they would have to devour their companions. It's just that, over such a long period of time, I'm still the only snow sprite that had managed to transform after devouring a companion. The rest have all failed. The Frost Lord looked at the snow sprites in a distant, unconcealed sorrow on its face. Chapter 423, Wizard Blackmurk. Chapter 423, Wizard Blackmurk. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin kept silent. Apparently, it was truly arduous for snow sprites to transform themselves and to enhance their abilities. It was also inexplicably cruel that they had to devour their own companions to have a chance at transformation. The flame sprite that Merlin was currently suppressing had not undergone any transformation, despite surviving countless years in the ancient monuments. As such, its abilities did not grow. Perhaps it was because there were no other flame sprites around for it to devour, thus it could not transform. In the entire kingdom of the Frost Lord, the only snow sprite that was comparable with a 7th level spellcaster was the Frost Lord alone. All the other snow sprites, despite their attempts to transform, had not succeeded. Merlin suddenly recalled that the Frost Lord had made him sign a contract to defeat another snow sprite that was also equivalent to a 7th level spellcaster. Previously, Merlin had wondered why the Frost Lord would want to defeat such a powerful snow sprite, but now he realized the Frost Lord had a very important purpose. Frost Lord, you're thinking of devouring a companion in order to transform further? Merlin asked in a low voice, his gaze unwavering from the Frost Lord. Besides this, Merlin could not think of another reason why the Frost Lord would spend so much effort to defeat a similarly skilled 7th level snow sprite. The Frost Lord replied after a long pause, "You're right. Right now, I can only protect these snow sprites temporarily. There are many spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield who are much more powerful than I am. Perhaps they could not be bothered, or do not bear any bad intentions towards the snow sprites, therefore they had never acted against my kingdom. Nonetheless, entrusting our safety to the will of others will not last forever. We snow sprites have to control our fate in our own hands. Therefore, I need to become more powerful, and the only way is for me to transform is to devour a companion." A steely look of determination rose in the Frost Lord's eyes. "Frost Lord, how long will it be until we can depart? I cannot afford to spend a few years here." Merlin was referring to the contract. No matter for what reason the Frost Lord wanted to defeat the other 7th level snow sprite, Merlin was only concerned about discharging his obligations under the contract and to leave this place. He did not want to be confined in this place for a long time. "Soon, just wait for a bit. Once Wizard Blackmurk is ready, we can move." Once the Frost Lord mentioned Wizard Blackmurk, Merlin's heart thumped, and he glanced expectantly at Ernie. Wizard Ernie quietly replied, "Master, Wizard Blackmurk is a 7th level spellcaster, but his reputation in Sub-Zero Snowfield is savage. He has an alchemy creature that is completely venomous all over. He excels at concocting venom so deadly that even 7th level spellcasters have to be careful. Even the slightest contamination from his venom would corrode all defensive spells. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, Wizard Blackmurk is so fearsome that even the 8th level wizards are unwilling to provoke him. I wonder what price the Frost Lord paid to persuade Wizard Blackmurk to come." Just the mere mention of Wizard Blackmurk revealed a trace of trepidation on Wizard Ernie's face, which shed light on his infamy in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Additionally, most of it constituted villainy, that even Wizard Ernie felt terrified of him despite being at the same level. Actually, upon achieving 7th level, the gap between spellcasters becomes more pronounced. The comparison between an average 7th level spellcaster and a top 7th level spellcaster could be as different as heaven and earth. Merlin and many other spellcasters might be able to cross levels and vanquish average 7th level spellcasters, but the top 7th level spellcasters had an arsenal of powerful spells and were also supported by fusion demon abilities. This league of top 7th level spellcasters were truly formidable that even Merlin was not a worthy opponent. Wizards Ernie and Watson were considered average 7th level wizards. They had neither powerful spells nor Pandora demon abilities, so in comparison, they were far from the powerful 7th level spellcasters. This Blackmurk was obviously not an average 7th level spellcaster, so much so that even Wizard Ernie was terrified of him. Hum. Suddenly, a gentle breeze whooshed past, then immediately followed by vortex forming in the sky. Its effects were so distinctive that even a first-level spellcaster would be able to sense that the change was brought about by someone controlling the wind elements. Merlin squinted slightly. Someone was coming. The Frost Lord looked at the vortex in the sky and its lips curled into a mysterious smile. It said slowly, "We just mentioned Wizard Blackmurk, and he's here. Looks like we don't have to wait too long, we can depart soon." The Wizard Blackmurk mentioned by the Frost Lord was apparently arriving now. Someone who was specially invited by the Frost Lord would surely be quite outstanding. In addition to Wizard Ernie's trepidation at the mere mention of his name, Blackmurk must be extraordinary. Hence, Merlin also expanded his mind power to observe his surroundings. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky. Amidst a vortex with unparalleled force stood a blue-robed old man looking down in disdain. Whoosh! The old man landed in just one stride. Every step he took seemed to be shrouded by black smog. At the same time, behind him was an indistinguishable monster that was 3 meters tall and dark as night. A nasty stench lingered after every step, and its body was covered with a strong corrosive venom. It was the alchemy creature that was covered in venom. The venom even made Merlin feel threatened. SKR. Wizard Blackmurk led the alchemy creature forwards, and wherever they stepped was filled with a foul stench. Looking bizarrely creepy, it was accompanied by a trace of black smoke. A pitch-black, tar-like sticky substance oozed out and rapidly corroded the pure white ice crystals. "Hee, Frost Lord, I came as promised." Blackmurk grinned slightly as he led the alchemy creature to stand before the Frost Lord. His glance swept over Merlin and the others, but did not stop on them, his attention fully tuned to the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord's face twitched slightly as it threw a repulsive gaze at the alchemy creature behind Blackmurk. In a deep voice, the Frost Lord said, "Wizard Blackmurk, let me introduce to you the Dark Fire Incarnate who recently sent waves in Sub-Zero Snowfield, Wizard Merlin. This time, I've invited Wizard Merlin to join us in challenging Paolo." The Dark Fire Incarnate? Blackmurk was momentarily stunned, then he shifted his gaze onto Merlin. Blackmurk's gaze was aggressively penetrating as if he was trying to see through Merlin's entire body. Nevertheless, Merlin was not at all afraid of Blackmurk, so both their gazes met and began to challenge one another mid-air. HMPH. What is this Dark Fire Incarnate nonsense? He's naught but a mere dark wizard, how dare he call himself an incarnate? Frost Lord, I don't care whom you invite along, but people who aren't powerful enough should not be weighing us down, it will only embarrass us. Bang! The alchemy creature behind Blackmurk took a violent lurch backward, and its huge body broke the ice layer. Following that, accompanied by a foul stench, it leaped forward like a flash of lightning straight at Merlin. On the other hand, Blackmurk stretched out a scarlet tongue and licked his dry chapped lips with a cruel glint in his eyes. Merlin's eyes narrowed but did not panic. Instead, he gently extended a finger and made a small tapping gesture. Roar! Flames, endless flames, formed a wall of fire and blocked the alchemy creature from advancing. When black venomous substance was shot out of the alchemy creature, it would immediately be burned to ashes by the pale white flames without a trace. Oh! Interesting! This was the first time Blackmurk had met Merlin. Although he had previously heard of Merlin, they were all rumors. Apparently, rumors about the Dark Fire Incarnate was already widespread in Sub-Zero Snowfield. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, there were many spellcasters with fierce reputations like Merlin, so Blackmurk did not care to know. However, the one thing that caught his attention was the rumor that Merlin had obtained the second volume of the Never-Ending Book. In the second volume of the Never-Ending Book, he would be able to find the third volume of the Never-Ending Book. The reason Blackmurk had not pursued it back then was because he was entangled in another matter, but now that he met Merlin here, he would not hold back any further. Thus, he directly ordered the alchemy creature to attack. Half of Blackmurk's abilities actually rested upon the alchemy creature. As long as a single dab of venom managed to contaminate Merlin's body, Blackmurk believed that it was enough to induce a headache for any 7th-level spellcasters. This was also the reason why Blackmurk had been able to have such a fearsome reputation in Sub-Zero Snowfield. The venom-covered alchemy creature inspired fear among the 7th level spellcasters. Knock it down. Blackmerk snorted. He had injected so much effort into this alchemy creature that it was almost invincible. Regardless of what attack befell the alchemy creature, it did not cause too big of an impact. The same was true of Merlin's flames. Despite his flames already achieving the ultimate limit of a 7th level spell, its power was not fully utilized to attack the alchemy creature but was used as a means of defense. Therefore, the alchemy creature was not afraid. Despite being covered in a blanket of raging flames, the alchemy creature continued its sprint towards Merlin. Merlin could not help but frown. An alchemy creature that was not afraid of death was truly troublesome to deal with. Regardless, he would not allow the alchemy creature to come close to him. Moreover, Merlin also had flash wind, so he was only a mere thought away from leaving, and the alchemy creature would no longer be able to harm him. Nevertheless, since he was being tested by Blackmerk, he refused to budge. Who? Merlin pointed a finger towards the sky, and in an instant, all the snow sprites in the palace were staring vacantly at the sky. They saw concentrated darkness elements gathering in the sky, and the formerly bright sky turned dark. Subsequently, the sky would turn even darker and eventually pitch black, to the point that it would not be possible to see their own fingers stretched out in front of their faces. This was Merlin's darkness illusory death spell that had been further enhanced by the darkness heart. In fact, it was even more intimidating than those powerful fusion demon abilities. In the blink of an eye, darkness descended. Blackmerk's face changed when he felt the presence of a strong illusion. It would not affect him, but his alchemy creature was not an inanimate monster. It possessed a tiny sliver of awareness that was deliberately left behind by Blackmerk himself. Otherwise, an inanimate alchemy creature would not be able to grow and become stronger. Now, the tiny sliver of awareness that he left behind in the alchemy creature would be threatened by Merlin's darkness spell, as the alchemy creature might very well be entrapped by the illusion. For the first time, Blackmerk sensed that the rumored dark fire incarnate was truly powerful. Crack! At this very moment, the Frost Lord acted. With a wave of the Frost Lord's hand, strong mind power pierced the darkness and a thick ice wall blocked the alchemy creature's way, separating Merlin and Blackmerk. Both of you are my esteemed guests, so please stop. Your respective techniques and strengths will be useful when the time comes. The Frost Lord could see that Merlin and Blackmerk were equally matched as long as they did not use their trump cards. This actually impressed the Frost Lord, because Blackmerk's notorious reputation had prevailed in Sub-Zero Snowfield for such a long time that even 8th level wizards dared not provoke him. This was mostly due to the strength of his alchemy creature. The fact that Merlin was able to restrain Blackmerk's alchemy creature was already a testament to his abilities. Dark Fire Incarnate Wizard Merlin, I'm very interested in the second volume of the never-ending book in your hands. We'll battle again at the next opportunity. Blackmerk said with a smirk, his tone laced with deadly venom. Chapter 424, Paolo I. Chapter 424, Paolo I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the snowy horizons, there were some occasional dome-shaped igloos. The characteristics of these houses were very unique because it was put together using blocks of ice. Most of them were built by spellcasters. At this moment, 2 spellcasters, a male and a female, stood before the dome-shaped igloos. The female spellcaster was young, perhaps 14 or 15 years old. Her face was pure and innocent, and her big eyes were transfixed on the tall man dressed in a long white wizard's robes. Brother Paolo, my father asked you to explain some of the things that I need to pay attention to regarding the first-level wind-type spells, but your explanation just now was a little too complicated, so I didn't understand. Can you repeat it again? The tall, white-robed wizard had handsomely chiseled features, and his smile was exceptionally dazzling, like a bright ray of sunshine that made everyone feel warm. The female wizard liked the white-robed wizard's smile so much, that she even told a small lie to see him for a little longer. Using her lack of understanding as an excuse, she requested the white-robed wizard to repeat himself. The white-robed wizard appeared to be very patient as he smiled. All right, I'll explain it to you again. Following that, the white-robed wizard started to share some knowledge about first-level wind-type spells in a simplified manner. His explanations were very detailed, which showed that his understanding of first-level wind-type spells was very profound. The female wizard listened intently, but more attention was paid to the white-robed wizard in front of her. She was very fond of Brother Paolo as he was kind and talented. Her father once mentioned that it was only a matter of time before Paolo would become a fourth-level spellcaster. A fourth-level spellcaster was the strongest person the female wizard had ever seen. She seldom went out in sub-zero snowfield and had only met a handful of people, so from her limited exposure, a fourth-level spellcaster was already very powerful. Once the white-robed wizard finished explaining, the female wizard suddenly asked, "Brother Paolo, do you know if there are more powerful wizards outside?" "Outside?" The white-robed wizard paused slightly, and his smile faltered. Then, he nodded his head. "Of course there are more powerful spellcasters on the outside. Besides fourth level, there are also fifth, sixth, and even seventh level spellcasters." The female wizard was enthralled to hear that. Naturally, she did not understand what seventh level wizards were like, because the most powerful spellcaster she had ever met was only her father, who was a fourth level spellcaster. Whoosh! Right there and then, an old wizard returned from sub-zero snowfield. Upon seeing the old wizard, the female wizard smiled and rushed forward to welcome him. "Father, you're back. Brother Paolo was just telling me about the outside world." "Oh, the outside world? You'll see it one day." The old wizard cast an unfathomable look at the white-robed wizard. For some unknown reason, his gaze was faintly filled with awe. "Teacher!" The white-robed wizard also came to the old wizard and greeted him respectfully. If the old wizard was the white-robed wizard's teacher, then the awe-filled gaze was all the more incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the awed look in the old wizard's eyes was fleeting and was soon replaced with a calm expression. He nodded. "Paolo, you." Before he could finish, however, Paolo's expression changed drastically. The old wizard seemed to realize what was happening and quickly raised his head. The previously clear sky had suddenly turned dark. Moreover, the darkness seemed to be condensing even further. Concentrated darkness elements seemed to be gathering in frenzy. My, how unexpected. The 7th level snow sprite Paolo is actually hiding here as a teeny-weeny spellcaster. From the infinite darkness, a figure slowly emerged. The figure was dressed in a black robe and his features were childlike. He looked very young, except for a pair of harrowing, battle-scarred bottomless eyes that caused people to be involuntarily spellbound. "Who are you?" After a lengthy pause, the white-robed man stood up abruptly, and the smile disappeared from his face. Instead, it was replaced by an icy look. The old wizard, on the other hand, was now hunched behind the white-robed man as he murmured in a low voice. "Master!" Just a moment ago he was the white-robed wizard's teacher, but in the blink of an eye, the teacher had become a slave. This abrupt change was quite puzzling, but the white-robed man seemed unperturbed. He nodded. "Retreat now. The matter at hand is not for you to be involved in." The old wizard took a deep look at the mysterious figure that emerged from the darkness and swiftly retreated. 7th level fluctuations flashed on his body. Apparently, he was a 7th level spellcaster too. The mysterious wizard who emerged from the darkness only glanced placidly at the retreating old wizard. Calmly, he said, "Who I am is not important. What's important here is, today you won't be able to escape." "Really? With just this darkness spell?" "Let me guess, the Frost Lord invited you to come, and besides you, there are also others in hiding to ambush me." "Come out then, Frost Lord, I've already smelled your aura, you know very well that neither of us can fool the other." The white-robed wizard, Paolo, had his hands clasped behind his back. There was not a single trace of fear. Instead, he spoke calmly as his eyes swept around the vicinity. Sigh. A deep sigh resounded in the air, followed by a gust of white cold air. The cold air gradually condensed into a figure, and it was the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord glanced at the white-robed man with a troubled expression. In a low voice, it said, "Paolo, we meet again." Paolo seemed to be filled with regret as he replied, "Yes, we meet again. This time, you've made the decision to devour me?" Paolo seemed to be mocking himself as he stared unblinkingly at the Frost Lord. The Frost Lord did not react. Quietly, the Frost Lord said, "Paolo, we were born together and grew up together. Then, we were forced to devour our companions to finally become 7th level snow sprites. In order to protect more snow sprites, I need to build a stronger force to stand against the spell casters, so that the snow sprites will no longer be captured. I needed your help, but instead, you chose another path. You chose to wander around and be free, but you have neglected your mission. Nevertheless, it's still not too late, Paolo. Besides me, you are the only snow sprite in Sub-Zero Snowfield that had managed to transform. As long as you agree to follow me back to the kingdom and help the other snow sprites, it's still not too late." "And if I don't agree?" Paolo asked in a frosty tone. "Don't agree." After a moment of silence, the Frost Lord raised its head fiercely with a look of determination and said, "If you don't agree, then don't blame me. In order for snow sprites to become stronger, we can only devour our companions. I've reached the bottleneck, so in order to transform, I can only devour you. Since you are unwilling to help me voluntarily, then you will contribute your strength to help me transform, in order to protect the snow sprites." The look on the Frost Lord's face was maniacal. "Ha ha!" Paolo laughed. "Your so-called mission is nothing but shackles that you have placed upon yourself. No one forced you to shoulder the burden. That is their destiny as snow sprites and a part of nature. The fact that you and I managed to escape that destiny was merely a stroke of luck, it does not make it a mandatory requirement. If there was any use to force it to happen, and if your method was correct, then tell me, why is it that after so many years, not a single 7th level snow sprite has emerged from within your kingdom?" Paolo sneered. He was well acquainted with the Frost Lord. After all, they were born together and grew up together, and they even devoured their own companions together and transformed into 7th level snow sprites. In the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield, it was a very rare occurrence. Later on, due to the clash in their ideologies, these two snow sprites went their separate ways. "Too late, whatever you say now is useless. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Blackmurk, attack!" The Frost Lord took a deep breath and its expression turned indifferent once again. The main purpose of coming here today was to surround Paolo and devour him in order for the Frost Lord to embark in its transformation. Wizards Merlin and Blackmurk had both signed a contract with the Frost Lord. Thus, they could only attack as per the Frost Lord's command and help the Frost Lord suppress Paolo. Darkness Illusory Death. With a sweeping command from Merlin, the surrounding became pitch black to the extent that it was impossible to see one's outstretched fingers. Even Paolo would not be able to sense his entire surroundings. This was a very dangerous situation because there could be unknown threats lurking in the darkness. Since the Frost Lord had deliberately planned this trip to confront Paolo, there must be a detailed strategy. Thinking along those lines, Paolo dared not regard the attack lightly. He frantically activated his mind power, because it was the most direct way to break through the illusion. Boom! An enormous mind power rose into the sky. Merlin's darkness spell was unable to counter mind power above 7th level, so Paolo was immediately able to observe his surroundings. However, by looking clearly at his surroundings, Paolo found himself in grave danger. A huge, gangly, pitch-black alchemy creature that was emitting a foul stench was headed straight towards Paolo, its hands outstretched to smash him to death. The alchemy creature's speed was unmistakably fast, and because of Merlin's darkness-type spell, Paolo did not notice it until now. It was too late for him to escape, he could only face it head-on. Ice freeze! Paolo extended a finger and a thick wall of ice appeared before him. When it came to the control over ice elements, spellcasters of the same level were still far from comparable to the elemental sprites. Therefore, despite being cast in a hurry, Paolo's ice-type spell was still quite powerful. Crash! The alchemy creature slammed its palm onto the thick wall of ice, and there was a hissing sound. It was the venom eating away at the ice crystals, and soon enough the ice crystals corroded away and revealed a gaping hole. The venom-covered alchemy creature reappeared on the other side, and its crimson gaze was locked on Paolo. Paolo's face paled. Casting tool, Wizard Blackmurk was merely marginally slower than Merlin and was able to catch up in the end. Throughout this period, not even Merlin knew how long he had been fleeing. He did not even know where he was going and flew aimlessly until he reached this place. Even since Merlin had obtained Darkness Eye, he had never fled so desperately as he had done now, hunted down by someone. Now it looked as if he could not shake off Wizard Blackmurk. Even if he would pay a certain price for releasing the seal on the fourth form of Darkness Eye, he did not care about that now. Cackle cackle. The giant ghostly face above Merlin's head suddenly became clear and distinct as it unleashed bursts of sinister, petrifying laughter. The crimson eye in Merlin's palm began to glow with an eerie, blood-red light, shrouding half the sky, and lighting it up in blood red. The ghostly face above Merlin's head became clearer and clearer, and one could see faintly that it was a crimson apparition with disheveled hair. Although its outline was clear, its features were still hazy, which was to say that it was shifting constantly as the appearance of the ghostly face was transforming every second. If one looked closely, one would see that these faces belonged to those who died due to Darkness Eye. Among them was Wizard Leo's face. Merlin had now descended into an extraordinary state. He felt a formidable power he had not felt in a long time. The strength of this power made him feel as if he could deal with any threat. Merlin had experienced the power of a legend for a brief time when he controlled the ship of Nicola. Only then had he felt so powerful. Of course, when he had used the flame maxim to control the ship of Nicola, his capability far surpassed his current state, but that feeling of immense power was similar. Besides this feeling of power, there was also a sort of brutality in him that wanted to wipe out everyone he saw. This was the negative energy that accompanied the unleash of the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Merlin was currently incapable of suppressing it effectively and could only let it out. "Your alchemy creature is unafraid of dying?" A peculiar smirk appeared over Merlin's lips. He gradually rose into the air, after which he pointed at the alchemy creature in the distance. Bam! At the start, the tenacious alchemy creature could not be killed no matter what. Merlin's incinerating fire in addition to the force of glacier country was unable to deal with the alchemy creature. However, after Merlin pointed, it now grimaced in pain. The huge ghostly face above Merlin's head was transforming at an increasing speed, followed by bursts of menacing laughter. A tremendous force seemed to tear the alchemy creature apart. Rip! The alchemy creature was viciously torn into two by an unseen force, yet Merlin still felt that there was not enough bloodshed. He pulled furiously with both hands, and the imposing bulk of the alchemy creature was immediately ripped into shreds. The spray of blood splattered all over the ground, emitting a pungent, horrid smell. No, how could this be? Seeing that the alchemy creature was easily killed without any resistance by Merlin's hands, Wizard Blackmurk was struck by momentary disbelief. He had transfigured the alchemy creature himself, so naturally, he knew that without the peak of the 8th level strength, one would be incapable of causing his alchemy creature any harm. However, his alchemy creature was ripped apart alive by Merlin in a cruel and bloodthirsty manner. It was unable to put up any resistance at all. Even though he was astounded to his core, Wizard Blackmurk reacted very quickly. Fluctuations of wind element appeared over his body, following which he pointed, and a wild gust of gale roused a windstorm. The storm rumbled toward Merlin while he quickly escaped at the back. Trying to escape? The unfathomable depths of Merlin's eyes turned crimson. He raised his palm, with the eerie blood-red eye pointed in Wizard Blackmurk's direction. Then he commanded softly, "Control! Deprive!" "Who?" The gale vanished and the wind elements quietened down. Wizard Blackmurk suddenly felt as if he could no longer mobilize a single shred of magic power. No element would comply with his command. The power of control is so formidable. Merlin was currently drunk on the power of the fourth form of Darkness Eye. He was able to control the power of elements, and elements themselves in addition to stripping the power of elements too. Therefore, even 8th level spellcasters, when faced with the fourth form of Darkness Eye, would have no way of controlling the elements. Back then, Wizard Leo had relied on the fourth form of Darkness Eye to exterminate 2 8th level wizards. At last, Merlin now tasted the greatness of the fourth form of Darkness Eye for himself, the power to control elements. Under the control power of the fourth form, Wizard Blackmurk could not put up the slightest bit of resistance. He was now a prisoner of Merlin's for Merlin to deal with as he wished. Fire! Merlin's expression was icy as his body brimmed with a murderous force. He pointed an effortless finger at Wizard Blackmurk. Instantly, Wizard Blackmurk's body was caught in raging flames. In the midst of frantic, pitiful wails, the troublesome wizard Blackmurk of Sub-Zero Snowfield was reduced to ashes just like that. However, the tyranny in Merlin's heart had not yet faded. He directed his furious gaze at the three strangers on the ground. Gustin and the rest watched with their mouths agape, trembling all over as they fixed their eyes upon Merlin in mid-air. The fearsome battle between Merlin and wizard Blackmurk had far surpassed their framework of understanding. Moreover, now that Merlin had disposed of wizard Blackmurk through merciless methods, his attention had shifted to them. Naturally, Gustin and the rest were filled with dread. Screech, screech, screech! Suddenly, a peculiar, disturbing sound came into their ears. It was abnormally ear-piercing in the vast snowfield. Gustin saw that the stone statues, lying about in disorder, had begun to vibrate. He suddenly recalled the warning of Ecuador's secret treasure. Once someone touched those stone statues, the fossilized guardian puppets would be awakened. At that point, the unrivaled guardian puppets would wipe out all intruders. Evidently, the transformation of the stone statues had occurred because those terrifying guardian puppets were awakening. Oh no, the guardian puppets are waking up. We're all going to die. Gustin bit his lip furiously. He was more afraid of the legendary guardian puppets than he was of Merlin. People were usually more fearful of the unknown, and spellcasters were no exception. Those stone statues were an unknown entity. No one knew how terrifying the guardian puppets would be after the stone statues had been transformed. Swoosh! Merlin's attention was attracted to the peculiar sounds coming from the stone statues. However, his consciousness was slightly sober now. He had been affected by the intense negative emotions and had descended into a brief frenzy. Oh no, the fourth form of darkness I had produced a huge amount of negative emotions. I have no way of suppressing it effectively, and will face its backlash soon. Merlin seemed able to perceive the glee of Darkness Eye. He had no wish to become a second Leo, dying from the backlash of Darkness Eye. Although he had broken the seal on the fourth form under inescapable circumstances, things were not at their worst yet. Flame Maxim, suppress! Merlin mobilized and gathered all his mind power. At the moment, he had no way of activating the Ice Maxim. Only the Flame Maxim, under the full force of his mind power, could be shifted slightly in his awareness. Fortunately, the Flame Maxim seemed to have made Merlin's awareness its territory. The invasion of Darkness Eye promptly induced the suppression of the Flame Maxim. The tremendous power of the Maxim immediately suppressed the backlash force of the fourth form of Darkness Eye. In that instant, the large, ghostly face above Merlin's head was still there, but it seemed to let out a series of miserable shrieks. Merlin was still able to wield the power of the fourth form of Darkness Eye, but now he could control it completely. It was just that he would have to consume the power of the Maxim at all times. This was the price he had to pay for unleashing the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Screech, screech! The stone statues were still making that strange noise. Merlin stared at them. Only now did he carefully observe his surroundings. He noticed that this mysterious ancient castle had something mystical about it, as if an enigmatic force was hidden within. Boom! The statues exploded and rock fragments flew everywhere. From within the shattered stone, a few large and imposing puppets, each with 2 horns, appeared. Ha 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 ha, freedom at last. Master had sealed us for thousands of years. Today, some fools have finally touched us, setting us free. These stone statues all looked the same, and there were many of them. The only different one was a statue in the middle, which was dark red all over. It looked extremely agile, and the guardian puppets which emerged from the statues all gathered by the side of this dark red puppet. Puppet? Merlin shot a baffled look at these stone puppets. He recalled some ancient books he had seen in the dark magic region. Some of which mentioned that during the spellcaster's most glorious era, when alchemy was developed to its pinnacle, many techniques of transfiguring puppets were discovered, using all sorts of materials. Among these, one could use the most common materials to transfigure powerful puppets. For instance, rock, wood, and so on, could be turned into powerful puppets in the hands of a great alchemist. These puppets were built completely from stone and were clearly puppets described in the ancient books. However, that sort of alchemy technique was lost to the ages. We're goners. The unrivaled Ecuador's guardian puppets have awakened. We'll all be killed by them. Gustin could only mumble this over and over, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at the stone guardian puppets. Not bad, not bad. There's still someone who knows of our power. We're the great guardian puppets of Ecuador. All of you intruders must die. The dark red stone puppet let out a sharp hiss, following which it directed the army of stone puppets to press down Merlin like a raging flood. The ensuing tremor was not a small one, for it seemed to make the vast snowfield quake. The thick blanket of snow melted, revealing the black floor beneath. The unrivaled guardian puppets of Ecuador? An odd expression crossed Merlin's face. As far as he could tell, there were many of these guardian puppets indeed, but they were far too weak. Glacier country, descend. A burst of light flashed, and an icy chill engulfed the entire ancient castle. The translucent glacier country descended in an instant. Chapter 429, Dimension. Chapter 429, Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crack crack. Bursts of freezing noises sounded. The white sweep of frost was easily frozen in place where the guardian puppets had been transformed from stone statues. Moreover, as Merlin's glacier country was in its third form, its might was comparable to the peak of the 7th level. It was an extreme chill. The guardian puppets were merely made from ordinary stones, so when they were frozen by the ice crystals, many guardian puppets were unable to withstand it. Cracks ran over the surface of their bodies, splitting them apart. Fire. Merlin stretched out a palm. In that instant, a colossal palm of pale white flames appeared out of thin air in the midst of the white chill in the sky, then smacked down with a whistling noise. Boom! A tremor made the land and distant hills quake. Merlin's spell was now extremely terrifying. A single gesture of his was similar to those powerful great wizards during the spellcaster's most glorious era, filled with fearsome might. If this palm had smacked down upon a city, it would have been easily destroyed. Gustin watched with mouth agape as these so-called, unrivaled, guardian puppets were smashed to smithereens under one strike from Merlin's flame palm, turning into a pile of rubble. Not yet dead? Merlin stood in mid-air and saw that among the devastation on the ground, the giant puppet with dark red all over was still intact. However, it was scorched black entirely, and its gaze toward Merlin revealed its utmost fear. Merlin had no wish to leave behind any of these puppets and prepared to attack once more, killing off the last of them. The dark red guardian puppet seemed to understand Merlin's actions and immediately yelled, "Oh, mighty Sir Wizard, I'm a puppet transfigured by the great legend Ecuador. If you're willing to keep me with you, I'll tell you many secrets of my previous master, the legend Ecuador. What's more, Sir Wizard, if you happen to leave the glorious land, I know of a vast dimension that the legend Ecuador had once occupied. You may enter that dimension and obtain all that the legend Ecuador had left behind." Upon hearing what the dark red puppet said, Merlin was somewhat stupefied. Perhaps Gustin and the rest beside him were not clear about the meaning of the dark red puppet's words, but Merlin had obtained the flame maxim of the legend Nicola and knew much about the spellcasters from the past era of the Malta Empire. The glorious land that the dark red puppet spoke of referred to the entire vast continent. During the era of the Malta Empire, it was the land where spellcasters peaked in their glory. Powerful spellcasters, under the leadership of legendary wizards, exiled the gods, traveled beyond the Malta Empire, and stepped into other dimensions. Furthermore, they began to conquer one dimension after another, leading to the era of the spellcasters' unmatched glory. The legend Ecuador must be a legendary wizard from the spellcasters' most glorious era who had even occupied a vast dimension. Swish! Merlin gradually landed and began his queries with the dark red puppet. He had many questions regarding the spellcasters' most glorious era and might as well obtain some answers from this puppet. This ancient castle was left behind by Wizard Ecuador? Merlin raised his head and eyed the ancient castle as he spoke. That's right. This ancient castle was a place where Master used to live, but after he occupied the Ecuador dimension, he stayed there. He sealed the ancient castle and never came back. The dark red puppet rolled its eyeballs, and it appeared very intelligent at one glance. At this point, it would answer in detail whatever questions Merlin posed, and dared not conceal any information. Suddenly, Merlin turned around and stared at the three spellcasters beside him. Up until now, Merlin had been gradually figuring out the entire story. These three spellcasters had searched for the hidden treasure for many years, yet unexpectedly they had encountered him. As he looked at them, a murderous intent rose up in Merlin's heart. Crack! With a wave of his hand, the three spellcasters were frozen instantly, completely losing their chance to survive. That's not right. Merlin frowned. Normally, he would not kill people senselessly, but now he seemed to have no feelings regarding slaughtering them. An icy force had slowly burrowed into his palm. Merlin raised his hand. The crimson darkness eye faintly transformed into a ghostly face and seemed to be mocking Merlin. It's darkness eye. Merlin's face gradually darkened. Even he himself had not realized that he was unwittingly affected by darkness eye. He did not have the slightest scruple about slaughtering and was even caught up in the thrill of it. The more he killed, the more negative energy darkness eye would absorb. Darkness eye would thus grow stronger, and it would be harder for Merlin to suppress darkness eye. It looks like I'll have to be wary from now on. However, since the seal of the fourth form of darkness eye had been broken, I can only use the maxim to suppress it temporarily. I'll have to use my time wisely and search for a new maxim. Countless thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind in an instant, but his expression did not shift. Thereafter, he walked straight into the ancient castle. In the ancient castle, the dark red puppet led the way. Merlin was still secretly wary of this puppet. Who knew what would happen in the castle? What's your name? In the pitch darkness of the ancient castle, Merlin asked the dark red puppet. I have no name, only a code name. So Wizard may address me as Number 3. Number 3, since you're a puppet, can you really disobey your master as you wish? Merlin felt that it was odd. Wizard Ecuador should by right be the master of a puppet like this, but the puppet's current words and actions did not seem to be controlled by Ecuador. Number 3 did not stop walking, and said in a calm tone, as a puppet, of course I'm bound by master's control. However, many years ago, I had sensed that master had died. The control mechanisms he left behind had all vanished along with his demise. Therefore, I'm now under no one's control. He's dead? Merlin was slightly taken aback. Nevertheless, a few thousand years have passed. No one knew what would happen in the end. Perhaps something unexpected had happened to Wizard Ecuador in the Ecuador dimension. That would not be surprising. Since Wizard Ecuador was dead, did that not mean that the entire dimension he occupied was now a dimension without a master? Merlin knew what a dimension was. It was an enormous world. Currently, the entire continent including the Holy Light Empire, the Kingdom of Black Moon, and many other large and small nations in addition to Sub-Zero Snowfield, the Endless Ocean, and other mysterious places, all these combine to form one complete continent. This could be referred to as one dimension. Wizard Ecuador had occupied a dimension, which meant he was nearly equivalent to a god, and a sole god at that, who was able to reap all the resources of that dimension. Even legendary wizards longed and hoped to possess an entire dimension. This was the fundamental reason the spellcasters, after banishing the gods, had traveled beyond the glorious land to conquer one dimension after another. Merlin's desire began to burn fervently. A dimension without a master, just the thought of it made one felt extremely excited. As if it knew what Merlin was thinking, Number 3 turned around to say, "So Wizard, I believe you understand well the value of a dimension. In order to occupy this dimension, Master had battled against the gods of the dimension for 100 years before finally wiping them out and occupying the entire dimension. What's more, I know the exact coordinates of this dimension. If so Wizard is able to leave the glorious land and reach the Ecuador dimension, you might be able to obtain a prosperous dimension with no master." "How does one leave the glorious land?" Merlin asked in a low voice. This was a crucial question. The glorious land they spoke of was the entire continent. Even with the position Merlin was in, he had never heard of how to leave this continent and travel into other dimensions. Nonetheless, the seemingly all-knowing Number 3 now shook its head. "I don't know how to leave the glorious land either. After all, I'm just a puppet transfigured by my master to guard the castle. However, I've heard Master inadvertently mention that in order to leave the glorious land, one had to be a great wizard at least. Otherwise, one would not be able to leave the glorious land and set foot in other dimensions." "At least a great wizard, huh?" Merlin was rather disappointed, but it made sense after careful thought. Even during the spellcaster's most glorious era, many spellcasters had to become legends and had exiled the gods before they learned of the many dimensions. Only then could they travel beyond the glorious land and set foot in other dimensions. Therefore, it was surely not a simple matter to set foot in other dimensions after leaving the glorious land. Perhaps only by becoming a great wizard could one find a way to do so. Even though Merlin was disappointed about this, he was not too sorry about it. He was currently just a 4th-level spellcaster and was still a long way from becoming a great wizard. Hold on! Merlin suddenly stopped in his tracks and his eyes flickered ceaselessly. He glared at the dark red puppet before him. Number 3, what do I do to control you? You should know that without control over a puppet, I have no way of trusting your words. In that case, I only have one choice, which is to destroy you. Merlin extended one hand which shone with pale white flames, illuminating the pitch-black passage as if it was daylight. The dark red color of number 3 was now lighted up by the pale white firelight, and it appeared incredibly weird. It wore no expression, and a red glow twinkled in its eyes. After a long moment, number 3 answered slowly, "Oh, powerful Sir Wizard, it's easy enough to control me. You just have to engrave a mind branding and you're done." Engrave a mind branding? Just like signing a contract. Merlin had no experience in controlling puppets. That's right, just like signing a contract. After engraving the mind branding, you can control me completely. However, I plead that Sir Wizard don't destroy me upon controlling me. Although I'm just a puppet, I long to see the outside world. This puppet appeared to be rather sentient, unlike the dead stiffness of other puppets. Merlin nodded. He had no intention of destroying this puppet. With it around, he could learn much more about the matters of the spellcaster's most glorious era. Furthermore, Merlin had set his heart on the Ecuador dimension that number 3 had mentioned. If he really became a great wizard one day, he would not let a prosperous dimension slip through his grasp. With that, Merlin began to fan out his mind power, which promptly extended toward the place where number 3's heart was. Its control core should be where its heart was located. Chapter 430, Divinity. Chapter 430, Divinity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was already greatly experienced in signing contracts. Controlling number 3 was just the same. When his mind power extended into the part where the puppet's heart was, he perceived a crystal-like, transparent sphere. After Merlin's mind power entered the crystal sphere, the dark red puppet lightly trembled. Merlin could also immediately feel a sense of connection to the puppet. This was a mystical feeling. Merlin was able to discern a powerful wisp of consciousness occupying the crystal sphere. However, he could now completely control the puppet and was able to stifle that burst of consciousness in the crystal sphere. If Merlin wanted to, he could even extinguish the consciousness of the dark red puppet. Still, this would be of no benefit to Merlin. The dark red puppet knew many secrets and could be a great help to Merlin. Now that he could control number 3, naturally, it was not necessary to exterminate it. Very well, number 3. What's in the ancient castle? Since he had arrived at the ancient castle, he thought that there was sure to be something valuable in a place where a legendary wizard had lived. As a guardian of the castle, number 3 should have intimate knowledge of what was inside. Number 3 thought for a moment before shaking its head lightly. Master, this was merely one of the residences of my previous master back then. In the glorious land, my previous master had many other residences like this. In addition, when he moved to the Ecuador dimension, he had moved everything from the ancient castle. Thus, there's nothing precious left in this castle. It's all been taken with him? Disappointment washed over Merlin's face. He had thought that he might obtain something good from this castle, but did not consider that it had been moved. Hold on, my previous master had sealed some items in the ancient castle. I wonder if he brought them along with him? Master, I'll take you for a look. If he hadn't moved them with him, it might be something good. The dark red puppet's mysterious look aroused Merlin's curiosity, so he simply followed behind number 3 and walked deeper into the castle. As no one had moved about in the ancient castle for a long time, there was a dry, unpleasant smell of dust. There were also cobwebs in the passageway, and everything appeared to be in ruins. Merlin followed number 3 past a few passages and through a few stone doors. At last, they stopped in a spacious hall. The design of the hall was very unusual, but it was just as number 3 had said. Most items were gone, taken away by the master of the castle, leaving only empty and hollow space behind. Number 3, what are you looking for? Merlin was somewhat puzzled. Number 3 seemed to be searching for something in the hall. In this ancient castle, was there something number 3 did not know about? I found it. Let's hope my previous master didn't take it with him. A trace of a smile grew on number 3's lifeless face, following which he approached a wall and pressed down gently. Rumble. The wall rose up gradually, revealing a small room behind. Merlin followed behind number 3 curiously and entered the room as well. As soon as he stepped in, Merlin saw dense runes which seemed to be suppressing something at the front. A peculiar wave of energy fluctuations was emitted from there. As I thought, he didn't take it. Master, look, this is what the previous master had left behind in the ancient castle. Perhaps he overlooked it back then, so it was left behind. Number 3 pointed to the mysterious, white thread of light that was suppressed by the runes. Merlin had never seen anything like this, and his heart brimmed with curiosity. Number 3, what's this? Why does it need to be suppressed by runes? Master, this is a strand of divinity extracted from a god whom Wizard Ecuador had waged a war against. Wizard Ecuador initially wanted to study it, and I don't know what he found. Yet, he left this strand of divinity behind. This is a divinity that was painstakingly manifested by a god through the power of faith. It's the most precious and wondrous strength of a god. Even if it's just a strand, it possesses inconceivably miraculous effects. Divinity can be used to heal any injuries or even sharpen one's sensitivity toward some elements. In short, this divinity is all-powerful. Even those great honored legends had studied this divinity of gods. Merlin fixed a firm gaze upon that white thread suppressed by runes. It was divinity, the divinity of the legends? Gods drew upon the power of faith of living beings to consolidate this divinity. This was a power that belonged only to the gods. Gods who had divinity were extremely fearsome and were indestructible. Without eliminating their divinity, a god would not die. The ice goddess that Merlin encountered had still possessed divinity. Therefore, even the great legend of ice could only temporarily suppress her and slowly drain her of her divinity. This was enough to show how marvelous divinity was. Merlin had come across such a mystical power in this ancient castle. Although it was just a strand, it was still the wonderful power of divinity. Master, in order to get this divinity, you have to get past the runic magic circle that my previous master had hastily set up. Although he had set up this runic magic circle offhandedly, it won't be easy to break. In fact, number 3 did not need to tell him this. Merlin saw that the complexity of these enigmatic runes far surpassed any runic magic circles he had previously seen. Even a rune wizard would need to exhaust all efforts to unravel runes which had been set up hastily by a legendary wizard. I can give it a shot. Merlin appeared very solemn. The runic heartprint emerged between his brows. The complicated runic magic circle, under the effect of Merlin's runic heartprint, gradually revealed all its intricacies. I can break through it, but I'll need time. Through the power of the runic heartprint, Merlin discovered that although this was a complex runic magic circle, it could still be broken. In terms of attainments in runology, the great wizard Fidel was terrifying indeed. Many legendary wizards including rune wizards were even unable to compare to the great wizard Fidel in runology. As for the runic heartprint, it was the lifework of the great wizard Fidel, condensing comprehensively his understanding of runology. Therefore, even a runic magic circle set up by the legendary wizard Ecuador could be broken. Merlin positioned number 3 to stand guard outside. In the room, he began to slowly unravel the runic magic circle through the power of the runic heartprint. This was a process that demanded great effort and attention. Merlin's mind power was nearly exhausted, and he had to recover quickly to continue breaking the runic magic circle. In this manner, after repeating this for a few days, and the final rune had vanished under the effect of the runic heartprint, that white, thread-like strand of divinity was finally no longer under the suppression of the runic magic circle. The divinity hovered in mid-air, emanating waves of peculiar fluctuations. Without the suppression of the runic magic circle, the mystical fluctuations of the divinity grew more intense. Swoosh! With a swoop of his hand, Merlin grabbed the divinity. This strand of divinity did not look very special, and there was merely a very faint trace of the godly might. However, this trace of godly might, after a long passage of time, had faded to nothing long ago, and was of no threat to Merlin. Looking at the strand of divinity in his hand, countless ideas flashed across Merlin's mind. According to rumors, divinity was all-powerful, and even gods attached great value to divinity. Wizard Ecuador had used this divinity only for study because even though it was miraculous, the extent of its benefits to a legend was limited. Perhaps only a great amount of divinity would serve a purpose for a legendary wizard. Nonetheless, to Merlin, there were many functions for this. The current matter of importance was to increase his mind power. Merlin's mind power had just reached the 6th level. As the effects of Mokra potion had gradually diminished, it was somewhat unrealistic for Merlin to rely upon Mokra potion to quickly boost his mind power in the future. Therefore, with this strand of divinity, Merlin could try and see if this all-powerful divinity would increase his mind power. It was simple enough to use divinity, one just had to wrap one's mind power around it. According to rumors, it was all-powerful, but rumors were rumors after all. How it was really like, whether it could increase mind power, these were all unknown. What Merlin wanted to do now was to test it out. As he thought of this, Merlin drew in a deep breath and mobilized his mind power to promptly surround the divinity. Using just his thought, the strand of divinity disintegrated into spots of light which quickly burrowed into Merlin's body. Merlin immediately shut his eyes and carefully sensed for the effects of divinity. Why is there nothing? After a moment, Merlin did not feel anything different. His mind power did not grow in the slightest. Was the divinity ineffective? However, the divinity had disintegrated indeed. This was a sign it had been used. Once it was used, it would disappear. Although it was merely a strand of divinity, it should still serve some function for 6th level mind power no matter what. Just then, Merlin suddenly felt as if he had been completely submerged in hot water. A cozy, warm feeling diffused throughout his body, following which his mind became dazed. During this hazy period, his mind power was like a sapling, rapidly growing at a speed that was mind-boggling. It's working. Merlin had only this one thought in his head. From the exterior, one could see that Merlin was shrouded in a warm, white glow. He wore a serene expression, and a smile stretched across his face. He could distinctly feel his mind power fluctuating vigorously. With every fluctuation, his mind power would grow even greater. The white light persisted over Merlin's body for a time. After some time, Merlin's mind power was still increasing, but the white light covering his body had gradually faded. Following the disappearance of the white light, that full-body warmth vanished as well. His conscious mind gradually sobered up, and his mind power stopped growing. He calculated the time. From the moment that divinity had vanished until the recovery of his consciousness, it was not even an hour. In such a short time, how much could his mind power grow? Let's see how much my mind power has grown. Merlin still harbored some doubts. After all, it was too short a time. He was not clear regarding how much growth that strand of divinity would bring to his mind power. Chapter 431, Sky-Piercing Peak. Chapter 431, Sky-Piercing Peak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The time which he had used the divinity was far too short. Even if that divinity was wondrous, Merlin did not think that it would increase his mind power by much. Based on his understanding, an increase of 1 time over would be considered decent. With Merlin's mind power currently in the beginning stage of the 6th level, an increase of 1 time over would mean that he was still in the same state. The higher a spellcaster's level was, the more amount of mind power needed for a breakthrough. However, when Merlin looked at his current mind power, he was stupefied and somewhat incredulous. His current mind power was not at the beginning stage nor the middle stage, but had reached the terrifying peak of the 6th level. That was right, the peak of the 6th level, after a transformation that took merely an hour. Such colossal mind power was enough to construct numerous 5th level spells. It was the first time Merlin had truly experienced how awesome divinity was. It was not surprising that even the great honored legends were powerless facing gods who possessed divinity, and could only suppress or exile them, yet had no way of killing them. Gods who had divinity were indestructible. The wondrous properties of divinity exceeded the common imagination, and even legendary wizards wanted to carry out research on divinity. Phew! Merlin was extremely excited, following which he gradually calmed his turbulent emotions. If I could get more divinity, won't that mean I don't have to worry about increasing my mind power anymore? Some thoughts crossed Merlin's mind. However, he could only imagine how wondrous divinity was. Even legendary wizards wanted to study it and ascertain its fundamental properties, to say nothing of ordinary spellcasters. It was nearly impossible for them to obtain divinity. Moreover, the gods of the entire continent were mostly banished. There were no more gods, so how would one obtain divinity? Merlin's idea to get more divinity and use it to increase his mind power could only remain nothing more than his musings. It was far too unrealistic. The fact that he was able to come across this strand of divinity in the ancient castle, and increase his mind power, was already an unexpected fortune. Moreover, he had learned of a few secrets regarding spellcasters thousands of years ago in a dimension that had no master, in addition to the fact that only great wizards could leave this continent and set foot in other dimensions. These were all a great harvest. Nonetheless, Merlin could not linger here any longer, and could not even stay in Sub-Zero Snowfield. He had originally arrived at Sub-Zero Snowfield by accident. If it was not for the threat of Darkness Eye, Merlin would have been willing to stay in Sub-Zero Snowfield for a long time, waiting for the southern spellcaster world to calm down before returning. However, with the threat of the fourth form of Darkness Eye, Merlin had no way of continuing his stay in Sub-Zero Snowfield. There was not much left of his maxim, and he needed to look for a new one. From the first and second volumes of the Never-Ending Book, Merlin had learned of the location of the third volume. It was at Sky-Piercing Peak, situated in the southern spellcaster world. Therefore, if he wanted to acquire the maxim left behind by the master of the Never-Ending Book, he would have to go to Sky-Piercing Peak. Merlin exited the ancient castle, bringing with him the puppet, number 3. He checked upon the flame maxim and the ice maxim in his awareness. Based on the current consumption speed of suppressing the fourth form of Darkness Eye, these two maxims could last him for at least one more year. A year's time was far too short for a spellcaster. Thus, Merlin had no choice but to get a new maxim. He had set his heart on this matter, and it was an important task that must be fulfilled. If he obtained the third volume of the Never-Ending Book yet still did not obtain a maxim, then Merlin would be in danger. With his current state, he would not be able to suppress the fourth form of Darkness Eye no matter what. Merlin had been forced into a high-risk situation. Still, back when he was facing Wizard Blackmurk's relentless pursuit, Merlin had no better option other than releasing the seal on the fourth form of Darkness Eye. I'll wait for a while and inform Ernie and Watson to hurry here as soon as possible. Following that, we'll return to the south together. This time, Merlin's trip to Sub-Zero Snowfield had reaped him plenty of benefits. Not only had his capabilities increased, but he also gained 2 7th-level slaves. A 7th-level wizard was a mighty force even in the southern spellcaster world, let alone 2 of them. In addition, there was the dark red puppet, number 3, which Merlin had just gained control of. Its abilities were extraordinary too. To be able to withstand Merlin's incinerating fire and glacier country, it must possess strength comparable to a 7th-level wizard. In this manner, Merlin's power alone was already comparable to a massive spellcaster clan with an extensive legacy, one which was most formidable. Thus, Merlin sent a message to Ernie and Watson through the contract paper. Both of them had been following behind Merlin and Blackmurk, but Merlin and Blackmurk were far too fast and they had been unable to keep up. Now, they were still far behind. Merlin waited for 1 day more. Only then, in the distant sky, 2 figures appeared before landing on the ground. They were Ernie and Watson. Master! Master! Ernie and Watson gazed somewhat curiously at number 3 by Merlin's side. It should be known that number 3, being a puppet, was unusual to begin with, in addition to the eye-catching dark red color of its body. It left a deep impression on people even after just a glance. This is a puppet I've just obtained. There's something urgent I need to attend to. I've to hurry back to the southern spellcaster world. Are you both willing to go with me? Merlin spoke straightforwardly. Ernie and Watson exchanged a glance. Ever since they had become Merlin's slaves, they knew that Merlin was from the south, and would have to return sooner or later. It was just that they did not think it would be this soon. Although Merlin seemed to be asking them, how could they refuse as slaves? Even if they had to leave Sub-Zero Snowfield, which they grew up in, they had no choice in the matter. "We're willing to accompany Master." Upon hearing their agreement, Merlin nodded. Following that, he delayed no longer. Wind elements surged around his body and engulfed the three of them, and they flew off quickly into the distance. In the late autumn, the dense woods were piled thick with fallen leaves. The withered, yellow leaves spun to the ground as if to herald the arrival of late autumn. There was even a slight chill in the mountain woods. In this unfrequented area, a magnificent peak soared through the clouds, causing onlookers to click their tongues in amazement. This was Sky-Piercing Peak, the most famous peak in the south. There seemed to be no way to measure its height, for it was rumored to pierce through the clouds. Only those powerful spellcasters would dare to reach the top of the peak. At the foot of the mountain, there were blocks of buildings as well as a huge castle. This looked to be a small city with a dense population, and people went in and out constantly. However, this was not a small city, and there was no such city established in the depths of the mountains. In this mountain forest, which was isolated all around, only spellcasters could possibly set up a bustling town here. This was the Mill clan who controlled Sky-Piercing Peak. The Mill clan was considered a sizable force in the southern spellcaster world. As a spellcaster clan, they had a long heritage, but their resources were still lacking in comparison to other spellcasters' organizations. Thus, though they were well established, they were merely a spellcaster clan. However, as they dominated Sky-Piercing Peak, they were relatively well known in the southern spellcaster world. At the moment, the entire southern spellcaster world had descended into chaos. Nonetheless, this border area was calm and peaceful. As Sky-Piercing Peak was at the northernmost part of the south and was surrounded by dense mountain forests, even the average spellcasters would rarely come here. If Sky-Piercing Peak had not been so special, no spellcaster would ever come here. Thus, though the southern spellcaster world was in chaos, it was still calm as always around here. In the quiet mountain forest, birds were chirping. A small woodland critter would occasionally tread by softly, resulting in intermittent rustling sounds. Whoosh! From thin air, fur figures suddenly descended quickly. These fur figures seemed to be led by a black-robed young man who was in the middle. He did not speak, only gazed at that highest peak. "Master, to think that there's really such a unique peak in this world. It's my first time seeing such a high peak." Wizard Ernie spoke, moved by the sight. Indeed. Such a high peak would be difficult to find in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Wizard Watson was just like Ernie. Both of them had only been in Sub-Zero Snowfield since young and had never stepped foot beyond that land. Naturally, they had never gazed upon such a majestic peak like Sky-Piercing Peak. In fact, it was Merlin's first time at Sky-Piercing Peak. Although he was astounded deep down, he did not move or speak, and his expression did not shift at all. At all times, he was paying attention to the changes in the first and second volumes of the Never-Ending Book. There was a special connection between these volumes of the Never-Ending Book. Once they were close to each other, some changes would occur. According to the clue provided by the first two volumes of the Never-Ending Book, the third volume, along with the maxim left behind by the Master of the Never-Ending Book, should be on Sky-Piercing Peak. "Master, there's a spellcaster clan up ahead." Ernie swept across the area with his mind power and immediately knew of the situation in Sky-Piercing Peak. If they wanted to enter Sky-Piercing Peak, the spellcaster clan below the peak would inevitably be alerted by their presence. "That's the Mill clan. We'll go straight up, for we don't have to care about them." Merlin spoke coldly. The Mill clan was nothing but a mere spellcaster clan. The strongest in that clan might perhaps be a 7th-level spellcaster, but Merlin currently possessed the 4th form of Darkness Eye. He could wipe out even 8th-level spellcasters, to say nothing of a 7th-level spellcaster. Swish! With that, Merlin led Ernie and the rest, rapidly flying toward the peak. Nonetheless, such a huge disturbance, with 4 figures at that, naturally attracted the attention of the Mill clan. In particular, as Merlin neared the peak, there were flickering runes, indicating that there was an expert in runes among the members of the Mill clan. Merlin and the rest came into contact with the runes and were immediately encircled by these runes. Below them, a few figures quickly flew out from the Mill clan, heading toward Merlin and the rest. Chapter 432, Third Volume of the Never-Ending Book I. Chapter 432, Third Volume of the Never-Ending Book I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who are you? This is a restricted area. You're not allowed to come near Sky-Piercing Peak. Leave now. The few figures in the distance were yet to arrive, but their voices had traveled ahead of them. They were spellcasters from the Mill clan, and their tones were brutish. At this moment, Merlin and the others had accidentally triggered a runic magic circle, so they were surrounded by it. Although the runic magic circle had been meticulously laid out by the Mill clan, its workmanship was quite shoddy and thus did not contain a lot of power. Merlin could not be bothered to use the runic heartprint, so he simply used spell power to break it open forcefully. Incinerating fire. A wisp of fire flew out from Merlin's finger and subsequently burned bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, a large fire was raging around them. The pale white flames emitted a frighteningly high temperature. Under the intense burning of incinerating fire, the runic magic circle glowed dimly and disappeared. Whoosh! Merlin and the others appeared once again at the base of the mountain. The few figures flying toward them from afar were slightly astonished. Naturally, they were aware of the runic magic circle that surrounded Sky-Piercing Peak. The fact that these few wizards appeared meant that they had managed to break the runic magic circle. Who are you? This is a restricted area belonging to the Mill clan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. From the foot of the mountain, an elderly wizard flew toward them. He peered at Merlin and the others with a cautious look. Merlin regarded the spellcasters from the Mill clan coldly and said, "I need to enter Sky-Piercing Peak." Once he finished speaking, Merlin did not spare these wizards another look, and took off toward Sky-Piercing Peak. Every moment he spent dithering, it would consume more power from the Maxim, so he was not willing to waste his time on the Mill clan. Swish! Seeing that Merlin and the others had completely ignored them, the spellcasters from the Mill clan looked slightly enraged. Before they could utter another word, they sensed that the elemental fluctuations emitted by wizards Ernie and Watson. 7th level. A trace of shock appeared on the face of the elderly wizard. These were 7th level spellcasters. The elemental fluctuations which emitted from both their bodies were characteristic of 7th level spellcasters. The fact that the two followers were 7th level spellcasters, accompanied by their respectful behavior toward Merlin, the elderly wizard could not help but feel slightly shocked. The words in his mouth died, and he could only watch wide-eyed at Merlin and the others flying toward Sky-Piercing Peak. Sky-Piercing Peak is the foundation of the existence of our clan. They mustn't be allowed to enter freely. However, they have at least 2 7th level spellcasters, so we can only request the 7th level wizards to act. You're reading on novelfull.tks. The Mill clan was a formidable spellcaster clan. Although they did not have a 9th level spellcaster like the Dark Magic region to safeguard the fort, they had a number of 7th level spellcasters. These 7th level spellcasters were in charge of protecting the status of the entire Mill clan, so unless it was a truly dire situation, they would not be called upon. However, right now, Merlin and the others were adamant about entering Sky-Piercing Peak. As it was the foundation of the existence of the Mill clan, the secret of Sky-Piercing Peak must not be discovered by others. Thinking along these lines, the elderly wizard quickly flew toward the Mill clan at the foot of the mountain. In mid-air, Wizard Ernie's mind power was constantly surrounding the mountain, so naturally, he noticed the departure of the elderly wizard. "Master, the wizards from the Mill clan has left, but I'm afraid they won't give up so easily." Wizard Ernie cautioned Merlin carefully. "Don't mind them." Merlin's voice was icy. He was completely unconcerned about the Mill clan. If they tried to stop him, then he would no longer hold back. He was starting to like bloodshed. He knew that this was due to the subtle influence of Darkness Eye, but he was unable to control it. Oh. There's a change? Merlin paid close attention to the 2 volumes of the never-ending book in his hands. When he was at the foot of the mountain, there was no change to the never-ending book. However now, at mid-level, the 2 volumes of the never-ending book were emitting a soft glow. This confirmed that Sky-Piercing Peak contained the third volume of the never-ending book. Since there was now a clue, Merlin did not hesitate and sped up toward the peak of the mountain. Nevertheless, this mountain was called the Sky-Piercing Peak for a reason. Despite Merlin flying into the clouds at an incredible speed, he was yet to reach the peak. Who? At last, a few silhouettes landed on the peak of the mountain, which were none other than Merlin and the others. Due to the incredible height of Sky-Piercing Peak, which was way above the clouds, there was a strong, cold air that blew in their faces like a sharp knife, causing pangs of pain on their faces. Fortunately, all of them had defensive spells, and Merlin's physique had been primed to an impressive level, so none of them were bothered by the terrible conditions at the peak. Merlin assessed the surroundings of the peak with his gaze. The ground was littered with dents and dips like it had experienced a big battle. However, in one corner of the peak, there was still a patch of even ground. The area was shrouded with runic magic circles, obviously placed there by the Mill clan. The entire Sky-Piercing Peak had been occupied by the Mill clan for many years, so they must have discovered something unique about it. Merlin was thus worried that the third volume of the never-ending book, and the maxim left behind by the mysterious wizard in Sky-Piercing Peak had been discovered. When Merlin approached the runic magic circles, the 2 volumes of the never-ending book in his hands glowed even brighter than before. It was clear that the third volume of the never-ending book probably lay inside the runic magic circles. Otherwise, these 2 volumes would not display such a reaction. These runic magic circles were much more complicated than the ones at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, Merlin had no choice but to rely upon the power of the runic heartprint. In between his brows, the runic heartprint loomed faintly as it began to examine the runic magic circles. Once the runic heartprint was activated, under the veil of its power, the structures of the runic magic circles were all revealed before Merlin, so he could easily break through the runic magic circles. As Merlin was preparing to break through the runic magic circles, a few enormous mind powers suddenly appeared and swiftly locked onto Merlin and the others. Oh! Merlin turned urgently and cast his gaze toward the sky in a distance. Wizard Ernie and Wizard Watson were both sporting an ugly look because it was their responsibility to be the lookout. However, now, the opponent's mind powers were sweeping the peak of the mountain with an air of superiority. It was obvious that the opponent's mind powers, and perhaps their abilities, were more powerful than Ernie and Watson. Master, someone is coming. Wizards Ernie and Watson immediately became alert. The spellcasters who were coming were not simple. There were 3 of them, and all 3 were 7th level spellcasters. They were obviously the strongest forces in the Mill clan. Swish swish swish. Soon, 3 figures descended at the peak of the mountain. Dressed in purple robes, these spellcasters held a piercing look in their eyes. The strong elemental fluctuations on their bodies clearly did not hide their statuses as powerful 7th level spellcasters. Sky-Piercing Peak is a restricted area belonging to the Mill clan. We hope these wizards can leave, else you'll have to bear the consequences. The leading wizard took a good look at Merlin, Ernie, and the others, and a cautious look appeared in his gaze, so his tone was very polite. Bear the consequences? Wizard Ernie sneered and took a step forward. There's something my master needs at Sky-Piercing Peak. Master? The 3 7th level wizards from the Mill clan were slightly taken aback. The fact that a 7th level wizard referred Merlin as Master showed that he was the one to be feared the most. Therefore, the 3 of them shifted their gazes onto Merlin. Merlin frowned. The third volume of the never-ending book had been located, so he could no longer be bothered with this nonsense from the Mill clan. A violent emotion began to bubble inside his heart. Glacier Country, suppress! Boom! Once Merlin's command fell from his lips, the surrounding air in the atmosphere froze, and a layer of translucent light ray enveloped these spellcasters. Crack! Even the ground began to freeze. The expressions on the 7th level spellcasters from the Mill clan shifted quickly when they felt their bodies turning stiff. Glacier Country was a special Pandora demon ability invented by the Legend of Ice. Although it had not been useful against Wizard Blackmerk's alchemy creature, it was simply because the alchemy creature was too strong. Using it against these 3 7th level spellcasters from the Mill clan, on the other hand, was an easy task. These 3 7th level wizards did not possess any Pandora demon ability, so they were considered the weakest of all 7th-level wizards. The wizard robes on their bodies as well as their spells were all useless against the suppressing powers of Glacier Country. Fire! Merlin slapped his hand down mercilessly, and endless flames burst to life in an instant, which turned Glacier Country into a sea of flames. With the suppression and binding power of Glacier Country in addition to incinerating fire, this ruthless combination would be hard-pressed to counter even for a 7th-level wizard with Fusion Pandora Demon ability, let alone the weakest 7th-level wizards. Therefore, the 3 7th-level wizards who had braved the forefront did not even get a chance to act before they were turned into ashes among the flames. Ernie, Watson, number 3, all of you wait here. Anyone who comes to the peak, kill them. Merlin withdrew his incinerating fire, and Glacier Country also slowly disappeared. However, Ernie and Watson were both still staring wide-eyed, feeling shaken to their cores. Those 3 from the Mill clan were 7th-level wizards. Though they were weak and did not have Pandora Demon abilities, they were still 7th-level wizards. These powerful 7th-level wizards were killed by Merlin with just a wave of his hand, and were not even able to put up the slightest trace of resistance. Merlin's tactics once again made Ernie and Watson feel overwhelmed. Yes, Master. Despite their hearts being shaken to the core, Ernie and Watson did not dare to neglect or disobey Merlin's orders. Phoo! Merlin exhaled lengthily. Without the harassment from the Mill clan, a burden was lifted, so he could now search for the 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book at Sky-Piercing Peak. Hence, Merlin quickly turned around, and squinted his eyes at the complicated runic magic circles on the peak. Chapter 433, 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book 2. Chapter 433, 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The runic heartprint loomed between Merlin's brows, and then out flew several mysterious runes, quickly forming a complex runic magic circle which pressed down on the runic magic circles in a distance. Crack! With the help of the runic heartprint, the complicated runic magic circles were broken in an instant, revealing a deep valley. There was a cavernous hole inside the deep valley. Based on Merlin's observation, he discovered that the hole seemed to have been excavated in a deliberate manner. It must have been accidentally discovered by the Mill clan. The hole must contain certain secrets. Otherwise, the Mill clan would not hide it warily with the runic magic circles. Swish! Merlin did not hesitate and stepped inside. The passage was very dark, and a little damp, so Merlin extended a finger. A small, pale white flame flickered to life at the tip of his finger, lighting up the entire passageway. The further Merlin walked inside the hole, the stronger the vibration of the 2 volumes of the Never-Ending Book in his hands. There was no doubt that the 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book laid in the depths of this passage. Therefore, Merlin was even more cautious than before. If the Never-Ending Book was inside the passage, then why did the Mill clan not take it? If it truly was the 3rd volume of the Never-Ending Book, it would contain vast amounts of Pandora Demon abilities. So how come the 3 7th-level spellcasters from the Mill clan earlier did not cultivate any Pandora Demon ability? Everything seemed to be shrouded in mystery. As Merlin ventured deeper inside, a glimmer of light finally appeared at the end. It was the kind of glow from candlelight, and Merlin wondered if there was a member of the Mill clan waiting inside. Merlin's mind power kept a close lookout on his surroundings. At the end of the passage, he came to an underground chamber. On its walls, lit candles illuminated the entire room, but there was not a single spellcaster in sight. The chamber also contained traces of activities of spellcasters. It appeared that the Mill clan often sent their wizards to check on this place. So, what was the secret that warranted so much effort from the Mill clan? There was only one entrance to the chamber, which was a gigantic stone door. The opening mechanism was simple as it was situated right next to the door itself. When Merlin opened the stone door, he saw an amazing sight. A chilling wave of destructive aura filled the room in an instant. Even Merlin felt suffocated at this moment and dared not take another step forward. In front of him was a huge runic magic circle like a clear glass crystal. There was a power that was as thick as a pillar inside, at the same time, exuding an overwhelmingly vicious aura. Maxim! It's the terrifying Thunder Maxim. Merlin was undoubtedly familiar with this Maxim. This familiar aura was the Maxim he had been dreaming of, the treasure that he had been searching for in Sky-Piercing Peak. Furthermore, judging from the fluctuation of its aura, it was obvious that it was a Thunder Maxim. Up till now, Merlin already possessed the Flame Maxim and the Ice Maxim, whereas Sky-Piercing Peak was hiding the Thunder Maxim. Due to the destructive nature of the Thunder Maxim, it would be difficult for an average spellcaster to approach the Maxim, not to mention obtain it. Moreover, the runic magic circle which was encasing the Thunder Maxim was incomparably complicated and contained a fearsome power. Once the runic magic circle was touched even slightly, it would unleash a destructive attack. At this moment, Merlin finally understood why the Mill clan spent so much effort protecting Sky-Piercing Peak and why they would send people to check on the chamber. They had already found the hidden Maxim in Sky-Piercing Peak. This Thunder Maxim was probably the Maxim left behind by the mysterious owner of the Never-Ending Book. The third volume of the Never-Ending Book was just lying next to the Thunder Maxim. It was not that the Mill clan did not want the third volume of the Never-Ending Book, but they were simply unable to obtain it. Not only were they unable to get close to the Thunder Maxim, but they also feared the attack from the runic magic circle. Thus, they deliberately built such a chamber to guard this Thunder Maxim while they figured out a way to get close to the Thunder Maxim, or the third volume of the Never-Ending Book. Unfortunately, a Maxim left behind by a great legend coupled with a personally arranged runic magic circle was certainly no easy feat, that could be cracked by those 3 weakest tier 7th level spellcasters from the Mill clan. Even a spellcasters organization with 9th level spellcasters might not be able to crack open this runic magic circle. For one, this runic magic circle was not ordinary. It was not a mere defensive runic magic circle but a defensive plus attacking runic magic circle. Once it was triggered, the person would immediately be attacked by the runic magic circle at full force. Considering that it was a runic magic circle that had been personally arranged by a legendary wizard, if it attacked at full force, who on earth would be able to withstand the attack? Therefore, the Mill clan had discovered the Thunder Maxim and the third volume of the Never-Ending Book for naught because they were helpless against it. They could only see it in front of their eyes, but were unable to obtain it. This was the regret of a weak spellcaster. They found a treasure chest, but could not open it. Merlin took a deep breath and activated the runic heartprint. The glowing runic heartprint clearly displayed before Merlin every structure of the runic magic circle that had been personally arranged by the legendary wizard. However, after carefully studying the structure of the runic magic circle, it was Merlin's turn to sigh deeply. This runic magic circle was indeed too complicated to solve. It was the most complicated runic magic circle that Merlin had ever seen, excluding the combination of the runic magic circles that covered the entire dark magic region. Back in the day, the runic magic circles in the dark magic region had been put together by the great wizard Fidel with great effort. The great wizard Fidel's understanding of runology was almost at its peak, or else he would not be able to conceive such an astonishing and priceless runic heartprint. With the help of the runic heartprint, Merlin was able to progress from being illiterate in runology to being able to set up and tear down some complicated runic magic circles. These accomplishments were made possible with the power of the runic heartprint. The same was true for this runic magic circle before him. It was extremely complicated, but it was not entirely impossible to crack. It would only take a very long time. With the runic heartprint, Merlin did not believe that there was any runic magic circle that could not be cracked. Nevertheless, Merlin also had another worry. If he somehow managed to break through the runic magic circle and the Thunder Maxim came bursting out, how would he be able to withstand such terrifying power? The last time, Merlin was only able to suppress the Ice Maxim by relying on spell derivation by the Matrix. He used the Matrix to rapidly consume the Ice Maxim, and with the help of the Flame Maxim, eventually managed to suppress it. Right now, on the other hand, Merlin needed the power of the Maxim to suppress Darkness Eye. Since keeping Darkness Eye constantly suppressed required the powers of the Maxims, Merlin needed a large number of Maxims. The Thunder Maxim was very large, so Merlin did not want to simply exhaust it. Otherwise, he would no longer be able to suppress the fourth form of the Darkness Eye. Swoosh! Merlin took out the first and second volume of the Never-Ending Book. At this moment, the 2 volumes were changing rapidly and seemed eager to fly out from Merlin's hand. Merlin considered for a moment and decided to allow nature to take its course. He wanted to see what would happen when the 3 volumes were combined. Whoosh whoosh. Merlin did not suppress the 2 volumes of the never-ending book any longer and allowed them to fly out. In a flash, the 2 volumes of the never-ending book flew toward the runic magic circle, but hovered outside like they were being obstructed by the runic magic circle. At the same time, inside the runic magic circle, the 3rd volume of the never-ending book, which was lying next to the Thunder Maxim, also appeared to have sensed the presence of the other 2 volumes. It began to glow brightly and flew toward the 2 volumes of the never-ending book. The 3rd volume of the never-ending book was vastly different from the first 2 volumes. It exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, just like a powerful spell caster. Surprisingly, the runic magic circle did not block the 3rd volume of the never-ending book from passing through, so it penetrated the barrier of the runic magic circle and rapidly intertwined with the other 2 volumes. There was dazzling light mid-air in the chamber. The 3 volumes of the never-ending book were slowly combining. As mentioned in the never-ending book, only the combination of all 3 volumes would reveal the Maxim. Therefore, once these 3 volumes were combined, there should be a close linkage to the Thunder Maxim. Merlin was slightly excited to see what happened next. Seconds turned minutes, and time continued to pass. After more than an hour, the dazzling light on the 3 volumes of the never-ending book had finally subsided. In the air, a new never-ending book had appeared. However, this new never-ending book had completely changed form. For starters, there was only 1 volume left, and it glowed radiantly with a golden shimmer. Mysterious runes loomed faintly on top of it. Hum hum hum. The runes on the never-ending book and the extremely complicated runic magic circle intertwined with one another, and thereafter, the complicated runic magic circle unexpectedly began to gradually disappear. This caught Merlin by surprise. Apparently once the 3 volumes of the never-ending book were combined, it served such purpose. It seemed that he would not need to activate the runic heartprint, and painstakingly dismantle this complicated runic magic circle after all. Following the collapse of the runic magic circle, the terrifying aura of the Thunder Maxim started to ricochet uncontrollably around the chamber. Even Merlin felt like he was caught in a tidal wave, seemingly small and helpless. Merlin tried his best to hold on, and through strong gritted teeth, he caught the never-ending book in mid-air. The moment the never-ending book came into contact with his hand, Merlin felt the terrifying aura of the Thunder Maxim being absorbed by the never-ending book. Suddenly, Merlin was completely unaffected by the surge of the Maxim. Moreover, the never-ending book faintly emitted a strange power that seemed to be linked with the Thunder Maxim, allowing him to get closer to the Thunder Maxim with ease. Holding the 3 volumes of the never-ending book allows you to absorb the Thunder Maxim. On the cover of the never-ending book, small golden letters began to flash into view. They were all written in the ancient Malta language, so it was probably left behind by the mysterious legendary wizard. The never-ending book. I see, in order to absorb the Maxim, I've to rely on the never-ending book. Merlin's eyes shined brightly. Now he knew the true importance of these 3 volumes of the never-ending book. Otherwise, even if he had found the Thunder Maxim by himself, he would be in the same quandary as the Mill clan, completely helpless against the Thunder Maxim and the runic magic circle. This Thunder Maxim was different than the Ice Maxim, where it was meant to be passed down and absorbed by another wizard. As long as the wizard held the 3 volumes of the never-ending book, the Thunder Maxim could be easily absorbed. Merlin took a deep breath and reined in his excitable emotions. He held the golden never-ending book tightly in his grip and began to edge closer to the Thunder Maxim with the destructive aura. Chapter 434, The Thunder Maxim. Chapter 434, The Thunder Maxim. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thunder was a violent element by nature. Although both thunder-type spells and fire-type spells were offensive spells, there was a vast difference between the two. Fire-type offensive spells were mostly longer-lasting or used high temperatures to burn their opponents. These spells could be sustained for extended periods, but their explosive powers were weaker by comparison. On the other hand, thunder-type spells were distinctive in their instantaneous explosive powers. Their biggest advantage was that they were extremely violent, and could detonate an explosion of unparalleled power in an instant. The same was true of the Thunder Maxim. A violent, destructive aura filled the surrounding atmosphere. Despite Merlin's wide repertoire of tactics, if even the slightest trace of the power of the Thunder Maxim had leaked out, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of the Thunder Maxim. However, Merlin was now holding the never-ending book with all 3 volumes combined, which acted as a key to absorb and fuse together with the Thunder Maxim. Only with the 3 volumes of the never-ending book in hand that it was possible to get close to the Thunder Maxim without harm. Merlin's figure quickly moved toward the Thunder Maxim. The violent aura continued to swirl around the chamber. However, with the protection of the never-ending book, he was safe. Although Merlin was not harmed by the Thunder Maxim, the closer he got toward the violent Thunder Maxim, a terrifying amount of pressure began to exert on the Thunder-type spell models in his body. It felt as if these spell models would collapse if he got any closer to the Thunder Maxim. Fortunately for Merlin, all his spell models had been carefully constructed by the Matrix, especially his 4th-level spells, which were completely derived using the Matrix. Their compatibilities were as high as 100%. Thus, the spell models were extremely stable and able to withstand such great pressure. Perhaps, this was also one of the tests of the great legend. If someone was unable to bear the force of the Thunder Maxim and as a result his spell models collapsed, how then would such a wizard be worthy of inheriting the Thunder Maxim? Whoosh! Merlin fiercely bit his lip and despite the huge pressure on his body, increased his pace. Quickly, he came before the Thunder Maxim. With an outstretched hand, he grabbed the Thunder Maxim in his hand. Boom! The Thunder Maxim exploded with a burst of violent power. Merlin felt like he was completely submerged in water, unable to put up even a trace of resistance as the Thunder Maxim pierced into his body. However, the Thunder Maxim was unlike the Ice Maxim. For one, the Thunder Maxim was massive. Its size was even bigger than both the original Flame Maxim and the Ice Maxim put together. Despite such a massive Thunder Maxim entering Merlin's awareness, it stayed genially inside his awareness. Of course, the reason for its geniality was because Merlin possessed the 3 volumes of the never-ending book, thus fulfilling the preconditions set by the great legend who had left behind the Thunder Maxim. As a result, Merlin was able to obtain the Thunder Maxim smoothly. The fact that he was able to obtain the Thunder Maxim so easily stumped even Merlin himself. In an instant, the terrifying and suffocating aura in the chamber subsided. At a glance, it might have seemed easy for Merlin to obtain the Maxim. However, the truth was, obtaining the Thunder Maxim required the combination of 3 volumes of the never-ending book, and possessing any individual volume would reveal nothing but false leads. Thus, even after so many years, the only wizard who had managed to compile all 3 volumes was Merlin. Furthermore, it was partly attributed to chance that he had managed to compile the 3 volumes. Therefore, although it appeared simple for Merlin to obtain the Thunder Maxim, it required a perfect alignment of a series of circumstances to be able to smoothly obtain it. The Thunder Maxim sat quietly in Merlin's awareness. Although it had been deliberately left behind by the mysterious legendary wizard to be inherited by another spellcaster, due to the unique nature of Maxims, its power would not be able to be used by anyone besides a legend. Nevertheless, this Thunder Maxim also contained a message. Inside the Thunder Maxim was a message from Wizard Saitu, the mysterious legend who left behind the 3 volumes of the never-ending book. Wizard Saitu was a powerful wizard who had achieved legendary status through this Thunder Maxim. The purpose of him leaving behind this Maxim was attributed to his own impulsive behavior. If anyone managed to obtain this Thunder Maxim, the person would be able to go to a specific dimension to search for Wizard Saitu. Then, upon passing Wizard Saitu's test, the person would become Wizard Saitu's student. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. He had received all the information contained in the Thunder Maxim. He did not expect that this Wizard Saitu occupied a dimension. During the spellcaster's most glorious era, legendary wizards exiled the gods and began to step into other dimensions. One after another, the dimensions were occupied by spellcasters. With the accumulation of large amounts of resources, countless powerful wizards were able to be molded. Therefore, some of the powerful legendary wizards occupied one or more dimensions. Wizard Saitu was obviously a powerful wizard who occupied his own dimension. However, many years had passed since then, and even the Malta Empire had collapsed and became nothing but a drop in the endless flowing river of history. There were no longer any legendary wizards left in the glorious land. In addition, it was unknown whether this Wizard Saitu was still alive. Merlin took a deep breath and said slowly, "This discovery about the dimension is still far from my reach. The most important problem to solve is this ticking time bomb, the fourth form of the darkness eye. It's most unfortunate that despite obtaining this Thunder Maxim, I can only temporarily delay but not eradicate the backlash from the fourth form of darkness eye. In order to control the fourth form of darkness eye, Merlin would have to wait until he leveled up to a 7th level wizard where his mind power had undergone a transformation, and had constructed a 7th level darkness type spell. Only then would he be able to subdue the fourth form of darkness eye. Before that, even with the power of the Maxim, all the Maxim could do was suppress the fourth form of darkness eye. Additionally, to keep it constantly suppressed would require steady consumption of the Maxim. If the fourth form of darkness eye was wielded, then it would consume even more of the Maxim to suppress its backlash. Therefore, upon obtaining the Thunder Maxim, the first thought that came to Merlin's mind was not to derive new 5th level spells, but to check how long would it be able to suppress the fourth form of darkness eye. According to Merlin's analysis, which was based on the current consumption rate of existing Maxims used to suppress darkness eye, as long as he did not wield the fourth form of darkness eye frequently, the Thunder Maxim would be able to suppress darkness eye for another few decades. The time period of a few decades was probably nothing more than a snap of a finger to most average spellcasters, but in Merlin's eyes, it was a relatively long time. This was because from the time Merlin first came into contact with spells up to his present level, his growth had taken less than a decade. Thus, a few decades were enough for Merlin to make earth-shattering changes. Phoo! Merlin exhaled deeply. With the Thunder Maxim, he could temporarily stop worrying about the backlash of darkness eye. Based on the current growth pace of Merlin's mind power, a few decades would be enough for him to become a 7th level spellcaster. However, the only remaining concern was how to derive new spells. Regardless of 5th, 6th, or 7th level spells, they all required large amounts of Maxim to be derived. As a result of the divinity, Merlin's mind power had achieved the peak of 6th level, so he was able to construct a number of 5th level spells. Due to the scarcity of Maxim, however, he was considering whether he should first use some of the power from the Thunder Maxim to derive some spells, and become a 5th level spellcaster as soon as possible. However, with much consideration, Merlin temporarily set aside the idea to use the Thunder Maxim to derive 5th level spells. After all, the Thunder Maxim had been difficult to obtain, and thus, he should not simply exhaust it. Perhaps, this was also the final Maxim that Merlin would be able to find. Hence, it was most important to use it to suppress darkness eye. As for the derivation of new 5th level spells, Merlin could take a closer look at the matrix in the future, whether it could only derive new spell using Maxims. If it was possible to leverage on other kinds of powers to derive new spells, then Merlin would no longer have to worry about the scarcity of Maxim. Regardless, all of these will require more time to ponder. Swish! Merlin left the chamber and flew out of the passage. Master! Wizards Ernie and Watson quickly flew before Merlin while puppet number 3 walked mechanically to Merlin's side. Did anyone come here? Merlin asked slowly. Master, the Mill clan seems to revere your power, so they did not dare send anyone else here. Wizard Ernie reported with a tinge of pride. Earlier on, Merlin had casually slain 3 7th level wizards who were even more powerful than Ernie and Watson. While this shocked Wizard Ernie to no end, he was also somewhat thankful. As long as they tried their best to follow after Merlin and gave their best, even as slaves, they would definitely reap some benefits from him. Merlin was already so powerful right now and would likely become even more powerful in the future. So, following a powerful wizard would not humiliate their statuses as 7th level wizards. The principles of spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield differed greatly from those who had matured in peaceful environments. In Sub-Zero Snowfield, they abided by the survival of the fittest rule, so following after a powerful wizard was not considered shameful in the least. A strange glimmer flashed in Merlin's eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. No one came? Even though the Mill clan did not come, I have some questions to ask them. Upon finishing his words, Merlin's figure rose into the sky and flew toward the foot of the mountain. Ernie and the others exchanged a look with one another and quickly followed behind him, flying toward the Mill clan at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 435, The Mill Clan. Chapter 435, The Mill Clan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Soaring above the lush green forest were 3 spellcaster in long white robes, flying slowly toward one of the distant peaks. One of them was a purple-haired female wizard, and upon seeing the peak that towered into the clouds, she laughed. "Wizard Seashell, in front of us now is Sky-Piercing Peak. There's a spellcaster clan called the Mill Clan in Sky-Piercing Peak. They have a long history as well as a powerful heritage. The clan has 3 7th-level spellcasters whose abilities aren't too bad." "Not too bad?" Next to her, a strange and rough-looking man with a few large golden earrings in his ears sneered. "No matter how powerful the Mill Clan is, could they be more powerful than the Cena Clan that we've just slaughtered 10 days ago?" This Cena Clan was not a simple clan as they had produced an 8th-level spellcaster. An 8th-level spellcaster may seem insignificant to spellcasters' organizations, but for a spellcaster clan to produce an 8th-level spellcaster was an earth-shattering event. Many powerful spellcaster clans had never produced any 8th-level spellcasters. Since the emergence of the 8th-level wizard, the Cena clan quickly became one of the top spellcaster clans in the southern spellcaster world. Even so, this powerful spellcaster clan which produced an 8th-level spellcaster was reduced to ashes by the hands of these 3 spellcasters. The entire clan was wiped out overnight. Particularly, it was the leader among the 3, the Wizard Seashell, who had personally delivered the killing blow on the 8th-level wizard from the Cena clan. Right now, these 3 had flown all the way to Sky-Piercing Peak, and their target was the Mill Clan at the foot of Sky-Piercing Peak. In the great conference hall of the Mill Clan, there were several spellcasters. Most of them were 6th-level wizards with strong elemental fluctuations all over their bodies. Despite a large number of powerful spellcasters gathered together, there was no movement. The atmosphere felt unusually dull, and many spellcasters held a somber expression like a great calamity had befallen. Clap! Suddenly, an aged wizard at the front of the great hall clapped his hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Mill Clan is now facing the most precarious situation we've ever met. A few days ago, 3 wizards from Osmu, led by an 8th-level wizard named Seashell, began to select some spellcaster clans to be slaughtered, and even the powerful Cena clan was completely eradicated. We've received news that these 3, including Seashell, are heading towards Sky-Piercing Peak. There's a possibility that the Mill Clan will be their next target." This news was obviously already known to the spellcasters sitting in the Great Hall, but they were helpless against it. Everyone felt a great danger descending upon them. The Cena clan was a powerful spellcaster clan that had produced an 8th-level spellcaster. It considered one of the top spellcaster clans in the southern spellcaster world. However, even such a powerful clan had been easily wiped out. The Mill Clan might be powerful, but they would not be able to resist Wizard Seashell and the others. All the spellcasters in Osmu were prodigies in their own right, so anyone below or at the same level as they were rarely a worthy opponent. In this case, the 8th-level Wizard Seashell was equivalent to a few extraordinary 8th-level spellcasters combined. "Clan leader, where are the 3 elders? Though this place is the foundation of the Mill Clan, with the current situation, we better not dig our heels and instead move away as a clan. Worst comes to worst, we'll just leave the southern spellcaster world altogether." That's right, the southern spellcaster world is completely mired in chaos right now. The 3 major spellcaster organizations wanted to defeat Osmu, and if they had succeeded, it would have been fine, but they lost the battle and even a great wizard. HMPH, now all of them have retreated like a bunch of cowards to their respective organizations. They may have various trump cards that are enough to fend off Osmu's attacks, but ironically, it is us, the small spellcaster clans and small spellcasters organizations that are being thrown under the bus instead. Osmu's revenge would be undoubtedly terrifying. How would we be able to resist them? Osmu is made up of a bunch of lunatics. They were unable to defeat the 3 major spellcaster organizations, so they swore a blood purification of the entire southern spellcaster world to eradicate the roots of the 3 major spellcaster organizations. Facing this bunch of lunatics, there's nothing the Mill Clan can do. Let's move away as soon as possible. Move, move, the Mill Clan cannot lose its heritage. No matter the price, we need to move away from here. The atmosphere in the Great Hall livened up in an instant. Most of the spellcasters agreed to leave together as a clan. It was a very difficult decision to make. The Mill Clan had established themselves in Sky-Piercing Peak for a very long time, at least a few hundred years, and was deeply rooted in this place. Once they left this place, it would be akin to losing their roots. It was also uncertain whether the Mill clan would be able to achieve such a glorious status again in the future. Nevertheless, facing the life and death of the clan, moving the clan away seemed to be the only option. The Mill clan leader raised his head and swept a glance throughout the great hall. He nodded. The 3 7th level spellcasters also toyed with the idea of moving, but due to the gravity of the implications, they were unable to make a decision. Earlier, one of the clan members reported that a few suspicious spellcasters were trying to enter Sky-Piercing Peak, so the 3 7th level wizards went ahead to assess the situation. Let's wait a while for the 3 7th level wizards to come back before deciding. Upon the clan leader's mention of the 3 7th level spellcasters, many wizards in the Great Hall felt their hearts raced slightly. The news about the 3 7th level spellcasters checking up on the suspicious intruders to Sky-Piercing Peak, however, were not considered sensational in their opinion. After all, the secret in Sky-Piercing Peak was well known by all the wizards here. It was the biggest secret among the Mill clan as well as the reason they had decided to guard the surroundings of Sky-Piercing Peak in the first place. Who are these mysterious spellcasters? Did Osmu arrive already? Some wizards began to worry because until now, the 3 7th level wizards had not returned. That's impossible. Osmu only dispatched 3 wizards, and the daring intruders trying to enter Sky-Piercing Peak was a group of 4. Let's wait a little longer, the 3 wizards should be done soon. Regarding the abilities of the 3 7th level wizards, the spellcasters in the Mill clan were extremely confident. The fact that all 3 of them had departed together was a formidable force that would be able to solve most troubles. This time, however, they were about to be disappointed. Just as the clan leader finished speaking, a cold voice reverberated from outside the Great Hall. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Those 3 old farts will never come back again. Who's that? Most of the spellcasters in the Great Hall were taken by surprise and stood up in a flurry. Countless mind powers began to check their surroundings, but it was not necessary as soon enough, for figures flew into the Great Hall. Leading the way was a young spellcaster cloaked in a long black wizard robe. The aura fluctuation on his body was not very strong, but the elemental fluctuations emitted by the 2 spellcasters beside him was extremely terrifying as they belonged to 7th level spellcasters. 7th level wizards? Who are you? Are these the people from Osmu? The spellcasters in the Mill clan immediately began to clamor, their gazes locked on the 4 wizards who had appeared out of nowhere. They were stunned beyond belief. The news was too shocking. The 3 most powerful wizards of the Mill clan, the only 3 7th level spellcasters, were dead. For a moment, everyone suspected that Wizard Seashell from Osmu had arrived. Clan leader, they are the ones who tried to enter Sky-Piercing Peak. A 4th level spellcaster reported in a trembling voice. What actually happened to the 3 wizards? The leader of the Mill clan, despite harboring a bad premonition, still could not believe it. How could 3 7th level wizards who went to deal with a tiny little problem, died just like that? Swish! A dark red figure dashed forward and slammed into the midway-speaking Mill clan leader. Then, in an instant, this dark figure turned into a stone giant. Regardless of however many spells were released by its opponents, the stone giant was completely unaffected. It simply shook them off. This dark red figure was puppet number 3, which was controlled by Merlin, and this group of wizards was none other than Merlin accompanied by Ernie and the others. Bang! Puppet number 3 smashed the Mill clan leader's defensive spell with a single punch. Then, with a sweep, it grabbed and dragged him before Merlin. Clan leader! For a moment, numerous spellcasters in the Great Hall began to react aggressively. They were ready to attack without regard, but wizards Ernie and Watson immediately wielded strong powerful spells in response. In an instant, the entire Great Hall plunged into an icy cold atmosphere, and 2 terrifying bursts of pressure filled the Great Hall. The wizards who were initially reckless and eager to attack gradually stopped their desperate actions. Even if all the spellcasters in the Great Hall had combined together, they would not be able to defeat both Ernie and Watson, 2 7th level spellcasters. Although the difference between the 6th and 7th level was only 1 level, the gap between their abilities was like heaven and earth. There were fundamental differences between the 2. Merlin, who was securely protected between both Ernie and Watson, turned his gaze toward the ashen-faced Mill clan leader. Earlier, you mentioned that the three major spellcaster organizations lost. What happened? Merlin asked in a calm voice. You're not from Osmu? The Mill clan leader was stumped. The power demonstrated by these wizards were formidable, but they did not appear to be from Osmu. Answer my question. Merlin stared at him unblinkingly, and the tone of his voice turned icier. A tinge of murderous intent began to radiate off his body, which secretly frightened both Ernie and Watson. They realized that Merlin's murderous intent seemed to be getting stronger recently. In fact, this situation was not only realized by Ernie and Watson but was also vaguely felt by Merlin himself. He noticed that he was becoming more and more vicious, and that murderous intents bubbled up easily in his heart. These were all the unseen influence brought about by Darkness Eye, and for Merlin, it was not a good thing. Right now, however, he had no way to solve the influence of Darkness Eye. Chapter 436, Complicated Battle Lines. Chapter 436, Complicated Battle Lines. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sensing the murderous intent rolling off from Merlin, the Mill clan leader took one glance at Merlin and understood his current predicament, so he sighed and began describing the current situation of the entire Southern Spellcaster world. Initially, under the leadership of the three major spellcaster organizations, the Southern Spellcaster world launched a mission to destroy Osmu. Osmu's old nest was discovered by the three major spellcaster organizations, so they united the powers of almost the entire Southern Spellcaster world as well as 6 great wizards, countless 9th-level wizards, and numerous rune-proficient wizards. Their force was so incredible that it might have been even mightier than the vicious war with the Kingdom of Light. However, the Southern Spellcaster world lost badly. Osmu managed to join forces with a few large spellcasters organizations from the Northern Spellcaster world. The Northern Spellcaster world dispatched a few great wizards and they laid in wait for the attack. There was an ambush, and following a most excruciating battle, Shadowthorn, Blacksand Fort, and Miracle City all lost a great wizard. The Southern Spellcaster world came back with massive losses. Since then, the three major spellcasters organizations have retreated to their respective organizations to lick their wounds, relying on their own trump cards to fend off Osmu. HMPH. Those three major spellcaster organizations can be a bunch of cowardly mice, and Osmu will not be able to touch them, but what can we do? Osmu is made up of a bunch of lunatics, so they began to send their wizards everywhere to slaughter and destroy spellcaster clans and organizations. Those lunatics simply wreak destruction without purpose. Upon mention of Osmu's behavior, a trace of hatred appeared on the clan leader's face. In fact, Osmu's behavior would make any spellcaster indignant. Merlin had been staring at the aged wizard, and he could feel that the aged wizard was not lying. If what the aged wizard said was true, then the current situation of the Southern Spellcaster world might be even more chaotic than before he left. Now the Northern Spellcaster world is also involved. I thought that the Northern Spellcasters organizations generally would not get involved in matters of the Southern Spellcaster world. Why are they interfering this time? What benefits did Osmu promise them? Merlin frowned. He could sense that the battle lines were becoming more and more complicated. This was, in fact, true as the battle line of the Southern Spellcaster world was growing more chaotic by the day. It was to an extent that even the three major spellcaster organizations were reluctant to show their faces, and would only hide in their respective organizations. As to why the Northern Spellcaster organizations would interfere, no one knows, but it must somehow be Osmu's doing. As to what benefits were promised to twist the hands of the Northern Spellcasters organizations, I'm afraid only Osmu would know. The Mill clan leader shook his head. He only knew the basics. The details of the matter were unbeknownst to a small spellcaster clan leader like himself. Being able to call upon the help of the great wizards from the Northern Spellcasters organizations must have cost Osmu a bomb, but regardless, it helped them tide over their crisis and also won them the battle. The Southern Spellcaster world no longer had the power to fight back. Now, even the three major spellcaster organizations had become cowardly mice, leaving the small and medium-sized spellcasters organizations and clans to fend for themselves against the powerful lunatics of Osmu. You said that Osmu is madly slaughtering and destroying the spellcasters organizations. Merlin furrowed his eyebrows, and a bad feeling trickled into his heart. If Osmu had truly gone so berserk, then wouldn't the dark magic region be in danger as well? The Mill clan leader was slightly surprised but answered, "Going against the spellcasters' organizations is slightly more difficult because even the smaller-sized spellcasters' organizations tend to have a strong foundation that's hard to destroy. Most of Osmu's targets have been spellcaster clans. Nevertheless, Osmu's recent behavior has been too crazy. I'm afraid even the spellcasters' organizations in the southern spellcaster world will not be spared." Merlin wanted to ask for further details, but he suddenly frowned, and turned around sharply, his gaze transfixed outside the Great Hall. Boom! Outside the Great Hall, there was a flash of violent elemental fluctuations followed by columns of flames that surrounded almost the entire Mill clan. This was an indiscriminate and devastating attack on the Mill clan. The spell was a powerful 7th level spell. Ha ha! The Mill clan, be destroyed! Accompanying the violent spell were several bursts of maniacal laughter. Many of the spellcasters in the Great Hall paled. Someone exclaimed, "It's Osmu, it's definitely Osmu this time." Besides Osmu, no one would directly launch such a destructive attack. The Mill clan already received news that Osmu had sent out 3 spellcasters led by Wizard Seashell who were crazily slaughtering and destroying everything along their way in the southern spellcaster world. Furthermore, the direction that Seashell and the others were moving in was exactly toward Sky-Piercing Peak, so their arrival at the Mill clan was just a matter of time. The crowd in the Great Hall were still discussing whether to move as a clan to escape Osmu's attack but had no idea that it was already too late. Seashell and the others had arrived. The scorching flames spread into the Great Hall. In an instant, the Great Hall turned into a blistering hot stove. Ernie and Watson exchanged a look at each other, and ice elements began to flash on their bodies. Amidst the sea of fire, slivers of cold air began to descend as both wielded 7th level ice-type spells. Both Ernie and Watson were spellcasters who originated from Sub-Zero Snowfield. It was a place where all sorts of resources were scarce but were naturally bestowed with a unique environment. Therefore, the ice-type spells from Sub-Zero Snowfield were all highly unique, and their execution was flawless. Thus, both their ice-type spells immediately extinguished the flames in the Great Hall, and also spread outward to try to break the opponent's fire-type spell. In the sky above the Mill clan, 3 powerful spellcasters were coldly watching the destruction that was wrought upon the building by fire and tornado. Regardless of how much the spellcasters of the Mill clan struggled, these 3 remained indifferent and their gazes were unbothered. Suddenly, amidst the sea of flames, white slivers of cold air began to rise. The cold air extinguished a large area of flames and continued to spread to the surroundings, attempting to extinguish the flames. The man with giant golden earrings on his ears sneered. 7th level spells. Looks like the 3 old chaps from the Mill clan have acted. Anyway, these 3 are just ordinary 7th level spellcasters without any Pandora demon ability, the weakest lot of 7th level wizards. How would they be able to stand against us? As he spoke, the man with the golden earrings brought his hands together, and the fire element on his body began fluctuating violently, painting the sky with a shade of fiery red. The man with the golden earrings opened his eyes and they seemed to be glowing with fire. He stretched out a finger into the sky. Boom! It was like the entire sky was on fire. Blazes of flames began to rain down with a ferocious vengeance onto the Mill clan. The previously half-extinguished flames roared to life and burned bigger and more aggressive than before. Even the white slivers of cold air could not withstand any longer and were burned to ashes. Hee. Looks like those 3 old chaps can't hold it anymore. It won't take long before we destroy the Mill clan and continue to our next target. The 3 spellcasters in the air were relaxed. They did not regard the Mill clan as a threat and paid no attention to the 3 7th level spellcasters from the Mill clan. Such a powerful elemental fluctuation. They're using Pandora demon ability. I'm not a worthy enough opponent. Master, please punish me. In the Great Hall, Wizard Ernie paled slightly. The confrontation of spells earlier had already yielded a winner. Ernie, who did not possess any Pandora demon ability, was far from comparable to the 3 spellcasters outside. At this moment, the temperature in the Great Hall climbed once again. Even the stone pillars in the Great Hall emitted a burning scent. Though none of the spellcasters in the Great Hall were weak and released their own defensive spells, they were close to breaking point. Osmoo! Merlin raised his head fiercely and a tinge of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. There was obviously no love lost between him and Osmoo. Back then, it was because of the threat of the black-white Great Wizard from Osmoo that forced Wizard Leo to wield the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Wizard Leo's death had a very direct correlation with Osmoo. Glacier Country! Merlin commanded in a whisper. In an instant, huge Glacier Country descended. Its translucent shimmer glowed brightly and covered the entire Mill clan. The range of Merlin's Glacier Country could be either big or small as controlled by Merlin. However, the bigger it was stretched, the lesser its power compared to a smaller range. Nevertheless, this vast sea of flames was merely an ordinary Pandora demon ability. So no matter how big the range of Glacier Country was stretched, it would still be able to easily suppress the flames. Sputter sputter sputter. In an instant, the frigid blasts from Glacier Country had extinguished all the flames. As a special Pandora demon ability, its power was comparatively powerful. Whoosh! At the same time, Merlin's mind power locked onto the 3 Osmoo spellcasters in the sky. Hence, his body flashed, and he flew out of the Great Hall. Many of the spellcasters in the Great Hall gazed at one another blankly with dumb-stricken looks etched on their faces. Seeing that Ernie and the others no longer cared about them and flew behind Merlin, the spellcasters were slightly undecided on what to do. Clan leader, let's leave quickly. No matter whether these mysterious wizards or Osmoo win the battle, we won't stand to gain anything. Let's move right now. A large-scale eviction is impossible now, but if the 6th level spellcasters sneak away, we can make it. Clan leader, don't hesitate anymore. The Mill clan cannot be destroyed under our watch. All the 6th level spellcasters thought that it was a good opportunity for them to escape. However, the clan leader took one look at the translucent glow that surrounded the entire Mill clan and smiled bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, this is a unique spell, similar to a runic magic circle. We're all trapped inside. Without the consent of the mysterious wizard, it's impossible for us to leave. After listening to the clan leader, the spellcasters hurriedly used their mind powers to investigate. One by one, their faces darkened. It was as the clan leader had said, they were unable to leave. Let's go out and see what we can do. After all, these spellcasters don't seem fond of Osmoo. If they win, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope that the Mill clan can be saved. Compared to Osmoo, the Mill clan was more hopeful that Merlin and the others would win because only then would there be a glimmer of hope for the Mill clan. After all, it seemed that Merlin was not as violent as Osmoo, and would not destroy the clan for no reason. Clan leader, we obey you. When it becomes necessary, we can even help those mysterious spellcasters defeat the lunatics from Osmoo. None of the spellcasters in the Great Hall held any fond feelings toward Osmoo. Therefore, under the leadership of the clan leader, many of the spellcasters in the Great Hall flew out. Chapter 437, Merlin from the Dark Magic Region. Chapter 437, Merlin from the Dark Magic Region. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the Great Hall, the 3 spellcasters in midair were somewhat stunned, especially Wizard Seashell in the middle, who narrowed his eyes as he fixed a gaze on that layer of translucent light blanketing the surroundings of the entire Mill clan. It was the moment this translucent light appeared that his companion's Pandora demon ability became ineffective. The flames which swept the mountains were extinguished instantly, sealed completely by ice. This was an absolute suppressive effect. For there to be such a difference between their spells, it proved that there was a spellcaster in the Mill clan who was even greater than a 7th level wizard of Osmoo. How is this possible? The Mill clan is merely a spellcaster clan. All 3 of their 7th level spellcasters are the weakest 7th level wizards who have no Pandora demon abilities. How can there be such a powerful spell? The wizard with gigantic golden earrings wore a rather disbelieving look. His spell was wiped out just like that, and it was done by someone from the Mill clan. That isn't a spellcaster from the Mill clan. Suddenly, Wizard Seashell, who had not said a word, spoke faintly as his gaze sharpened slightly. Following his gaze, the other 2 spellcasters saw as well that a black-robed wizard had emerged below from the hall in the Mill clan. Moreover, this black-robed wizard was very peculiar. He had a breezy manner and an expression of utmost calm. Traces of restrained wind elemental fluctuations flickered over his body, and he rose into the sky step after step until he was standing opposite Wizard Seashell and the rest. "You're not a spellcaster from the Mill clan. Speak, who are you?" There was a graveness in Wizard Seashell's expression, but his tone was still a haughty. In his eyes, other than spellcasters from Osmu, there were very few individuals who could face him on equal terms. Although the black-robed man before his eyes had a powerful spell, it merely made Wizard Seashell slightly warier, who was still far from acknowledging this man. Wizard Seashell was an 8th level spellcaster, one who was in Osmu, being far stronger than the average 8th level wizard. With that sort of powers, he could afford to look with contempt at most people. Merlin from the dark magic region. The black-robed spellcaster was, in fact, Merlin. He wore an unperturbed look and did not even glance at the other two 7th level wizards. His gaze fixed only onto the wizard in the middle. Only this spellcaster gave him an intense sense of threat. The one who was able to cause such an intense sense of threat was the 8th level wizard, Wizard Seashell, that the Mill clan had so feared. "Merlin, you're the Merlin who inherited Wizard Leo's darkness eye?" Seashell was slightly taken aback, but a flash of glee crossed his face thereafter. He had always stayed in Osmu and did not know much about matters outside. However, he had imprinted Merlin's name deep into his mind. This was because that insufferably arrogant Clyde was defeated by Wizard Leo, which was to say he was defeated by the special Pandora demon ability Darkness Eye. Furthermore, after Merlin had inherited Darkness Eye, Clyde was unable to contend against him anymore. Due to Clyde, Seashell remembered Merlin, and in particular, the fact that Merlin possessed Darkness Eye. Seashell himself just so happened to be a powerful darkness wizard. As an 8th level darkness wizard, he was relatively powerful. Otherwise, Seashell could not have possibly killed another 8th level wizard in the past. Moreover, it had been a piece of cake for him to kill that wizard immediately. Merlin was rather surprised. He did not expect that even an 8th level wizard of Osmu would know of him. Perhaps this was due to his Darkness Eye. After all, Darkness Eye was a special Pandora demon ability. Any spellcaster who possessed it would attract the attention of many spellcasters. Kill! Without the slightest warning, Seashell attacked, and his first move was an earth-shattering spell, causing the entire sky to turn pitch dark. A darkness spell? Merlin was briefly stunned that his opponent had wielded a darkness spell. He had Darkness Heart and had an incredible resistance toward most darkness spells. Nonetheless, Merlin dared not let down his guard. Although he had Darkness Heart, it merely had resistance toward the majority of darkness spells. Wizard Seashell was an 8th level wizard, and the spell he cast was an 8th level spell as well. Even if it was a darkness spell, it would be impossible for Merlin to use Darkness Heart to withstand it completely. Since it was impossible, Merlin no longer had any reservations. He regarded Seashell highly for the force Seashell emanated induced in Merlin an intense sense of threat. Therefore, once he attacked, Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest and instantly unleashed the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye, Control. A giant ghostly face appeared above Merlin's head, accompanied by bursts of high-pitched laughter. The faces flickered past incessantly and appeared extremely eerie, causing anyone who looked at it tremble with fear. A blood-red light shot out from Merlin's palm. This was no longer the first time Merlin had cast the 4th form of Darkness Eye, and he appeared to do this in a routine manner. After he had unleashed the 4th form, Merlin perceived that the Thunder Maxim he had just received was evidently being consumed at a greater speed than usual. Each time he wielded the 4th form of Darkness Eye, he would use up a portion of the power of the Maxim. After all, it had to be used to suppress the 4th form, which caused an even greater backlash. Naturally, he would need to consume more power from the Maxim. The crimson light was eye-piercing even in the darkness. It engulfed Wizard Seashell all at once. The spell Wizard Seashell had initially cast, which had resulted in that wide blanket of darkness element, caused no end of alarm as if one was faced with a god who could not be defeated. Wizard Seashell was that god in the darkness. The wide-ranging darkness element seemed to contain countless black-armored giants condensed from the endless darkness element. They emerged and vanished unpredictably, hidden in the darkness, ready to deliver a mortal blow at any time. This was Wizard Seashell's 8th level spell, which was even merged with a Pandora demon ability. The might of such a spell was so terrifying that not even Merlin could contend against it, being only able to wield the fourth form of Darkness Eye in response. How is this possible? Wizard Seashell stared at Merlin in wordless shock. In the instant the blood-red light shrouded him, he felt his control over darkness element vanished immediately. Even when he used mind power to stimulate the spell model, he was no longer capable of casting the spell. At that moment, the elements were controlled by Darkness Eye, and he had no way of casting spells at all. Wizard Seashell was still struggling, and he could feel that there was a faint loosening of control. Nevertheless, Merlin would not give him any more time. The fourth form of Darkness Eye was able to easily strip away an 8th-level wizard's control over elements. This was the strongest feature of Darkness Eye. However, in general, only wizards above the 7th level were able to unleash the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Merlin was totally relying on the power of the Maxim to suppress the backlash force of Darkness Eye in order to unleash it. There's nothing that's impossible. The next time, if I see Clyde, he might not have a chance to escape. Still, you won't be able to see how he ends up then. Merlin glared unwaveringly at Seashell, and his tone became even icier. Chapter 438, Hastening Back to the Dark Magic Region I. Chapter 438, Hastening Back to the Dark Magic Region I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The blood-red glow flickered constantly. The fourth form of Darkness Eye had controlled Wizard Seashell's element, making it an immense challenge to cast even one spell. A spellcaster who was stripped of their ability to cast spells was not that different from normies even if Wizard Seashell was still a mighty 8th-level spellcaster. Incinerating Fire. Merlin saw that Darkness Eye had gained control over Wizard Seashell's element, thoroughly suppressing Wizard Seashell. Therefore, Incinerating Fire was quickly cast by Merlin. Raging flames instantly began to burn ferociously. The pale white flames wrapped around Wizard Seashell. This 8th-level spellcaster, a genius from Osmu, was burned to ashes by the flames. Darkness Eye is powerful indeed. No wonder that even arrogant Clyde had lost to it. Looking at the fierce flames surging forcefully, Wizard Seashell's expression appeared to have turned calm for some reason. His manner was serene except for a strange glint in the corner of his eye. Swish! Suddenly, Merlin's gaze sharpened slightly because he saw a black shadow that seemed to split apart from Wizard Seashell. Moreover, this shadow appeared to be identical to Wizard Seashell, only it was shrouded from head to toe in even more intense darkness element. The moment this black shadow appeared, Wizard Seashell retreated just like a spectre, escaping quietly. Darkness Eye and the furiously burning incinerating fire immediately enclosed the black shadow and reduced it to ashes. Darkness Figure? To think there's actually someone who could transfigure the substitution puppet Darkness Figure. Merlin mumbled in a low voice. He had sensed that Wizard Seashell had escaped. The one that was reduced to ashes by incinerating fire was merely a Darkness Figure. Darkness Figure was a substitution puppet, and its transfiguration was very complicated. Even during the spellcaster's most glorious era, there were few who could transfigure a substitution puppet like Darkness Figure. However, Wizard Seashell had managed to do so, and no one knew how many Darkness Figures he possessed. Still, just this one Darkness Figure alone had saved his life, allowing him to escape from Merlin's inevitable kill. Once Wizard Seashell had escaped, there was no trace left of him. Even Merlin's mind power had no way of locking onto him. Wizard Seashell had escaped rather promptly. As an 8th-level wizard of Osmu, it was natural that he had a few tricks up his sleeve which he would not reveal so easily. The two 8th-level wizards whom Wizard Leo had eliminated back then in the Imperial City were not on par with Wizard Seashell by far. This was also the first time Merlin had slipped up when using the fourth form of Darkness Eye. It seemed like there were individuals whom Darkness Eye, which had always been successful in every past attack, could not kill. Let's go! Seeing that Wizard Seashell had fled, the expressions of the two spellcasters who came with him shifted slightly. They recognized the threat, and immediately wanted to flee. Nonetheless, this time around, Merlin was prepared. The moment those two spellcasters moved, a frigid force descended upon them. A translucent glow glimmered ceaselessly, for it was Merlin's Glacier Country. Suppress! Glacier Country was a special Pandora demon ability, one in its third form. It might be incapable of restraining an 8th level spellcaster, but for 7th level spellcasters, other than those who possessed special Pandora demon abilities, almost all of them would find it hard to defy the suppression of Glacier Country. It was the case for these two spellcasters who could not budge under the suppression of Glacier Country. They could only watch helplessly as Merlin gestured toward them, and they were submerged in the pale white flames. Both of them were carrying out their final struggle, but under the suppression of Glacier Country and the terrifying incinerating fire, it was of no use despite them being genius wizards of Osmu. Perhaps they had never thought that being prodigies of Osmu, they would be completely suppressed without the least bit of ability to retaliate. Merlin was not even a 7th level spellcaster. It was then that both seemed to realize Osmu could not include every genius. Other than Osmu, there were still plenty of powerful spellcasters outside. Very soon, the pair was reduced to ashes in the pale white blaze. Merlin withdrew Glacier Country. Ernie, Watson, and the puppet number 3 flew to Merlin's side deferentially. "Master, what about them?" Ernie's gaze was directed at the many spellcasters of the Mill clan below, who were currently staring at the sky foolishly. The giant battle between Merlin and Wizard Seashell, and its dominating, formidable force, nearly made them unable to catch their breath as if they were about being stifled. Thereafter, Merlin had casually wiped out 2 7th level wizards from Osmu as if it was child's play. By that point, the many wizards of the Mill clan seemed caught up in a somewhat inconceivable dream. Them? There's no need to care about them. We'll leave right away. Merlin wore a calm expression. Although he had defeated Seashell and killed 2 members of Osmu, his heart was still filled with a strain of worry. It seemed as if Osmu had finally won in the war between Osmu and the southern spellcaster world. Furthermore, Osmu was even wildly massacring spellcaster clans, and even spellcasters' organizations. The dark magic region seemed to be at risk. Merlin had an urgent need to know how the dark magic region was doing. So, after he withdrew Glacier Country, he did not bother with the wizards of the Mill clan. His figure quickly flashed through the sky as he left. After seeing that Merlin and the rest had left, the spellcasters of the Mill clan heaved a sigh of relief at last. Regardless of whether it was Osmu or Merlin and his group, they were not an opponent that the Mill clan could contend against. "Clan leader, what do we do now?" Many of the spellcasters turned their attention toward the clan leader. The clan leader of the Mill clan looked steadily toward the direction in which Merlin had left. Following that, the clan leader said with clenched teeth, "Although Osmu isn't a threat to us for now, the current southern spellcaster world is now in utter chaos. With Osmu's way of doing things, they definitely won't give up just because of this one setback. Besides, that wizard Seashell isn't dead yet. Thus, we need to move away from the southern spellcaster world. This is the safest, most reliable plan." Move? Do we really have to move? Many wizards were rather sorrowful. The Mill clan had stayed at the foot of Sky-Piercing Peak for centuries. Now that they had to move away and relocate their clan, many spellcasters were somewhat unwilling. Still, no one opposed this proposal because this was their only option, considering the chaotic state of the current southern spellcaster world. The relocation of Mill clan was merely a scaled-down version of the chaos in the southern spellcaster world. The war between the 3 major spellcaster organizations and Osmu had ended in the defeat of the 3 spellcasters organizations. However, this was only the beginning of the chaos in the southern spellcaster world. In the clear, sunny sky, a few figures were riding the wild wind, speeding along in the sky. Ever since Merlin left Sky-Piercing Peak, he had not uttered a single word. Besides worrying about the state of the dark magic region, Merlin was inspecting the changes of the Thunder Maxim within him. He had unleashed the 4th form of Darkness Eye and battled with Seashell, winning in the end, but he had paid a significant price. In particular, the depletion of the Thunder Maxim was even greater, a few times more than usual. Moreover, there were some negative emotions which were insidiously influencing Merlin. This was not something a Maxim could stop because these relatively obscure negative emotions were not caused by the backlash of Darkness Eye. Instead, it was produced by the cultivation of Darkness Eye itself. Only when Merlin's mind power was stronger would he be able to remain unaffected by these negative emotions. However, Merlin's present mind power was merely at the peak of the 6th level. It was extremely difficult to reach the 7th level. The 7th level was a great threshold, and between the 7th level and the levels below it, there was an insurmountable gulf. My mind power is merely enough to support the construction of 4 5th level spells. Therefore, even if I use the Thunder Maxim to derive that final 2 5th level spells, I won't level up to a 5th level wizard. Merlin knew very well that he had used only the Ice Maxim so far to derive for 5th level spells. Although Merlin's current mind power was enough to construct those, he would not be able to become a 5th level spell caster. In addition, in the ensuing chaos of the Southern spell caster world, all opponents whom Merlin was about to face were those powerful spell casters from Osmu, wizards who were even far more formidable than Wizard Seashell. Merlin's abilities were still insufficient by far. I can only return to the dark magic region for now, and see what the actual situation is before I decide what to do next. Merlin did not plan on stopping to construct spells. If he wanted to construct 5th level spells now, it would take a great amount of time. With the present level of chaos in the Southern spell caster world, Merlin did not have so much time to squander. At the moment, his priority was to hasten back to the dark magic region and see what the real situation was like. After all, Merlin was still currently a member of the dark magic region. In the dense mountain jungle, 4 figures suddenly landed. It was Merlin's group. Merlin looked all around, after which he reached out and gestured with a hand. A light breeze blew past, clearing the fallen leaves on the ground, revealing a wide, damp, black surface. On this surface, a mysterious runic magic circle appeared. It looked like it had been unused for a long time. Merlin had located this through the runic heartprint. It was the nearest runic magic circle of the dark magic region. Through this runic magic circle, Merlin was able to return to the dark magic region. However, Ernie, Watson, and the puppet number 3 had no way of following Merlin to enter the dark magic region as they did not have a dark magic ring. They could only wait outside. Wait here and don't leave. After some time, I'll think of a way to get you all in. Merlin gave this command to Ernie and the rest, following which he stretched out a palm. The dark magic ring on his finger immediately began to glow with bursts of radiance, accompanied by enigmatic runes. The runic magic circle on the ground was activated by the dark magic ring, and a swell of runes wrapped around Merlin. Swoosh! Following that, a beam of white light flashed across them and Merlin's figure vanished without a trace. Through the runic magic circle of the dark magic region, he was transported back to the dark magic region. Chapter 439, Hastening Back to the Dark Magic Region 2. Chapter 439, Hastening Back to the Dark Magic Region 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the quiet beach in the dark magic region, there were still flocks of seafowl frolicking above the sand. It was a calm, serene scene. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh. Thank goodness, everything must still be fine. What he most worried about was that the dark magic region had suffered an attack from Osmu. However, from the looks of it, the dark magic region was still peaceful. As for the exact developments that had occurred due to the chaos of the Southern spellcaster world caused by the war between the 3 major spellcaster organizations and Osmu, the wizards of the Mill clan had limited knowledge after all. The dark magic region, being a spellcaster's organization, should know the most about this. Therefore, Merlin wanted to learn of the entire story, so he began to walk quickly toward the dark magic stone tablet. This stone tablet appeared to be ancient, marked by the mottled traces of time. The black cat Didymos did not appear. Merlin did not give that any thought and hurried further ahead. A transparent light enveloped Merlin, following which numerous tall towers appeared before Merlin. He was back once again in the familiar dark magic region. Merlin could not discern what he really felt toward the dark magic region. In terms of feelings, what he had valued most about the dark magic region was Wizard Leo, but Wizard Leo was now dead. Although it appeared as if the dark magic region did not provide Merlin with much assistance, it still had a great influence on Merlin. It was only after he joined the dark magic region that Merlin had truly begun to grow stronger. Even if his Pandora demon abilities were not supplied by the dark magic region, it was linked to his membership in the dark magic region. Furthermore, the runic heartprint, the robes he had worn when he was a weakling, and so on, were all connected to the dark magic region. Besides, Merlin had always been a spellcaster of the dark magic region. The brand of the dark magic region was firmly imprinted on him. It was just like Wizard Leo, who was formidable thanks to Darkness Eye, which had nothing to do with the dark magic region. Nevertheless, no matter what, outsiders viewed Wizard Leo as a representative of the dark magic region. This was because Wizard Leo had been deeply marked by the brand of the dark magic region. It was the same for Merlin. No matter how powerful he was, how terrifying his abilities, he would be seen as a spellcaster from the dark magic region. He had no way of escaping the influence of the dark magic region unless he acted as Clyde did, and betrayed the dark magic region. Nonetheless, Merlin had signed a contract of the highest grade with the dark magic region. He could not betray them even if he wanted to. Despite the power of the maxim residing in his awareness now, Merlin had no way of terminating a contract of the highest grade. Initially, Merlin wanted to hurry toward the tower of the 7th level spellcasters, but he directed a glance toward another tower in the distance. This was Wizard Leo's tower. Wizard Leo was already dead. According to the rules of the dark magic region, the tower would be demolished within a year, but Wizard Leo's tower was not yet torn down even now. Merlin looked at the tower soaring into the clouds and thought of Wizard Leo. He raised a palm and glanced at the crimson eye in his palm. This was the greatest gift Wizard Leo had given him. It was just that this great gift was now giving him a headache. Swish! Merlin immediately flew into the sky. This time, he was no longer relying upon a flying casting tool for flight. He was now a true 4th level spellcaster and could utilize a wind-type spell to fly directly at a relatively decent speed. Soon enough, Merlin arrived at the towers of the 7th level wizards. This was not a place unfamiliar to him, for he had come here a few times before. There was a servant of the 7th level wizards in the towers. Merlin knew the servant of the 7th level wizard Robia. He was named Arvaeus. Upon seeing Merlin, an odd look crossed Arvaeus' face. He hurried forward and said in a low voice, "Wizard Merlin, this is the tower of 7th level wizards. Without being summoned by them, one isn't allowed to enter without permission. It's better if you leave here quickly." If it had been anyone else, Arvaeus would have even chased them off immediately. However, Merlin was a prodigious spellcaster most valued by the dark magic region, even more so than Clyde had been, and enjoyed an uncommon position in the dark magic region. Therefore, even though Merlin had arrived at the 7th level wizard's towers without permission, Arvaeus did not dare chase him out immediately. Merlin's expression did not change. After eyeing Arvaeus, he said calmly, "Wizard Arvaeus, where's Wizard Robia? I'm looking for him about an important matter." Wizard Robia? Arvaeus was Wizard Robia's servant. Naturally, he knew very well the whereabouts of Wizard Robia. The fact that Merlin had a very important matter to report to Wizard Robia caused Arvaeus to hesitate for a bit. Nonetheless, Arvaeus took into account Merlin's special position and nodded. In that case, Wizard Merlin would have to wait for a moment. Wizard Robia and other 7th level wizards are discussing a matter of vital importance. It has been 2 days since they began. Discussing a matter of importance? Which is to say that they're in the Dark Magic Hall. Merlin mentioned the Dark Magic Hall, which was where the 7th level wizards would convene for meetings to decide major matters of the dark magic region. The entire hall was protected by a runic magic circle and was very secure. That's right, the wizards are in the Dark Magic Hall. As soon as Arvaeus had spoken, Merlin was like an apparition, disappearing in a flash. His speed caused Arvaeus to be unable to see clearly what happened. "Wizard Merlin, you..." Wizard Arvaeus stared after Merlin with mouth agape. He was a 4th level spellcaster too, but after seeing Merlin's speed, he knew it was not something he could catch up to. Moreover, in that instant, Arvaeus had even detected a frightening force from Merlin. Nonetheless, it had disappeared quickly as if it was just an illusion. How could he be so fast? Even though Arvaeus could not catch up to Merlin, he had to hurry after him regardless. Otherwise, if he really allowed Merlin to run into those 7th level wizards, there would be great trouble. Not only would Merlin be punished, even he himself would be out of luck. Merlin was very fast, but he had not cast Flash Wind. Otherwise, he would have been even faster. Merlin was not familiar with this tower, but he was more acquainted with the Dark Magic Hall. Previously, he had been brought by Wizard Leo into the tower. Merlin was no stranger to the dark magic hall, and his mind power quickly locked onto the place. Robia and the other 7th level wizards had gathered in the dark magic hall. Something major must have happened. After all, now that the entire southern spellcaster world had descended into chaos, one must not be deceived by the appearance of calmness in the dark magic region. The official members of the dark magic region had their own channels of information. They knew as well that chaos had consumed the outside world. These official members of the dark magic region knew of the situation outside. Therefore, this immediately resulted in the various potion materials, spells, and other items of the resource tower to be exchanged for in large volumes. Some spellcasters were already making quiet preparations. No one could guarantee that the dark magic region would not be caught up in the chaos. Particularly, Osmu had announced a threat toward all spellcasters' organizations of the entire southern spellcaster world. They were a mad bunch and would live up to their promise. The dark magic region was at risk as well, being a spellcasters' organization. Therefore, the dark magic region had been making covert preparations. Soon enough, Merlin reached the entrance of the dark magic hall. He squinted slightly and discovered that the door of the dark magic hall was cloaked in dense runes. Most spellcasters would be unable to get past these runes at all. 7th level spellcasters could not even possibly force their way through. However, this was nothing much to Merlin. He possessed the runic heartprint, which was able to easily unravel runic magic circles. In particular, it was even easier if it was a runic magic circle in the dark magic region. Merlin took a deep breath, after which the runic heartprint between his brows gradually twinkled. Mysterious runes quickly flew toward the doorway of the dark magic hall. Hum hum hum. The runic magic circle of the dark magic hall, under the powers of the runic heartprint, began to dissolve gradually. The entire runic magic circle lost its effect in an instant. Creak! Merlin easily reached out and pushed the doors open lightly. A distinct sound was emitted by the two doors as they were slowly pushed open. Wizard Merlin, no! Arvaeus had finally hurried all the way here, but he was too late. When he saw Merlin pushing open the doors, he knew that this time, the punishment was inevitable. Therefore, a look of resentment filled his eyes as he looked at Merlin. Who? How impudent you dare intrude upon the dark magic hall? Within the great hall, countless gazes were direct at the doorway. The owners of these gazes were all powerful 7th level spellcasters who enjoyed a lofty position in the dark magic region. However, once they were disturbed by Merlin, the expressions of these spellcasters who had already been in a bad mood now darkened even further. Merlin? Seeing that it was Merlin in a black robe who had opened the door, some 7th level spellcasters frowned slightly. Merlin was a genius spellcaster highly valued by the dark magic region, to the point where they were willing to gift him with 10,000 contribution points every year. This was the first time something like this had happened in the dark magic region, which showed how highly they treasured him. However, no matter how much they valued him, the dignity of the 7th level spellcasters within the dark magic region must still be upheld. Therefore, Wizard Robia stood up furiously, and roared toward the doorway, Arvaeus, get your sorry self in here now. Arvaeus was still bemoaning his misfortune and gave Merlin a fierce glare, following which he entered the great hall respectfully. He said softly, Wizard Robia. This time Wizard Merlin said that he had an important matter to consult with the 7th level wizards. I was unable to stop him at all. An important matter? At this, Wizard Robia shifted his attention toward Merlin and sized him up. In fact, what he had noticed in particular was that Arvaeus had said he could not stop Merlin. It should be known that Arvaeus was a 4th level spellcaster, one whom Wizard Robia had personally instructed before. Arvaeus' capabilities were considered comparatively formidable in the dark magic region. It was unusual that he was unable to stop Merlin. Nonetheless, after Robia had carefully sized up Merlin, he seemed to notice something, and a strange look glinted in his eyes. With a trace of glee, he asked, Wizard Merlin, you've broken through? Broken through? Upon hearing what Wizard Robia said, the crowd of 7th level wizards in the hall turned serious as they quickly directed their gazes at Merlin. Chapter 440, The Fourth Elder Eye. Chapter 440, The Fourth Elder Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first level of spellcasters was a threshold. one would become an official spellcaster after getting past that threshold. Otherwise, one would simply remain an entrance-level spellcaster. This was the first threshold a spellcaster must pass. Following that, spellcasters had a second threshold, which was becoming a fourth-level spellcaster. There was a fundamental transformation between the third and fourth level. Regardless of whether in terms of spell power or cultivating demon ability, fourth-level spellcasters were a formidable presence. Therefore, in the dark magic region, one could only build their own individual tower and take in students after becoming a fourth-level spellcaster. When Merlin had left the dark magic region, he was merely a third-level spellcaster. No matter how fast he improved, many people thought that Merlin would need at least 3 years to break through and become a fourth-level spellcaster. However, Merlin had now become a fourth-level spellcaster in 1 short year. I've only managed to construct the spell successfully through sheer luck and coincidental circumstances. Merlin nodded as he spoke. There was no doubt that he had admitted he was now a fourth-level spellcaster. Ha ha, good, good. Merlin, you've really proved yourself to be a prodigious 6-elemental wizard. If Wizard Leo was still alive, he would have been overjoyed. Wizard Robia began to laugh and seemed to have forgotten that Merlin had just entered the dark magic hall without permission. Arvaeus, you may leave first. Robia waved a hand, allowing Arvaeus to leave. Evidently, he was not going to pursue the matter of Merlin's unauthorized interruption in the dark magic hall. Wizard Merlin, go on. What matter is it that is so urgent? Robia's tone became more solemn as he spoke in a low voice. Merlin glanced at the other spellcasters within the hall. These were all spellcasters above the 7th level. There were even 2 or 3 spellcasters whose elemental fluctuations were far stronger than an average 7th level wizard's. Those were 8th level wizards. In this group of spellcasters, at least half of them had cultivated demon abilities and had great capabilities. These were not the weakest 7th level wizards anymore, and in comparison to the Mill clan, their strength was magnified. After all, in terms of their resources, a spellcaster clan could not be placed on par with a spellcaster organization. Merlin knew that he needed to reveal some of his abilities now so that these spellcasters would not think lowly of him. Only then would he be able to learn of classified matters regarding the 3 major spellcaster organizations and Osmu. As he thought about this, Merlin decided not to conceal the matter of Wizard Seashell and the rest in the battle between the Mill clan and Osmu. It was like this. On my way home, I passed by Sky-Piercing Peak and encountered Wizard Seashell of Osmu unexpectedly. He had 2 7th level wizards with him and seemed about to attack the Mill clan. I've never felt too favorably towards Osmu. Teacher Leo's death is closely linked to them. Therefore, I acted out and battled with Seashell, but in the end, he slipped through my fingers and escaped. I only killed the other 2 7th level wizards. Based on a few phrases they said, I knew that the southern spellcaster world was not peaceful nowadays. Thus, I wanted to inquire about what happened exactly, honored wizards. How did Osmu become so powerful suddenly, being able to defeat the 3 major spellcaster organizations even when faced with their joined attack? Merlin glossed over a few details of the event at the Mill clan. He did not reveal his true purpose in going to Sky-Piercing Peak. However, his encounter with Wizard Seashell and the rest, as well as the ensuing battle, was very real. News of this might have spread soon enough. There was no need for Merlin to cover that up. After Merlin spoke, the entire dark magic hall fell silent all over, including Wizard Robia. They all stared at Merlin with stunned faces, wearing an expression of incredulity. Merlin was merely a 4th level wizard. He could already battle against Wizard Seashell and kill off the remaining 2 7th level wizards of Osmu. It should be known that the spellcasters of Osmu were all geniuses. Although they were rather insane in their behavior, there was no denying the truth that every spellcaster in Osmu had very formidable powers. Moreover, it had been 3 wizards led by Seashell. This was a hot topic of discussion in the southern spellcaster world recently. Wizard Seashell was still an 8th level spellcaster, and the other 2 7th level wizards were both mighty wizards who possessed demon abilities. Such a group of 3 had extremely terrifying capabilities. In their journey, they had wiped out many spellcaster clans. This was already indicative of their strength. Merlin was now able to fight against these 3, and had even overwhelmed Wizard Seashell, causing him to flee in the face of defeat. Moreover, he had slain the remaining 2 7th-level spellcasters. This was simply too fantastical. None of the wizards in the hall would believe this. "Merlin, I heard that before Wizard Leo died, he had passed on Darkness Eye to you." Wizard Robia's heart jolted. After he spoke, he reached out a hand without warning and made a grabbing motion. Splash! Streams of water twisted together to form a giant hand, which immediately lunged towards Merlin with the intention of catching him in its grasp. Wizard Robia was a rarely seen water-type spellcaster. The water-type spells he constructed had reached the 7th level. When combined with his demon ability, Wizard Robia's abilities were relatively decent among 7th-level wizards. Merlin merely raised an eyebrow. Of course, he could tell that Wizard Robia was only testing him. As a 7th-level spellcaster who possessed demon ability, Wizard Robia had just cast a spell that was merely a fifth of his true strength. Evidently, he did not want to harm Merlin. Still, one could forget about a fifth of his strength. Even if Robia had attacked with full force, it was still nothing in Merlin's eyes. Merlin drew in a deep breath. Since he had decided to fight for the same position as these 7th-level spellcasters, he would need to display an awe-inspiring level of formidable might. Glacier Country. Merlin pointed casually with one finger. A translucent light appeared instantly, but it did not just envelop Robia but covered the entire hall instead. Hum hum hum. Within the dark magic hall, mysterious runes began to twinkle. This was a unique characteristic of the dark magic hall. There was a mighty runic magic circle in here that substantially diminishes any attacking force. However, Merlin's Glacier Country descended all the same, and it even promptly pulverized those mysterious runes. A frigid blast quickly began to suffuse throughout the hall. Crack! Robia's giant hand of streams was instantly frozen into ice crystals, shattering as it fell to the ground. Moreover, faced with the threat of Glacier Country, almost every wizard cast a defensive spell, their eyes filled with astonishment. However, this was far from over. In the translucent Glacier Country, a colossal amount of darkness element appeared like a blanket of thick fog, enveloping the entire hall. In the blink of an eye, it was a dark night in which one could not even see one's own hand. This was Merlin's 4th-level spell Darkness Illusory Death, which was further enhanced by Darkness Heart. The Darkness spell alone was already powerful, especially since Darkness Illusory Death comprised both illusory and physical attacks. When used alongside Glacier Country, their collective might was astounding. In the dense darkness, there was not only a chill but also an illusion. Furthermore, in the surrounding darkness, darkness attacks could occur at any time, making it impossible to guard against. A few 7th-level wizards were even injured. At the moment, every spellcaster was shaken to their core. Merlin was using the power of one individual to contend against what was thus far the greatest strength in the dark magic region. Besides 7th-level wizards, there were a few formidable 8th-level spellcasters here. That's enough, Wizard Merlin. At last, a calm voice rang out. Merlin's heart shifted and he immediately waved a hand, dispelling the darkness and withdrawing Glacier Country as well. The darkness element gradually faded, and the hall resumed its normal appearance. Merlin had not even moved from where he stood, but everyone's gazes towards Merlin now had a complicated look. 4th level Merlin was merely a 4th-level spellcaster, but the abilities he displayed could be called fearsome. Power like this, was it not similar to the comparatively active Clyes and the Miracle Child of the current Southern spellcaster world? The Miracle Child, after fighting against Clyes, had returned to Miracle City to break through to the 4th level, and was now able to easily exterminate those 7th-level wizards who possessed demon abilities. Of course, it was the same with Clyes. After cultivating the special demon ability Spatial Blade, he was one of the core members even in Osmu. The dark magic region was merely a small-sized spellcaster organization. It was possible that these 7th-level spellcasters had never thought, no matter what, that a genuine elite genius would appear in the dark magic region, one who was not inferior to any other geniuses. Merlin's demonstration was even more eye-catching than Clyes and the Miracle Child because from the beginning until the end, Merlin had not even unleashed Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye was truly Merlin's greatest strength. Wizard Merlin. Suddenly, from the front of the hall, a middle-aged wizard wearing a long blue wizard robe walked out slowly. This wizard had handsome features and wore a serene expression. In particular, his eyes contained unfathomable depths. If one looked closely, it was like one was being drawn powerfully into the depths. This was Wizard Seymour, one of the only 3 8th level wizards in the dark magic region, and was practically the leader of the 3 8th level wizards. His strength was the greatest here, second only to the strongest of the dark magic region, the 9th level spellcaster Wizard Delmer. Wizard Seymour! Merlin felt a faint tremble in his heart. As Wizard Seymour approached slowly, the sense of threat he gave Merlin was even more intense than Wizard Seashell, whom he had battled at the Mill Clan. It looked like he should not underestimate the dark magic region. In this region, there were also individuals who were head and shoulders above the rest, only their standing was not a prominent one. It was just like Wizard Leo back then. If he had not traveled 1,000 miles to hunt down and exterminate a 7th-level wizard of Osmu, the outside world would not have known that there was, in fact, such a mighty spellcaster in the dark magic region. Wizard Seymour must be the same. He had great powers, but there was not much news about Wizard Seymour in the outside world. Wizard Seymour fixed a steady gaze upon Merlin in a calm manner, following which he said leisurely, "Wizard Merlin, the reputed Darkness Eye's 4th form is able to kill 8th-level wizards. You must have unleashed the 4th form of Darkness Eye to be able to defeat Seashell. In the past, Leo had no way of activating the 4th form of Darkness Eye at will. Your abilities have already surpassed Leo's." The words of Wizard Seymour made the wizards in the hall look at Merlin in a completely new light. No matter how exceptional Merlin's demonstration was, from their perspective, he was ultimately Leo's student and seemed to have always been under Wizard Leo's shadow. However, the meaning of Wizard Seymour's words could not be any clearer. Merlin had surpassed Leo and had won a position equal to these 7th-level spellcasters.